you have a fear of your father. You respect your father, right?
Absolutely.
You fear of disappointing your father.
Absolutely. No, and it's so important what you've just said because it's so profound. People don't need to understand it. All humans are meant to worship, and this is true. The godless, atheistic, left-wing psychos worship the pride flag and abortion. Watch them. Look at them. They worship it. They go, they turn up, they scream its name, they try and promote it, they worship it. Or you have famous men who will worship fame, or worship their girlfriend, worship their wife. If you believe in God, you're not going to worship your wife. You're going to respect your wife. You're going to do your very best to do good by her. But you worship God. You're not going to allow a woman to trounce all over you. You're like, no, sorry, we live within certain boundaries within this house, and we're a religious household, and you're not going to do that. Otherwise, we're not going to be together anymore. This is how it works. We're a religious household.
Yeah.
But everybody worships something.
Yeah.
By talking about being an atheist, you think you're just showing the world how smart you are and that nothing's above you. It's absolutely not only the opposite. Now you're showing that dumb shit's above you. You're worshiping fame, you're worshiping clicks, likes, money, some other person, some human. It's garbage.
It's crazy to me that, I talk about OnlyFans girls, and no disrespect to them. And the reason why I have no disrespect to them is because I believe that I was blessed with a home that teaches me about making decisions for my future.
Yeah.
And I can't point my finger at a female or a man who's making decisions that they didn't have loved ones to tell them, like, hey, don't just plan for right now, we got to plan for your future. Everything starts in the home. And if you notice, 90 or some crazy percent of people that are in prison, they don't have a father.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of situations that stem from not having a good example in your life. So let's circle back to the home, right? We can't control the government, we can't control the matrix, we can't control the schools, but we can control what goes inside and outside of this home.
Yeah.
That's a very powerful thing that people are not circling around.
But only if the man is the man of the house.
Yes.
Only if he is not feminized. Only if the matrix has not empowered the woman to the point where she thinks she's too good to listen to the man she's supposed to be.
Hey guys, just a reminder that the merch is out for a few more days, so if you haven't got a chance to go to theheartofdavid.co, go ahead and click the link in my description, or you can shop on YouTube. Thank you guys so much, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the podcast. What is the foundation of a strong house?
Well, it's got to be them. But it's the family unit. Men and women are different, and they're supposed to work together and do different roles to come together and combine and become the most powerful force. If you destroy the roles, if they no longer combine, if they no longer fit together, everything's broken, which is what's happened in the West now.
I actually find it fascinating.
And that's why I'm called a misogynist, by the way. I'm called a misogynist for saying there should be a man of the house.
Because they're mistaking leadership with higher value.
They're mistaking leadership with detriment, and they're mistaking leadership with oppression. And it's such a psyop that they're doing, because they're coming along and saying to women, any man who says he's responsible for you and tries to guide you is oppressing you. And that's absolutely not the case. In fact, if you look at history, most of the time it was the father who guided the daughter until the daughter got married and then her husband guided her.
Yep.
That's how it's always been. There's nothing wrong with that. And women come along and say, we don't need no men's guidance. We'll make our own decisions. Okay, that's fine. Well, let's look at the decisions you're making. Let's actually look at Western society, and let's look at these women without fathers, and let's look at these women who don't listen to no man. What decisions are they making? Are they good for them? Are they good for society? Are they good for anybody? I said something that got me in a lot of trouble a long time ago. I want to say it. I said, please. I'm not good at learning my lessons. What did I say about driving until you hit the tree? What did I say?
Okay, go ahead.
I said the world would be a much better place if women had to walk around with their body counts on their foreheads.
Oh, I remember. You got smoked.
Everyone lost their minds, but not because they're like, he's a misogynist, because they're too stupid to extrapolate. Because I say something abrasively to shock people, and the intelligent ones will look at what I say and extrapolate the lessons from it. Like we talk about the Bible. You read the parable, but you have to sit down and analyze what it actually means.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is female promiscuity. Women have to be far more careful and more selective with who they slept with. This would inspire masculine excellence now. You can't be a loser with a little bit of weed and get a chick out of the house. You have to be a better version of a man. You have to be the kind of man who can provide for her if she gets pregnant, for her to even consider sleeping with you, because that number is going to go up. She's going to be judged for it. And women don't like being judged. Women are very, very susceptible to societal pressure and peer pressure and judging.
Same with men.
Same with men, but women even more.
Because men are not going to want to be with a girl who has 468 numbers.
100%. So now men are like, I want a low number. She doesn't want to add to her number. I better be better. I better be better. Now when someone gets together, they're going to stay together. They don't want to mess up their numbers, right? They're going to stay together. They're going to stay together as a family. They're going to be more prepared to sit, talk through things, work things out. No longer divorce anymore.
The church holds this. Islam holds this.
Absolutely.
Because in Islam and in Christianity, when you go to church or you go to the temple, right? What are the main thing that they fear is God, but they also fear how other people are looking at them.
100%.
When my mom used to come to church, she'd go, hey, don't embarrass me around these people. So I had to behave. I'm, all right, I don't want to represent my family the wrong way.
Completely. Peer pressure can go positively as well as negatively. So when I said this, I got attacked for being a misogynist, but no one understood what I'm actually talking about is couples coming together, working together, masculine excellence, and removing promiscuity from society, so that you get to a point where a lot of problems are fixed. What did you just say about prisons and fatherless homes? Wouldn't having that number on a woman's head fix the fatherless homes? Now we fix the prison population. You can extrapolate this out towards fixing the entire society. But I make the point and nobody listens to what I say. They just use their minds because they're emotional. But it's
That's really funny.
But it's amazing how you can extract out from that one point I made.
But you could have made the same point in a loving way.
I could have.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
So then we have to ask why I don't.
Yeah, that's the thing, bro. Because
Because
I think that's your next journey. Because I think I think this is what happened. You knew step one was to get famous, and the only way to get famous is to piss people off.
I did pretty good.
You did a fantastic job.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, your next season now is to group in the rest of the sheep.
Yeah.
And I think, and I say sheep in a good way. Trust me, it's a biblical term. I think right now you need to win the hearts of some females that disregard you completely. Because I had this conversation with my girlfriend, and my girlfriend's like, "Hey, listen, he says this, and that." I go, "Okay, you gotta think about what they're doing." So we had to sit down and watch a podcast, and then like, "Babe, he's trolling here." And she goes, "Well, I don't understand that he's trolling here. Why would he be trolling here? Why is he talking so serious here, but then he's joking around here?" So I think, honest to God, I really do. I think your next journey is going to even be bigger because now you're going to have to figure out a way to talk to other people without pissing them off.
And I can do it.
For this episode,
I can do it.
Explain to me in a way that you get the same result of the numbers thing.
It's like school.
Without using the numbers thing. What could we do to get women to use their numbers lower without disrespecting them and saying, hey, go outside and put your number up?
Of course. And just a point I'll make, I don't think it's disrespectful. I think it was just a flawless. But I understand what you're saying. I can say the far easier.
Do you know why I'm doing this, by the way? Because I want to vouch for you. And I want to vouch for Trump. And I want to vouch for people that I do believe in. But it's really fucking hard when you're going around saying, these bitches need to have fucking numbers on their head. And I'm like, motherfucker, dang, stop saying that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to vouch for you. So if I have to come out here and literally fly out here 15, something, 16 hours, I want to sit here and say, dude, I am with you. But I'm trying to be with you, waving my morals and my integrity. I'm trying to bring in even the people that we think are stupid, they're still worth saving.
Oh, completely understand, and I'm also very prepared and aware that I can say things in a far nicer way. I agree with you. It's not accidental. I am aware of it.
You already achieved what you needed to achieve.
Yeah, and that's why I said it's something I said a long time ago, and I was just explaining the point behind it.
It's a strong message, so how do we get that message out without pissing them off?
Oh, that's easy. I mean, I think when you tell a woman, but you know what's interesting? It's really interesting, and I want to make this point. There is a very vocal minority, especially on the internet, of feminists and left-wing psychos. I'm telling you, if I say to a woman, being promiscuous is disgusting, 95% of women go, yes. It's only these 5% of idiots you see going, I can do whatever I want. I'll sleep with 100 guys if I want. And then we sit and go, all women think that way. Women are not actually as broken as society is showing you on the internet, thank God. They're not that bad. Because trust me, most women know that. In fact, women know that so intrinsically in their hearts. If you see a woman and insult another woman, what does she call her? Oh, slag. It's the first word out of her mouth. You slut. It's the first thing women do, because women know that's how you insult a woman. So even the bad women who run around having arguments with other women, who are promiscuous themselves, use promiscuity as an insult. So most of the world actually understands this. It's only the Western world with us, this very broken vocal minority. And these people always come to terms and learn that they were wrong as they were older. It's just unfortunate they have to learn the hardest possible way. I don't think there's any woman out there who's slept with 100 guys who's happy she's done. It's sad. She got psyoped by society. She probably had no dad at home, no masculine role model, no one guided her. She got psyoped by society into thinking that having sex with men is somehow going to be empowering. And she woke up one day and looked in the mirror and she hates herself. I feel sad for her.
I was at a party once at my friend's house, and they always make fun of me for this, but it was a very learning curve.
Yep.
I'm sitting there, and all my friends are having fun, and I'm noticing that this girl's behavior is trying to impress the men that's around her. And she starts trying to do drugs. And I looked at her and I go, sweetheart. And by the way, that's dangerous, right? Calling a girl sweetheart now is very dangerous. And it never comes, like, my father, I have to tell him to chill because he'll be like, sweetheart, honey. And I'm like, yeah, chill, you can't say that shit no more. And it's so heartbreaking because my father looks at them like their daughter. You know, and so just know, if I did say sweetheart, I was looking at it from the eyes of my own father. So I go, sweetheart, you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
She lost her fucking mind on me. And she started freaking out, and everybody's like, you can't say that, blah, 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 right? Okay. She freaks out, leaves, and she says something that broke my heart. The man was like, listen, you gotta go. You're freaking out. You're causing a problem. They're not gonna kick me out, right? They're not gonna kick me out. But they're gonna kick her out. And the thing she says, she goes, no, it's fine, I'll suck your dick. So right there, I realized that she was put in positions to realize that that's her way out.
That's her value she can offer.
Broke me. Okay. The next day, I asked the gentleman, I go, hey man, what happened to that girl? He goes, dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't heard from her, and I'm trying to hear from her. I'm freaking out. So my heart drops. I go, hey, if that girl killed herself, I'm going to really, it's gonna take me a lot to get out of that.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna know that weight was on me. And then I start going back. Should I have pulled her aside? Should I have done this and that? Finds out she put herself in rehab. It took one person to question what she was doing for her to question what she was doing. If you feel like somebody you love or your neighbor is doing something that you know in your heart, hey, you don't need to be doing that. We've been put in positions to be like, don't be that guy. But be that guy. Because you have no idea how catastrophic her life could go off on if you just asked her one fucking question. That's right. Hey man, what are you doing? You don't need to do that.
Peer pressure can work positively also.
That's why I circled back to that.
And it's actually very interesting because when somebody knows you're right and they know they have a problem or they know they've been wrong, they usually react like that. That's why she lost the language. Because
she was defensive.
She was defensive.
I realized that the worst
Women
parts
do
of
that
me,
the most.
I do that the most. And by the way, I'm a very feminine guy. I know that. I grew up with like a sister. I had a lot of girls around me. During COVID, I was locked up with 6 girls. I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. Turns out, so sensitive afterwards. Everything was hurting my feelings. Everything. You are who you hang out with, bro. You know how many times I'd be like, how dare you? And then I was like, all right, I need to chill the fuck out. You know what I mean? Like I always wanted to conversate about shit. Like, how do you fucking feel about, like, and like, you know, I realized maybe his feelings don't matter. And I need to move the fuck on. But I find that really funny. Okay, so we circle back to the leader of the house. Okay, what else is the foundation of a good home? How can a man who doesn't have a father, who's made mistakes, who hears your voices, now you move the anger, can now properly understand the language of love? You're coming from a loving place. He understands. What's his first step?
Well, I believe in actionables. In fact, actionables is probably the word I type the most on my phone.
Actionable?
Yeah. Maybe if I press A, actionable comes up. Because when someone tells me anything, my answer is actionable. So they come along and they say, Andrew, the Matrix is attacking you. They're deciding they're going to print a new story saying you've done X, Y, Z. You're going to be accused of X, Y, Z. I don't like, oh my God, that's terrible. Why would they do that? Pointless. Completely actionable. What do we do about it? What can we do about it? If nothing can be done, then let's just put it in the this is going to happen bank and let's consider it for future moves and let's stop talking about it. If something can be done, what can be done? Who's going to do it? How long is it going to take? All I care about is action. So when I talk to people at home and I have all these young guys, I get thousands of emails a day, thousands of DMs a day. People go to my website, cobratate.com, they message the live chat all day, every day looking for help. How do I sit and try and explain the very nuanced and complicated subjects of life and masculinity to 16-year-olds who I've never met in a nation that might be completely different to mine, geographically, politically, and socially? And I believe you do that by giving them actionables, giving them things you can do. So I sit here and I say, and when I preach the things I preach, I want people to understand why I've chosen them. I don't think anyone's life will get worse if they train hard to get stronger. I don't see how your life can detriment from that. Maybe you could find some extreme scenario, but as a general rule to everybody, go gym, you're a weakling, go get strong.
Yes.
I think that's a good general point. Same thing
So
with...
first is to fix your temple.
First point, absolutely. The first point is to improve your body. It's the first thing you can do. So when you're asking me, the man who has no father and he wants to live a good, righteous life inside of his home, I don't know all of his background. I don't know his capabilities. I don't know his mental state. I don't know where he lives. I don't know anything. But I know that if he gets stronger, he'll stand a better chance of doing it. Because you also learn mental discipline by doing that, which is also a good thing to learn. When I teach people saying, listen, you need to go become as rich as possible, The reason I'm doing that is not just so that you make money, which is the time and energy of other people. It's also all the lessons you'll learn along the way. You're gonna learn how to manage people, manage staff, manage stress. You're gonna learn how to talk confidently and go to meetings. You're gonna learn how to be organized and on time. You're gonna learn how to be punctual. You're gonna learn a bunch of things if you learn how to make money. So I say you need to go get as much money as possible and become as strong as possible. Because I believe if you do those two things and start to succeed in them, you can extrapolate and take all of the lessons from those two things and apply it to anything, including a relationship. It takes discipline for a relationship. It takes commitment for a relationship. It takes
People get
stoicism.
lazy when they get in a relationship.
Absolutely. So if you're a disciplined person who always goes to the gym, if you're good at managing stress and controlling your temper from high pressure business meetings, both of those things will apply to your relationship and make you better at running a household. 100%. So that's why I teach the two things I core teach. In fact, I teach three things, but I teach.
Well, even the body, just to circle back, you have muscles, you can see that. Did you ever feel pain from growing those muscles?
Absolutely, yeah, it hurts.
So that's also a factor of it, and I agree with you. I think a lot of people that feel like that once they take themselves from I feel like shit to like, oh, I feel fucking great, they realize they can put that energy other places.
Yep.
So I agree with you.
Yep. And the third thing I teach, which I think is extremely important and lacking in the world today, is brotherhood. I think that men have always kept men accountable. You just talked about living in a house with 6 women and how it changed you. Imagine you lived with 6 warriors.
Destroyed.
Imagine you lived with 6 men who were training for UFC fights. Imagine the men.
Dude, no, so this happened. I swear to you this happened. I told God, I go, God, I reflected. This is a problem. Randomly, one of my friends from Chicago, this motherfucker is deep in the ghetto of Chicago. So when I mean a man, like he's 6'5", you look at him the wrong way, he'll eat you.
Yeah.
The energy he has is, I'm gonna get it done, my word's my word, and I'm gonna be at the gym at this time, I'd be there, blah, blah, blah. He came in the gym, guess what? I can't miss gym no more. Right. Why? What the fuck's wrong with you? That's right. I was up at 6, you slept until 12. You can't go to the fucking gym? And now I'm sitting here being like, yeah, he's fucking right, I probably should be in the gym. So it does push me.
Yeah.
It keep, you know what we need? We need, I love, when I play, I'm sorry, I'm losing the word, but when, competitiveness.
Yep.
I love being competitive.
Absolutely.
I love being competitive.
Masculine accountability. And you know what else is with men? Because men are different than women. You talked about how you live to women, they were all talking about feelings, etc. You know what's a fantastic motivator for men? Shame. I'm telling you now, it works. Shame. If I'm around my house and someone was getting fat, all of us would go, you're a fat fuck, what are you eating that for? I guarantee they drink. Shame works with men. And you talk about this, and this is the reason I promote brotherhood. The reason I am the man I am is not just because I'm so fantastic. It's because I, even now, to this day, live with 6 men. I live with my fight coach. I live with my brother. I live with some of my old friends I've had for 20 years. We live in this big-ass compound, this huge house. If I wake up and my brother's been training an hour and a half, I feel so annoyed and angry and guilty that I have to go and beat him now. So that competitiveness keeps us constantly at edge. People say me and Tristan are best friends and our brotherhood is fantastic, but it is based on competitiveness. But we don't compete against each other. We compete to prove to each other we're a good teammate in the battle against the Matrix.
How do you get there? Because I've seen a lot of men get torn up by that.
Yeah.
So how do you get to a healthy way where we're competitive, but it's not going to destroy our relationship?
Well, you have to understand that there's enough outside enemies. You have to put your ego aside and say, look, there's enough people who already want me dead. We're the same club. Can't we at least unite against all the people who want me dead? I want you. I'm in competition with you, Tristan. I want you. I want to beat you, to prove to you I'm a fantastic teammate. As opposed to I want to beat you because I don't like you. And it's a different mentality. And we'll sit there, and my brother and I are in constant, endless competition, but it keeps us sharp. So masculine competition is super important, which is why it's the third thing I teach, which is brotherhood. You are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. If you find some guys who have their game right, your game's going to get straight. It's as simple as that. And I think if you take any man on the planet, in any situation, in any scenario, and you tell him to become as strong as possible because of all the lessons he's learned, become as rich as possible because of all the lessons he's learned, plus obviously being strong and rich are benefits, plus find a network of brotherhood of men who are accountable to themselves, and by extension accountable to you. If you're accountable to yourself as a man, you're also accountable for your friends. I don't want loser friends. I don't want dickhead friends. If I had a guy I really liked who started being a dickhead, I'd try very hard to fix him. And if I couldn't fix him, I wouldn't be his friend anymore. I'd say, stop that. We don't do that. Why are you doing that? What are you crying about again? Why are you acting that way? Come on, let's go train.
I want to train.
We always train. Come on, let's go. And then after a while, I'd be like, he doesn't train anymore. Get him. Bye. Go get eaten by wolves. That's the unfortunate reality of the world, because I'm the sum of the 5 people I spend the most time with. I don't want to wake up one day feeling terrible and going, oh, but he's missing the day. And I'm missing. His poison will get in my brain. I have to resist it. So if you get a brotherhood, masculine brotherhood, and you're accountable for yourself and for them, you're going to be able to do nearly anything. I've conquered the whole world with those 3 things. All I do is train as hard as possible, try and make as much money as possible, and I have men around me doing the same thing.
You train every day?
Every single day, 7 days a week.
You don't give yourself a rest?
0. I don't give a rest. I rest.
Explain that.
I rest when I'm asleep. I rest when I'm sleeping.
Okay, you explained it.
Yeah, there you go.
That was so fucking quick. He's sharp, dude. He knew what he was saying. What up, you Kleenex gentlemen? This video is sponsored by Manscaped. Now, I actually love this brand because I use it every day, and my friends always bug me for this product. But let's unveil the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. This is the 5th generation trimmer. Features 2 next-gen skin-safe blade heads. A standard one for you taking a little off the top, and a new foil blade to go smooth wherever your heart desires. We also have a dual LED spotlight to provide contrast on multiple skin tones, 3 length setting combs, and oh, did I forget to mention that this trimmer is waterproof too. Also inside of this package features the Weed Whacker 2.0 ear and nose hair trimmer, crop preserver ball deodorant, crop soothing toner, and 2 free gifts. The Weed Whacker 2.0 also features the skin-safe technology that helps prevent nicks, snags, tugs in those delicate holes. Get 20% off plus free shipping when you use my code George at manscaped.com. That is 20% off plus free shipping with my code George at manscaped.com. I promise you've never seen a ball trimmer look like a spaceship. Get yours today from our folks at Manscaped.
I'm asleep. And there's going to be some dork who's going to watch this, some nerd who's going to sit there and say, your muscles grow when you rest. I train because I don't want to train. I don't train because I care about getting the biggest possible muscles. I'm on 0 steroids, I'm on 0 drugs, I don't take protein, I don't take creatine, nothing. I eat steak and airheads and smoke cigars. But I train every day because I don't want to, because it hurts. I train to teach myself a lesson, to punish myself. Because if I wake up and the first thing I have to do is 2 hours of exercise, I don't. By the time it's done, I don't feel happy. I'm proud of myself. Thank God that's over.
You wake up early or no?
Not really. I wake up, I 9, 10. I stay awake like 3 or 4. I don't sleep that much.
Because I sleep very late. I'm gonna be vulnerable. I'm gonna give you my problems and see, like, just beat me to death. But I'll figure out.
Ready?
A way out.
All right, let me sit up straight.
Okay. I took on accountability, right, for those other things that I was dealing with. Maybe gain weight, depressed, couldn't. I had a problem saying no, and I had a problem walking away from people that I love.
Yep.
I handled that. Right now, there's this thing on my table. It's called marijuana. Okay. I'm addicted. I have an addictive personality, but I use it to my advantage because if I'm addicted to something and nobody else can tell, I've never had a problem with it because I've never had something that was bad for me. Because everything that I've ever wanted was good for me, and that's good to carry me through those days that I don't want to do it. Because I'm addicted to it. I'm just hammering it out. Marijuana for me is my break because my brain just goes off. So at night I like to unwind and smoke a little bit. I'm scared that it took over my life where I can't even, like, if I go one day without it, I have gone a few days without it because I can't even smoke it. And it doesn't affect me anymore that way. But my dad said this, he goes, you have a problem with moderation. Should I just give it up completely, marijuana completely, just go through the bitch of it, get rid of it, or should I teach myself moderation? Well, then I also don't have any, like, I don't drink, I don't go to clubs. I never even liked going to clubs when I was single. Yeah. It just doesn't entertain me. I don't have, like, an outlet. I don't even smoke cigars, but I'm opening up a cigar lounge with my dad. Nice. Shout out 24th Street, a cigar lounge. That's actually pretty cool. I don't even fucking smoke. I did it to honor my dad. Nice. It's me and my dad's thing. Okay, smoking's the only thing where I can hang back and just fucking chill. Should I feel guilty about this? Should I get rid of it? How do you feel about it?
It's an interesting question, but then you have to analyze what you're doing it for, because even the reason you just described would put me off doing it. Because we're obviously, you said it stops your brain working at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
That's a gift. Why would you want to turn your brain off? Think of all the thoughts you haven't had. Think of all the things you haven't done that you could have done. Why do you want to relax and chill so badly? Why don't you want your brain working at optimum efficiency all the time? Why don't you read the dictionary? Learn another language? Why do you start another business? Why do you want to chill? That's the first.
You don't chill, dude?
Never. So that's the first thing you have to do is analyze.
Shit.
First thing you analyze is,
you don't chill before bed?
Never.
What do you do before bed?
I'm working to the second I fall asleep.
No shot.
No, I'm like one of those toddlers who falls asleep halfway through. I don't think, oh, it's late, I better sleep. No, if I'm awake, I'm awake until I'm like, I really can't sleep. I'll fall asleep. And a
cigar doesn't affect you that way.
No, I can smoke to the same way. I mean, I don't smoke cigars. I actually smoke cigars because nicotine is good for your testosterone. That's why I smoke.
Nicotine's good for your testosterone?
Correct. That's why I smoke a lot of cigars. So I smoke a lot of cigars and do a lot of cardio so that my lungs
Why don't you do
fine.
steroids?
I don't do steroids because I've never done them in my entire life. I was drug tested throughout my whole career, and I'm now 36, and I don't do them. And my testosterone level is still very high, so that absolutely not natural.
So you just don't need it.
So I don't need it.
But if you needed it, would you be pro for it or not?
I mean, maybe if I get old, which is testosterone replacement therapy, but I've never taken drugs, and I don't like people who take steroids, and I'll tell you why. It annoys me because I look like a much bigger monster if everyone else was on steroids. It'd be cooler. It pisses me off. I've done it the hard way, and they're all just juicing. So I don't take steroids. But
you've never smoked weed?
No, never tried a drug in my life.
And is that because you're scared of it because you have an addictive personality, or like is it because
if I try cocaine and I don't like it, I'll regret trying it. If I try cocaine and I do like it, I'll start doing cocaine and I'll never like it.
Damn.
So why?
My man reflecting on that.
So why do cocaine? I've never tried cocaine. I've never tried weed. Never tried a pill. Never tried ecstasy.
I've never tried anything besides
nothing. I'm drinking alcohol and I smoke cigars. That's it. But
so your alcohol is like my marijuana. Then.
I've quit alcohol a year and a half.
Well, then what the fuck?
I haven't.
How would you even bring it up? I got so excited.
I used to drink alcohol, and I haven't drinking alcohol.
When did you drink though? When you're unwinding?
No, I used to drink because a year and a half ago I quit alcohol cold turkey. Instant.
Were you like a drunk, or were you just
absolutely not? I was extremely effective. It was at the time when I was most famous. I was doing Milk Boys. I was drinking alcohol, and I had all those things on TikTok. When I first blew up, everything. I used to drink alcohol all the time. I used to drink every day. Because I have a lot of money and I have a fun life, and we jump on the jet and drink vodka and we get off and we all these girls, we go to the club and drink vodka, you just drink. Never had a problem with it, never suffered with it, never got out of shape from it. It was fine. And then I decided I'm gonna live many different versions of reality, and I spent a year now partying basically every day, and it's been great, but now I wanna live a sober life and see what happens. So I just instantly quit. I cured my brain. I could quit smoking instantly, like a blinking cure my brain.
Okay.
I could just do this. So but to answer your question, which you initially asked, the first thing is, what you've told me marijuana does to you. I don't understand why you want it.
Because here's the thing, I want to unwind. It is my time to unwind. So for example, if I'm playing
unwind when you're asleep.
But I'm playing Fortnite. What the fuck do I need my brain for?
To win! To win! It's a battle! You have to destroy your enemies! What do you mean to sit there and just lose?
Do you play video games yet or no?
Sometimes when I was on house arrest, I started playing Super Smash Bros.
What about Fortnite?
No, I don't play Fortnite.
Okay, would you ever drop in with me?
Only if if I start playing Fortnite and I lose, I'm gonna end up being the best Fortnite player on the planet. And I've got more because I can't take the L. And I've got more constructive things to do with my time.
Just drop in once in the vid, bro.
No, I can't do it. We'll play Super Smash Brothers. I'll get Kirby and I'll beat your ass.
I don't know what's Super Smash Bros. I'm not
That
old.
little piece of gum is gonna mess you up. It's like an airhead. Just fear this picture because it's coming for you.
What is a gum?
You don't know what Kirby is?
No.
Bro, you're smoking too much weed. Well, anyway, what weed does for you, I don't know why you want it. That's the first thing. Second thing I'll say is this. I don't know whether you should quit or not.
I appreciate you being honest.
I don't. But the fact that you struggle to understand whether you could or not, I believe is a problem. So for me, right, should I quit cigars? Well, I don't think so. Maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't, whatever. But I know I could without a single drop of hesitancy. I could instantly quit. So you should know.
I forgot to mention one important thing.
Sure.
When I was in high school, never touched it because I was trying to get to where I was.
Yeah.
High school, I'm in college. I don't know how you like this.
What do you mean, bro?
I'm so glad I don't like it because now fuck that brand up. Oh God, it's so much like
taste, flavor, brilliance,
sure,
excitement.
I want this out of my mouth.
E numbers.
College, I never had the parties thing. I never did all that shit. I feel like right now in my life, I have no kids. I don't have like certain things where I need my brain to be on 24/7. I know when I have kids, there's no shot I'm gonna be able to do that. I see a good window of opportunity, and I'm just scared that one day when I'm like waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning because I have kids or like all this shit, I'll be like, I should have enjoyed my time where I was like, less responsibility. This is why I smoke now. Because I know there's going to be a time, as soon as my mind goes there, I'm going to be able to walk away. And I've also, the past few years, I'll give myself 60 to 90 days off to make sure I'm not addicted to it. So I've already trained my body to like...
So could you quit now instantly if you decided?
100%. I've done it many times.
Well, then you don't have that big of a problem. If you could quit, then it doesn't matter. But if you were to sit and go, I don't know if I could quit, then you'd have to quit.
Okay, now I have the most important question of the day.
Sure.
How do you feel about bottom G? Because, dude, if you got up and danced like that, man, I think everybody would just agree with you. I think that's what would happen. I think everybody in the world would be like, you know what, we need to fucking listen to this man. Look at his hips.
Yeah.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and brushed your teeth and been like, and just try to dance like him ever? Be honest.
No, I've seen a couple of his videos, and
are you offended, or are you just like, it doesn't make you laugh? Or it is?
I mean, he's made a brand off of my brand.
Dude, it's so funny, bro. When I
It
watch
is fun. I mean, he can dance. Congratulations to the guy. I have nothing against the guy. I mean, he can dance, and he bought a nice jacket like mine. I mean, I hope he does well.
I had to ask that. I'm so sorry. I was literally writing the dumbest question. I wrote some questions that are just, when I mean seriously stupid.
All right, I'm ready.
Because I was like, I have to ask some fun questions. And I literally labeled them fun questions.
Sure.
I just want to get through that.
Let's do it.
And then we can jump back into the deep ones.
Let's do it.
Okay. The first one was, how do you feel about Bottom G? You answered. Thank you for answering. Okay. I already asked that one. Actually, it was the Sneeko and the Zerka. That was actually part of my fun questions. Okay. Two brothers, one cage. Jake, Logan, you, Tristan. Who comes out alive?
You know what? I'm trying so hard to not start internet memes. I'm really trying not to.
You can say Jake and Logan, man.
Bro,
don't worry about it.
No, I can't lie. I'm going through life. I'm trying to live peaceful now. I've got Fed agents in my house. Matrix is after me. I'm just trying to live peaceful. But of course, I have absolute faith in myself. Do what I know. Kind of
Okay. I just had to ask. You know?
I understand.
Okay, now, you're away on a long trip, and you have to leave your daughter with 3 people. Candace Owens, Patrick Bet-David, Donald Trump.
Okay, well, I'll choose Candace. I trust them all.
That makes sense.
I trust them all.
Do you have a son?
I have a lot of children. I don't say how many, but
You just love flop.
if I had a son, then if it was my son, it would be Patrick. It'd be
Okay,
hard to
but
choose.
you have to pick for the son.
Then I'd pick Patrick, 'cause I think Patrick also has young sons. It'd be good. I think it's good.
He's a great father, bro.
Yeah, and it'd be good for them all to be together and like wrestling and fighting and
Dude,
boxing.
Fuck, man, he's masturbating that.
Yeah.
After our podcast, I went to his house, had dinner with him. Bro, I'm not for him and his family. Bro, I was like mesmerized, and I was so eager to have that life, dude.
Oh,
He
yeah.
has a great life.
No, there's nothing better in life than children. You'll never regret children. No matter, you can say, I don't feel ready, I don't know that. When they turn up, you'll be glad you did it. The only regret you'll have is you didn't start earlier.
Really?
100%.
I'm starting to catch that fever, bro.
Bro.
I hate when people talk about their kids. Like, I don't give a fuck about your kids, bro. Like, they get so excited talking about their kids, but lately I started.
That's why you gotta be like
hear.
me. See, I have no real. I don't talk to anybody, so I don't have any friends besides my guys who know me. None of us talk about our kids. So this is weird. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's like,
Look at this picture.
I barely want to talk to you, guys.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
So, okay, so you don't hang out with people, but you're always on this hunt to change and build yourself and build
I have the same 5 people I'm with every day. And
What's
I'm
your
with-
fun? What do you do for fun?
But this is the question. So now let's look at this. Okay, let me ask you.
Okay.
What is fun?
Fun is when you're...
Tell me something fun.
Something fun? I think this is fun.
Except this is work.
True. Okay.
What's
okay.
fun?
Okay. Fun is when you're having a lot of joy and less work.
What if you have joy during your work?
I do have joy in my work.
So do I.
I love work.
All I do is work. And people say, what do you mean all you do is work? Because
But you
there's
enjoy what
nothing,
you're doing.
There's nothing else to do anyway. The only time I'm not working is if I'm fighting, which you can still consider work because I consider it training. Or sometimes I'll drive one of my 53 cars in a circle. I'll go out racing around the mountains in a Ferrari, but I'll film it all. It'll end up being on the internet, so
So
it's
it's
work.
Yeah.
So what do I do that's not work that I enjoy? I mean, I look at people who are having fun. And those are the people who I don't believe are chasing pride or chasing happiness. And I feel like they're wasting their lives. Trying to have fun, trying to be happy is the biggest waste of life. You know what I saw the other day? It's remarkable. You're not going to believe this. I saw thousands of people take drugs, stand close to each other, a big sweaty pig, like a bunch of peasants, and jump up and down listening to a song they could listen to on YouTube for free. And they paid money to do it. It was called a festival. It was disgusting. And I see these humans stand there. I'm like, what the fuck? No wonder you're fucking broke. You're an idiot. You're dumb as fuck. You're a moron. Like, festivals are crap. Concerts are crap. Clubs are crap. What's fun? Nothing's fun. The only thing that's fun is masculine achievement and being respected for being monumentally successful and competent and crushing your enemies with your brutal brilliance. Turning up and saying, I'm gonna make more money than all of you, I'm gonna be more famous than all of you, I'm the best, watch me, and winning. That is fun. And then the only thing
that's video games, but you're doing it in real life.
I'm doing it in real life. I have no time for games. House arrest, we found a few hours. Now I'm back out here in the real world, everyone must pay the price. But even then, the only things that I find fun now, the only thing I do for fun is, okay, I'll take my SF-90 around. So that's a $700,000 car. My fun's expensive. I need a lot of money to even find anything I find remotely entertaining. A beautiful friend of mine, she's in Bali. She's like, I can't wait till we're free. We're going to go to Bali, look at this villa. I'm like, if I went to that villa, do you know what I would do? I was like, what are you doing there? She's like, oh, I'm doing yoga and I had breakfast and then I'm looking at the forest and we'll go see the monkeys. I said, if I went to Bali, do you know what I'd do? I'd sit on my laptop. I would turn up at the villa and go, which room's mine? Okay. Laptop. Coffee, please. Coffee, laptop. It'd be the same as Romania in Bali. And when I go to Dubai, it's the same. That's what I do. I work. And I want to make this very clear to people because I find it amazing when people say they don't have motivation. I have people come to me and say, I want to get rich, I don't have motivation, I want to work harder. I said, how can you not have motivation to get rich when somebody like me with a head start like mine is still working 18-hour days every single day, 7 days a week without a day off? I'm gonna crush you. You don't stand a chance. I will beat you. And you're just gonna sit there and perpetually lose because you can't find the motivation to crawl up out the mud and stay a bug until you end up in your 15-minute city getting your 17th injection like a dummy, like a useless eater. All I do is work. Nothing is fun. I don't have fun. I don't even understand
sports.
I don't understand the concept of fun. The only sport I ever did was beating the shit out of people. Is that fun?
Why did you get into fighting?
Because I was a chess player. And chess and fighting are remarkably similar.
Very. You have to know what your next move is going to be countering his next move.
And there's no luck. If you lose, you made a mistake. There's no such thing as a lucky punch. If I'm losing a fight, or if I'm beating some guy up, and he hits me with one shot and knocks me out, people go, that's a lucky punch. He's trained his whole life to punch people in the face and punch people in the face. You call that lucky? I call that good. It was a very good punch. Excellent. Probably his best punch of his career. No such thing as lucky punches. Same thing with chess. If
and
you
also
lose,
you left your guard down.
Absolutely. It's my fault. Same thing with chess. Brutal self-accountability. If you lose, you made a mistake somewhere. How do you learn that? You have to go back, reflect. You have to watch the game back, play the game back. Where did I make the mistake? You don't blame your opponent, you blame yourself always in chess. It's self-accountability. So when I stopped playing professional chess, I decided to move up to fight because they're very similar. It's one-on-one, it's not a team sport. So that's why I chose to fight, but I never considered fighting fun. I never took it as, ha ha ha, this is fun. I was out to hurt people, for real. So I can't think of what I do for fun or any fun I've ever had. I am, of course, human. I love sitting around with my boys and laughing. I don't think there's any higher experience for men than sitting around with your boys having a laugh and having a joke. I think that's as good as life gets. You can have $1 billion like me, or you can be at the bar. But if you're with 5 people you truly love, your guys, and you've been with them and you trust them, and you're smoking a cigar or not, and you're sitting around telling stories and everyone's laughing, that's as good as life gets.
It really is.
At the top or the bottom.
On jet or
on the jet or homeless.
And in the trenches.
It doesn't matter what. Yeah, on the jet all you do is that, and at the bottom all you do is that. So that's as good as life gets anyway. So I'll consider that fun. I mean, I guess I do like road trips. I like to drive around Europe from Spain to France to Italy.
Are you allowed to do that now?
Not now. Last summer we got a bunch of Ferraris together, 10 Ferraris, and we raced all across Europe. And that was fun, but we filmed it also. It's still kind of work. But yeah, I don't even...
But you put yourself in a position where all your fun could be work.
Of course. But my point is, I don't understand or I don't fathom the concept of fun. I don't wake up and think, what can I do for fun? I don't wake up and think, what is fun? I want fun. That never crosses my mind. I wake up and think, I have things to do. And if I don't have things to do, I'll find things to do. You can always do more work. There's no such thing as no work to do. After this podcast is done, you can release it. And you can make X amounts of clips. That's going to be done. And then you could watch it back, and you could analyze every word you've ever said. And you could find a way to say it differently. You could get a dictionary and find new words, and you can learn them, and you can memorize them. Then you could sit down and you could rehearse it. Use those words and sentences to make sure you pronounce them correctly and you don't make any mistakes. Then you could always do more work from the same thing. The work is never ending. The money is never ending.
So you have to find joy in your work.
You have to find purpose at least. I don't know if I even find joy in my work because I'm stressed and annoyed. I'm furious all the time. What do you mean we've made $1.3 million today? It's a joke. Flip the computer. But it's you have to conquer the earth. Why? Let's talk about this. Why did Genghis Khan wake up and think, know what? What can I do for fun? I can play this instrument. That shit. Play the instrument for me. Diddle-diddle-diddle. Boring. Okay, let me fuck this girl. Fuck her. Fuck her. Oh, kid number 84. What's there to do? You know what? You know what, guys? Let's all get our horses and let's just ride over there, and whatever we find, let's just take it. Why? Because it's the instinct to conquer. It's inside of a man. It's been dumbed down by the Matrix. They try and numb you. They numb you with entertainment. They try and put you in the festival crowd. They numb you with shit food. They numb you with depression, all this other garbage. But truthfully, if you're a man, you look in the mirror, what will make me happy? My empire will make me happy. That's why Alexander the Great did what he did, and Julius Caesar did what he did, and Genghis Khan did what he did. They didn't have Google Maps. They didn't know where they were going. They just said, no, we've decided we're going to go take shit from other people and show we're the best. And that's what we're doing now, the successful men at least, in a financial sense. Why am I making money? I have nothing to buy. There's nothing to buy. I have it all. I have 4 Kernan's eggs, a Rimac, a Bugatti, 53 other cars, 40 properties. There's nothing to buy. I'm just taking it from other people. I'm winning the game. I'm conquering. And that's what I think truly is going to give you purpose in life. It's just conquest. Men have always been this way. That's why war was even happening in the first place. The Mongols raided Vienna. How long does it take to ride from Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, on a horse to Vienna, Austria, across all of Siberia? And they were still mad enough and bored enough to go, nah, we need that city over there. That's the masculine essence, and it's been numbed down inside of people. Do you think they were ever considering fun at any point during this conquest? Because I don't think they were.
Well, do you think they were just trying to dominate others?
I don't think it's about trying to dominate. I think that inside of every single man, there's a God-given. I think that the entire world was built by this God-given drive to conquer. And to conquer doesn't always mean dominate others. You can conquer the sky by building a skyscraper. You can conquer by building roads. You can conquer by construction, not only by destruction. You conquer by turning up to a new territory and having a beautiful family and creating children. I think that's inside of every single man. I think it's been dumbed down by the Matrix, but I'm uninterested in fun. I don't understand the concept of fun. Fun is for women and children. All the women around me have fun. Last night, I went to a restaurant. My brother and I, 3 or 4 friends, maybe 25 of the most beautiful women you've ever seen. Sit down at this table, all this fancy food comes, all these bullshit. Everyone comes. The girls are laughing, drinking, everyone's having fun. Never at any point during the entire experience did I have any fun. I sat down on my phone, checked how much money I had, again, did some work, replied to important people, spoke to my fight coach about training and important things, spoke to the war room about important things and conquest, spoke to my legal team. Everyone around me is having fun. I'm getting things done. Looks like I'm having fun. But never did I ever for a second feel fun. And I didn't want to. I didn't try and join in the fun. I didn't try and go, yeah. No. I pay for it all. You all have fun. I'm gonna do this. And I say this all the time for people I care about. Your life is fun and my life is stress, but you are mine. That's how it works. You're my woman, so you're allowed to have fun. And my life is gonna stay stressed, but you are mine. I have my fun via proxy by making sure everybody I love have fun. I don't want any fun.
So you have fun in providing?
I provide fun, but I don't have any fun. I don't even have fun in providing fun. It's just my obligation. Everyone around me has fun. I'm working. And I cannot explain to people at home.
Does Tristan have the same mindset of this? Or does he like to have more fun?
He likes to have a little bit more fun than I do.
I can see that he looks a little bit happier.
But it's not happy. This is the point. I want to make this very clear to the people at home. I don't want anyone at home to think that I'm unhappy or depressed or miserable from this. This is just how I view the world. I don't want to have fun. I don't know how else to say it. I don't look at fun and go, I'm missing out. I look at fun and going, I'm glad they're enjoying their fun. It's like food. Do you want this cake? No. Well, everyone else wants it. I'm glad they want the cake. The cake tastes good. It's great. I don't want the cake. I want something else. I will provide the cake. I'm a baker. I can give you cake, but I don't want it. I don't think in the concept of fun. I don't enjoy fun ever. All I want to do is monumentally achieve endlessly. That's all I'm interested in.
So we went to your past. We figured out why you were built like this. We talked about the dilemma and the obstacles that you've overcome. We talked about moving into the next season. What do you feel is your next season? And also, I don't know if this parlays, but the training, talking to your trainer, and you're training as much as how I see Jake train for his fights. Why? Are you preparing for a legitimate fight? Are you wanting to go back into that? Or do you feel like the world fight's already big enough? You don't need to go back into the cage for that?
Yeah, a lot of it depends on what happens with this Matrix attack in regards to fights, but I'm always ready. I've always stayed ready. So I could fight tomorrow. I'm that ready. But I enjoy it, and I enjoy feeling ready. Even though the process is suffering, I enjoy to feel ready at all times. That's why I'm always training. In regards to what the next stage is, well, I have personal goals as well, outside of my internet goals and my career goals. And this is actually something very interesting I want to tie back into our earlier conversation. We were talking about monogamy and polyamory and all these other things. Because it's my goal to have as many children as possible.
Is it so you could have your offspring deliver your message, or because you just want kids? You want like mini disciples running around and being like,
if you have an empire, you need heirs, right?
Yeah.
If you have a large empire, you need a lot of heirs. Right? So I want at least 25 children. So what do you think?
Oh, you're trying to be Nick Cannon out here.
Yeah. So what do you think from a religious perspective about someone who is destined on having as many children as possible? But obviously, do they? Do you still think that's a sin?
Well, I think putting your needs above God's is a sin. So you need 25 kids.
It's interesting. Is it my needs? Is it selfishness?
Well, you just said, you were like, well, God, is it, you knew that it was a be against God.
Well,
God just wants you to have one
actually,
woman.
perfect. To be honest with you, I've never read the Bible cover to cover, so I don't know if it is.
Spoiler alert, one man, one woman.
Boring book.
But you know why he does that? It's
to preserve society.
No, it's just to demonstrate your relationship with him. Because once you stop, you love, okay, think about this, right? You love a woman, and you provide a family, a covering, a kingdom. Then you get to the point where you're like, I need more. This is what Adam did with God. I need more.
Don't you feel like, let me answer Pastor B. Don't you think the good people and the intelligent people of Earth need to be having kids at least at the same rate as the kids? I mean, we have a population. No,
it's a great question. It's a great question.
And we can also look at this. We can take it away from the religious argument. Look at it another way. We have a serious population crisis in the West. It's a huge demographic collapse. The reason we have these mass numbers of immigration and the reason our cultures are collapsing is because we no longer reproduce at the basic rate of sustaining the population. So, 2 people are supposed to have 3.7 kids on average for the population to increase. But how many people do you know with 4 children?
Very rare.
None. So 2 people have 1 kid, population goes down. 2 people have 2 kids, population still goes down because people die. People die in car crashes, these kinds of things. So we have huge problems from a socioeconomic point of view because we now have people living longer because of medicine. They have longer pensions, longer retirements. They need to be paid for. We're supposed to have a huge tax base of young people working. We don't have anyone having enough children to sustain the tax base. So what the people in charge of the world are doing is saying, okay, well then we need to import third worlders to sustain this entire pyramid scheme we have, this Ponzi scheme of you working your ass off so you can retire later. We need to import third worlders who are going to work for pennies and they'll pay taxes so we can sustain it. But that's why all the cultures are collapsing. So you look at this, very interesting. A Christian country is now being invaded by Muslims and third worlders, and you're losing your Christian identity because you don't have enough children to sustain the population because you're only allowed 1 woman. So this is an interesting point. Whereas a Muslim man can have 4 wives and 16 kids
and just pump them out,
and they can survive and protect their identity and their culture and their religion. So it's actually very interesting. And before I let you answer, only one country solved this: Hungary. Hungary is a Christian nation. Viktor Orban is one of the smartest world leaders on the planet. He abolished income tax for any family that has more than 4 children. And he's fixed the population crisis. The population is increasing because people are getting married and having kids. Hungary's fixed it. No other nation has fixed it because you can't even afford to have 4 or 5 children because they're decimating you and destroying the currency, and they're just doing all this matrix propaganda on purpose anyway. So, besides Hungary, every other Western nation is now importing the Islamic world to sustain itself, because Christian nations can't reproduce. So it's interesting what you said. I agree with what you said, but it's also the death throes of Christianity. Christianity is about to be decimated because of that. Because what do you have without me?
Oh, you want my answer? Yeah. Okay. First, would you like more coffee?
Yeah, I'll have 2 more coffees.
Can we get 2 more coffees? Thank you. You want some more coffee? Read? Please, give my men coffee. Okay, my answer is this. Never in the day of age did we ever have the power to talk to a mass group of people since the internet.
Yep.
So ironically, we're running into this problem of less of our people, but we also have the gift of reaching out to them.
Right.
So another household could have 5 kids, but who's to say that I can't encourage them to have my morals and standards?
Absolutely. You could.
So I don't need to procreate. I need to provide and educate.
That's very interesting. But then you also, this brings us into Islam and Christianity. I want to make it very clear to the world that I am not anti-Christian in any way. Most of my family is Christian. My brother is Christian. For a long time, when I
Tristan's Christian?
Yeah, he's Christian.
He's happy. He has fun.
Yeah, that's right. Perhaps that's why. When I first stopped being atheistic, I diverted to Christianity because it was all I knew. Because I was raised Christian, went to church as a kid. It's all I knew. But you're talking about the fact that people can come into the nation, but if they become Christians, they'll say Christian faith survives. But I think that for that to happen, there would have to be some form of power gap, power vacuum. And it's not atheists which are arriving, and it's going to be very difficult to convince now Islamic Christianity. I'll tell you why. I am not an Islamic scholar, and I don't consider myself knowledgeable in Islam. I'm new to religion. I'm a year in. I'm studying as best I can. There's a lot of people who don't know. But from my understanding and my practices, Islam is very rigid, and it's strict, and it's very and it provides solutions and answers in a very strict, non-ambiguous way. And I feel like if you live a difficult life, like we talked about earlier about why my fan base is so galvanized and why they believe in me, because I offer rigid solutions to problems. And if you come from a difficult place or a crazy difficult country or a war zone, you're going to live for that rigidity. I don't think the softness of Christianity, and I don't say that as an insult, I just state that as a matter of fact, will be appealing to people who have come from war zones. I just don't, I think it's going to be very difficult to convert them to Christianity. And we're seeing now in the Western world, huge proportions of Christian countries are now just becoming Islamic strongholds, and they can't be penetrated with religion.
And okay, so but you're making it seem like a lot of people that worship Islam, they're very, very strict with their policies. There's a lot that and by the way, let me speak positively about Islam so people don't confuse my nature.
We're friends here, by the way, everyone. We're all the same. Yeah, I
don't
agree.
speak for me. I'm just kidding. No.
Heathen.
No, I really respect Islam for one reason: the way they stand up for their God. And I actually take notes from them. So I don't want anybody. In fact, my God is their prophet.
Yep.
So we do see a lot of eye to eye. We just don't see the final destination of who God is. But I definitely respect anybody in their faith. And I think I'd rather you have faith in a God than you have no faith in God at all. So we're on the same plane. Okay. But to say that Christians have values and they don't follow them, and Islam does, it's not true. I have many friends. For example, you're Islamic now. You drink, you smoke.
No, I don't drink.
Not anymore. But there's a lot that I have friends with that do.
Yeah.
So the theory of them not following their rules that's just a man. I don't think that's a religion. I think every man falls short.
Yeah.
I think this is the truth. I think an Islamic man that stands in front of me sins against God. And I think a Christian man sins against God.
Oh yeah, we're not perfect in any regard.
Yeah.
But let's tie back to something I said earlier. We're not perfect in any regard. And it's all down to how you once again measure the success. We talked earlier about measuring the success of a business and life.
Numbers.
About money. Numbers, right?
But why is numbers account when it comes to faith? I think it should be your faith.
That's it. It should be your faith. But faith is very intangible and hard to measure. So I'm just using my limited human brain. Let's just try and measure the success of a religion. The fastest growing religion is Islam. It's not the biggest, it's the fastest growing.
Yeah.
I think if you were to look at the insanity of the West, I think Islam opposes it hardest in regards to the pure insanity that is being inflicted upon and bestowed upon children in the West. I think Islam.
I want to say something, a
hardest.
compliment for them. What I do appreciate is that they don't let you cross bounds, right? So, for example, when they were making a mockery of my Lord and Savior, I didn't see Christians trying to tear down these movies. And I didn't see Christians trying to, hey, that's not okay, blah, 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 right? Islamic people were like, you're not talking about a prophet like that.
Correct.
So I find that very beautiful. And I understand that they hold their values.
But let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you not find that appealing?
Very.
Do you not find it appealing to be part of a religion where you get to stand up for what you really believe in and say, no, you can't say that. No, you won't do that. No, not to us.
Yeah. I think they have beautiful qualities that I should learn from. But that doesn't mean I have to worship their God.
I mean, people often ask why I reverted to Islam, and I heard someone say something that you see life and you see other people as you see yourself. So if you're a thief, you think everyone's a thief. You're worried about everyone stealing from you because you can steal in their position. That's how you view the world.
It's how cheaters view.
It's how cheaters view. That's right. And then I was sitting thinking, well, maybe, and of course, this just came from my mind. I said, well, maybe you see a religion how you see yourself. Like, I see myself as somebody who's fear nobody would want to mock. I see myself as somebody with strict standards and discipline. I see myself as somebody who stands up for what he believes in and doesn't care if he's assaulted and attacked for it. Maybe that's why it was so appealing to me. And then I'd sit and I'd study it and I'd read and I'd realize how close it actually is to Christianity. We believe in so many of the same things. And I don't want to get in trouble here because I am not an Islamic scholar in any way, but I've had even other people say to me, some Christians who I spoke to who started to read the Quran, they're like, it's just condensed. It's like stronger.
Yeah.
And I think that's what the appeal of it is to me. And I also like having hard yeses and nos. And I believe that if you have a religion where you just accept everything, then you believe in nothing. There has to be a line. In life, there has to be a line that you won't let someone cross. And with God, there should be the same. And my only concern with Christianity, and I argue this with my brother at length, is if God will really, truly forgive anything, then if he'll truly forgive you doing the most heinous acts you can possibly think of it, and you repeatedly do them, and you won't learn your lesson, and you'll do them over and over again, and even Christians themselves won't ostracize you, is that too far? Is that too much freedom? Like you asked earlier.
I love this. So this is beautiful. It's actually in my notes. I was going to circle this with you. Let me just give me a second to make sure I word this properly.
Absolutely.
Let's circle to forgiveness. How many times should you forgive a man?
Well, that's a really good question because we are sinners and we make endless mistakes.
And the prophet that you see as Jesus, do you know what he talks about forgiveness? Peter asks him, how many times should you forgive a man? And he says 7 times 77. And then he also describes the way judgment is. He goes, you will be measured by the measurement that you gave others. So the way you looked at your brothers and sisters, that man wronged you, but you said, oh, you're dead to me. Your debt, I don't even want it. That's how you'll be measured. But here, let me circle back. Repentance isn't doing the same sin over and over and enjoying it and asking for forgiveness. That's why God doesn't judge your actions, like I said. He judges the reflection of your heart. So if I sinned against you, there's 2 types of men. Andrew, dude, listen, please, I messed up, dude. I'm so sorry that I did this. I didn't mean it. This is what happened. And you could see the stress in his eyes from him hurting you. Hey, Dad, I know you told me not to do this, and I was with my friends, or hey, Andrew, my bad, bro. Yeah, it won't happen again. It's funny. Yeah. There's a difference. Of course, you can't hide your heart from God.
Absolutely.
So that's why I say only God could judge. And I remember what I was going to say about your God and my God, right? I believe that if there is a God out there, he wants you to come in the same direction that I'm going, and vice versa. So I think I never want to debate religion ever, because then I'm trying to disprove your God, and that might be holding your heart, and I don't want to do that.
I agree.
But what we could do is I say, I'll pray to my God, and you pray to your God, to open up one of our eyes and hearts. And whoever is wrong and whoever is right will guide us with wisdom to the right direction.
I love that. And you know what? I kind of feel like I'm talking to people of other religious faiths. Like I said, I have to be very careful. I'm not an Islamic scholar. Like you said, I don't want to ever insult Christians or insult religious faiths. The only people I like to argue with correctly and properly are atheists, because they need to be learned light.
Yeah, I'll join.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
I feel like if there's one God, let's imagine there's one sentence, and it's the most beautiful sentence that you can possibly think of that can be constructed with the most compendious and gorgeous language that can be put together. I feel like the different religions are perhaps different languages to citizens.
Yep.
And, you know, German sounds different to Russian, sounds different to English, but you can say it in different ways, but it all means the same thing. And I feel like that's the best way to look at it. And to a degree, the Quran also says the same thing. It says that we're a lot closer than we are apart. And I think when I meet somebody of another faith, I still feel happy for them. And I feel glad for them. It's only when I meet somebody who sits down and thinks they're a smart ass. Oh no, we came from monkeys. Those are the people I argue with.
Those people are more lost than ever. And here's the thing, man, like, a lot of people will ask me, like, how do you forgive? Because forgiveness is sometimes it gets so hard, especially when you know that that person wrongs you purposefully. And my theory goes back to this. Forget the way I measure is the way he's going to measure. But my God came and paid a penalty because I couldn't pay that penalty. How can I look at another man knowing that every time I come on my knees and I say, God, like, provide me shelter, provide me safety, provide me this, and he always comes through for me. And then I wrong him. And by the way, this is the worst part. I walk into sin willingly, man. You think that I feel good having sex with my girlfriend? I do. That's besides the point. I had to say I do because I do. Yeah. I felt like I was gonna lie.
And she's watching.
I have great time having sex, but afterwards it haunts me because we're not married. Yeah. Okay. That was a bad example. Let me take that out because but you know what? No, that's true because I walk into that, right? I walk into sin. That was my choice. I walked into it. But God knows my heart. He knows what I'm dealing with. He knows my steps. He hovers me because I ask him to go before me. So he's making the path for me. Now, people, when they see me talk about God, they make it seem like I'm so holier than thou and I don't make mistakes. No, the beautiful part is I am an endless bucket of mistakes.
We all are.
But how gracious is God to be like, I get it. And I think the way we get out of sin and the blessings that are given to us, like, you are blessed. But do you know why you were blessed? Because you were given the privilege of wisdom. There's another top G somewhere else. Same body, same brain, same everything. But he didn't have that wisdom, and wisdom was given to you. Proverbs in the Bible was a king, and he could have asked anything from God. And he goes, I just want wisdom.
How does God give wisdom to you?
How does he give wisdom to me? First, you got to seek, and you shall find. Knock, and the door shall be open, right? So it's like, what are you asking for? For example, when I ask God to be in this meeting, right? I don't go, hey, God, please make sure I have a great podcast, and I kill it, and I get views. No, I go, God, hey, let me stir up a conversation that wakes up somebody's heart. But for me to do that, I need to be prepared. So prepare me to be a man that can talk against a man who's very diligent with his tongue. I wasn't prepared for this. God made me prepared for this. So when I ask God for things, I don't get lazy with my prayers. I don't go, hey, God, make me a rich, famous man. No, how do you get there? If God was sitting at this table, and we're going to try to conquer this world in a healthy way, how are we going to do it? We got to ask for steps. First, I need a good team. I need good hearts. I need the right tools. People are asking God as if he's a make-a-wish genie, like, hey, I want a baddie with a fatty. It's like, bro, what are you going, like, some of the prayers that people ask that God doesn't even deliver is better for them not to have it.
He knows best.
He knows best.
But I also feel like God gives wisdom. God gives wisdom through tribulation and suffering. I'm smarter because of Jim. He wanted to teach me something.
But question, did you not ask for this life first?
Oh, absolutely.
So what came first? Was it the fact that you thirsted for a higher life, or was it that God threw you into that? Because for me, if you asked me to be a trainer, hey, I need you to train me, I'm going to put you through the test.
Oh, absolutely.
So you asked God for that.
Oh,
he
completely.
Didn't just put you in that circumstance.
And that's one of the things that's very interesting. You have people who will sit at home and pray for an exceptional life. They'll say, I don't want to live a normal life. I want an exceptional life. I want a special life, a different life. And then they'll do exceptional things. They'll fly on a private jet, they'll buy a Bugatti, they'll sit in a $10 million mansion somewhere on the coast, and then cry if they end up in jail. Exceptional doesn't always mean good. Exceptional means deviate from the norm. You begged God for exceptional. A Romanian jail cell is a unique experience, just as a Bugatti on a private jet is a unique experience. If you want the experiences, there's no light without dark. You can't have both. If you're going to pray to God and ask for all these amazing things, you have to understand there's an equal and opposite force, and you will pay the price.
And here's the beautiful thing. Let me backtrack that one line you just said. You could pray for something, but remember, there's two people on the phone listening to your prayers.
I like that.
And here's the craziest part. You know when he's giving it.
No,
You can feel it.
You can feel it.
Oh, of course you can feel it. You're lying to me if you say you can't
And
feel
you know
it.
what? Maybe that's where I'm self-reflecting. I don't want being vulnerable. I'll be vulnerable. Maybe that's actually where a lot of my motivation comes from, despite the fact I think I'm genuinely putting my life and my livelihood in danger by speaking so much truth against the matrix. Is if I was getting all of this money and all of this fame and I wasn't talking about God and doing good for the world, I'd be very sure the devil was giving it to me. I'd feel it. I'd feel cheap, I'd feel dirty, and I would feel anxious. Like, okay, I've got this fame. What am I doing for the world? Okay, I may be entertaining, I may get some views, I may get some clicks, but what am I giving the people who believe in me? Am I scamming them? Am I hurting them? Are they getting better? What am I doing for the people who know my name? Am I just taking all this shit from the devil and I'm not giving anything back? Am I actually making anyone feel better about themselves? And then you sit there and realize that, yeah, you are. You're taking it from the devil. You'll pay the price tenfold with your soul. This is why I sit and find the bravery to think, I'm currently on bail in the middle of a judicial process inside of the country we are sitting in right now. I've been advised by all legal counsel to not do podcasts. Here I am doing a podcast. Why? Because I know people will listen to it and I can give a good message out there, and I believe that I can drive people in a holy direction, regardless of which religion. Whether they choose Christianity or Islam, I believe there will be people who watch this and decide to believe in God. That's worth it to me. And then the money I'm achieving 10 years from now, whatever, I know it came from me trying to do the right thing. I didn't scam people on crypto. I didn't sell shit to kids. I didn't do none of that stuff. That is from the devil, and you will pay the price for that. You can't, there's no light without dark. You can't just go through life robbing banks and think you're gonna get away with it.
I got a parable for you that's in the Bible, and I think this kind of relates to you a little bit. But before I say that, can I, and be honest with me, do you feel like in your heart that if you did not do that for God, or if you did not do it, you feel like it's gonna be taken away from you?
Yes.
There's a parable in the Bible, and I'm gonna rephrase it, so I want people to go read it, because I'm gonna most likely not do it justice, but I'm going to speak in a way that people can understand. We'll say a king comes up to 3 servants. He goes, I'm going to give you 4 pieces of gold. Or no, crops. We'll say crops, right? 4 crops for you, 2 crops for you, 1 crop for you. Go, plant your fields. The one with 4 goes, awesome. Look what God gave me. Boom, boom, boom. And he made it like so much. The second one who had 2, he goes, wow, he gave me 2. Boom, 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 boom. And I did it. Okay. The one who has 1 goes, oh man, I don't want to mess up with the one that he gave me. The other guy's like, 4. And then I'm going to mess this up. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hide it. I'm going to hide it. And then when God comes back, I'm going to hey man, I didn't use it. I have it here. You know what God did? He cursed him. He said, give it to him. And he gave it to the one who could multiply it. Because at the end, he thought that all of the glory was because of him. But he should have known that if it did well, it was going to be for God, so there was no failure. You have to go out and know that everything was given to you. It's a privilege to be in the chair that you're in.
Absolutely.
To have that voice that you have that can tune into so many of these kids' ears. There's a responsibility that you're holding. I truly think the next journey that you're going to have is a spiritual one. I think it is.
Oh, and you're completely right. And when you asked me the question that I said yes to, the reason I said yes is if God gave me this platform, then I acted a coward. And I was afraid to talk because of the matrix, or because it came from me, or because I'll lose my money, or because they'll lock me up. I would pay for that cowardice.
You give it to the one who's not a coward.
You give it to the man who's not a coward, which might be the reason he gave it to me in the first place. Because I was the one who was standing up fighting against all this shit earlier on. I was the one who did it. I was the one who went nuts.
And I think that's why you were boasted in pride, because at the moment he's like, I'm not going to remove that from him just yet, because that's what's fueling him. Regardless, I need him to do that job. Apostle Paul killed people. He was killing Christians. He just destroys this Christian that was a disciple in front of him. And that Christian was like, this is so predictable. Look at you guys. He goes, you guys have done this on and on and on. And then God took Paul and made him one of the greatest disciples. This is an ongoing thing that people don't understand. It's usually the people that God, the humans would be like, God would never use that guy. And there's like, oh, use that guy. When Jesus was born, the first thing they ask is, from where? That's their first question. From the ghetto? What good comes from that place? Why the kings of kings is coming from there? Don't believe it. Are kings coming in on a donkey? I don't believe it. I know you don't talk to people. I know that after you're done with a podcast, you kind of go on and do what you need to do. But I'd love to stay in contact because I feel like we could sharpen each other.
I think so too. Very interesting, certainly.
I think, to be honest, I would love to extend the conversation, but sometimes when I feel like it's ready to go, it's ready to go.
We have part 2 already lined up, so it'll happen at some point.
Thank you so much for being here, man. I really, and truly, because like this is putting my show on a different map, and I think you know that too. And I really appreciate your time.
Thanks for coming, friend.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah.
Now, if you've been watching this channel for a while, I'm sure you know about the Babysitter series. It's a series of story times about an old babysitter I used to have when I was a kid, and how she's come back into my life, and there's just been a lot that's happened with her. And if you haven't seen any of those videos, I will link the most recent few in the description, and you can get caught up, because these all tie in to this video right here, so make sure you go watch those. Now, if you don't feel like watching them and you're just not in the mood, I'll give you a small version of what's happened. I used to have this babysitter when I was a kid. She came back into my life recently. She wants to make a collab story time. She emailed me about making one. I said no, and then she found my address somewhere and showed up to my house in person without telling me, and I basically caught her just standing outside my house. Like, it was just a really creepy situation. And then she came back again a second time, and this last time I really thought we talked it out and it was done and over with. Like, we just pretty much agreed that the whole situation was a big misunderstanding, and that it's done and over with. And she even knows about the videos I make on this channel about her, and she's totally fine with them. But I guess that changed in the last few days. So today's story time, it all starts off as a normal day about 2 days ago, okay? I got up, I went and got some breakfast, I came home, I worked on a video for a little while, I talked to some friends online. The start of my day was pretty normal, to say the least, okay? And around lunchtime, I got a restricted phone call, and I kind of just stared at the screen and let it ring, because I usually don't answer restricted phone calls, because it's either one of two things. It's either a telemarketer who's gonna call me and be like, hey, is this Austin? Like, I'm here to sell you this sponge that was genetically modified in the lab and can clean up anything. I wish that existed, but sadly that's not true. But yeah, it's either a telemarketer or it's somebody that's trying to call me and just pull a prank on me or just be a troll. So I ignore it, right? I just let it ring. And it rings, it's done. I assumed that that was the end of it, that they wouldn't call back. But right after it was done ringing, they call immediately back unrestricted again. So I ignore that call. And then can you guess what happened? They called again. So I ignored that one. And then finally it stops. I'm like, okay, that's the end of that. They gave up. They're done trying to troll me or sell me something. Either way, they gave up, and I went back to just watching videos on my computer and working on a video at the same time. And about an hour goes by, and I finished my video. I started uploading it to schedule it for later in the day. And of course, while I'm uploading it, I get another restricted phone call. So I let it ring. I just ignore it, like always. It stops ringing, and then right after that, I get another one. And this time I just click decline. I'm like, all right, I'm not watching that phone ring anymore. And they call back immediately. So at this point, I'm just curious. I'm like, okay, who could this be? It's either a telemarketer or someone trolling me or like some bot or something. Like, I gotta see what this is. So I decided to answer it, which was definitely a bad idea. But I did because I was curious and just not very smart. So I answer the phone, I'm like, hello? And no one says anything and they hang up. And I'm like, okay, that was weird. That's kind of creepy. I'm just gonna not even think about that. I'm gonna go on with my day. But of course, right after they hung up, I get another restricted phone call like 5 minutes later. So I answer this one. I'm like, hello, is anyone there? And a girl's voice responds and goes, is this Austin? And I'm like, yeah, it is. And the voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't exactly tell who it was. And she goes, it's me. And she says her name. And then I realize that it's my old babysitter, who I've made countless videos about and who was at my house recently. So I immediately reply. I'm like, oh, hey, how'd you get this phone number? Because I had just changed my phone number recently, like super recently. And she was like, oh, well, I found your mom's phone number in my old phone, so I decided to call her and ask for your current number so I could get a hold of you. And I'm like, oh, okay. And in my head, I'm just thinking like, come on, like, really, Mom? She doesn't keep up with my channel too frequently, so it makes sense that she didn't know that it'd probably be a bad idea to give my old babysitter my phone number. But I just respond, I'm like, oh, okay. She was like, yeah, so I just wanted to call you about the videos you've been making recently. So I respond, I'm like, yeah, what about them? And she goes, I was just calling to ask, could you take all of them down? And that completely shocked me when she said that, because no joke, not even a month ago, she was emailing me, asking me to be in one of my videos. And then when she was here, not even 2 weeks ago, she was saying that it was fine that I made a new video about her. So she was clearly fine a couple weeks ago with me making these videos, but now all of a sudden she changed her mind. So I asked her, I'm like, why'd you change your mind? Why do you not like the videos? And she just goes, well, I don't like that they're about me. And I'm like, well, you asked me to make a video with me like not even a month ago, so what changed? And she's like, I'm not sure, I just want you to delete them. And I told her what I tell everybody that has a problem with my videos. I'm like, well, I completely kept your name and everything about you private. Every story time I've ever uploaded does not lead back to you whatsoever. I don't give up any of your private information whatsoever. Like, I'm not breaking a single law by just playing some video games, talking over the video gameplay, and just telling a funny or interesting story time. And she was like, I totally get that you're not breaking the law or that it's not an invasion of my privacy, but I just wondered if you would delete them if I asked you nicely, because I personally don't like the videos. Like, they're just stupid to me. So I respond to her, I'm like, oh, well, I'm sorry you think they're stupid, but just because you think they're stupid doesn't really give me enough reason to private or delete them. Like, I have a lot of people that probably think my videos are stupid or don't like me, but I'm not going to delete all of my videos for them. And she was like, oh, okay, fair enough. And then she just hangs up. And I'm thinking like, okay, was that a prank? Like, was that even real? What just happened? I was so confused. So I called one of my friends who lives here and knows about the whole situation. And I tell him all about it. And he's like, dude, that girl is strange. I'm like, yeah, that situation was a little bit weird, but I don't know. I'm not going to try and think about it. So I just went on with my day. I got my video uploaded and scheduled. And then I just relaxed for a bit. I started watching a movie. And about halfway through this movie, I get a knock on my front door. And I immediately had a feeling. I'm like, okay, I bet I go up to that door and I look through the window, and I bet I'm gonna see none other than my old babysitter again. So I get up, I pause the movie, I walk over to the front door, I look through the window, and sure enough, on my front porch, can you guess who it was? Yeah, it was her. It wasn't even a surprise. I wasn't expecting anybody over, so it was like a 99% chance it was her. So I opened the door, and I'm like, hey, what's up? What are you doing here? And her mood was completely changed than on the phone. She was angry, like the most angry I've probably ever seen her. She goes, all right, Austin, I'm not here to play around. Those videos need to get taken down the minute we're done talking here. And I'm like, whoa, no. And she was like, no? I'm like, yeah, why would I delete them? I didn't do anything wrong. And she was like, I don't like them. I think they're dumb. Delete them. They're cringy. I'm like, okay, once again, sorry you think they're stupid or cringy, but no, I'm not deleting them. She goes, while you're at it, delete your whole channel. And I'm like, oh, that really got me. And then she said something really, really insane. She goes, Austin, if you don't delete those videos, I'm gonna hire a hacker to delete them for me, along with the rest of your channel. And I'm like, are you threatening to get my channel hacked and deleted? And she was like, yep, and if they don't do it, I'm gonna do it myself. I'm like, I don't think you know how, but I mean, you can try. And she goes, all right, look, I'm gonna turn around, go back to my car, and drive off. When I get home and I check my phone, those videos better be gone. And I'm like, okay, well, when you get home, they're not going to be gone because I didn't break a single rule on YouTube or with the law by uploading them. No one even knows they're about you. And second of all, if you ever come back here unannounced again, I'm just going to call the police and get a restraining order on you. And she was like, oh, I bet you'd like that. I'm like, yes, I would like that. So I could watch my Netflix in peace without you knocking on my door, threatening me. And she just looks at me with this really angry look for like 2 seconds and just goes, have a good night, Austin. We'll be talking soon. And she turns around and walks off my porch, goes to her car, gets in, and drives away. It was already turned on. She left it running. So I went back inside. I locked all of my doors, all of my windows. I was feeling pretty sketched out at this point. And yeah, pretty much all night I was awake, just watching stuff and checking out my window every few hours to see if she was out there. Because I was definitely a little bit sketched out. But yeah, I never deleted any of the videos that she was threatening me to take down. And when I upload this video, I'm not sure if she's going to call me again on restricted or show up. But I don't know. But either way, I thought this would be a really interesting story time. I hope you guys did enjoy it. I'll for sure keep you posted on the babysitter saga. If you enjoyed this story time, please leave a like on the video. I really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below. And subscribe if you're new. See you all later. Peace.
It's fucking time when you're looking up and I'm like, what's up? They leave me out for the dead and now they know they're fucked. All my texts are all red, that's how I know she's done. My life changed in a flash, all my friends gone, my friends gone.
Yo, what's good, guys? It's Austin here with Luna. So recently I uploaded a video about how my crazy babysitter came back. And if you haven't seen that video, I will leave a top link in the description. I'd suggest watching that first before watching this video, because this story is directly linked to that story time. But if you don't want to go watch it, I'll give you the Cliff Notes version. Basically, I had this crazy babysitter way back in the day, and she came back recently, and I caught her lying about babysitting for my neighbor, and in reality, she was just walking around my neighborhood and like looking at my house and stuff. And it was just a really, really, really weird situation, okay, to say the least. And I knew when I uploaded that story time that there was a chance that it would continue and she would come back. But I had the hope that she never would. I was just kind of like, you know, shutting all my blinds in my house and not answering the door without checking to see who it was. Because I just really, really, really was trying to avoid this girl at all costs. I didn't want to deal with the awkward situation that would happen if I answered the door and she was standing there. So yeah, since uploading that video, I've been really on edge. I mean, since seeing her in my neighborhood, I've been really on edge, to be honest. So every time someone knocks on the door, or I hear the slightest noise on my porch, I peek through my blinds to make sure it's not her. So anyway, yeah, I've been real on edge lately, okay? And in the back of my mind, I really thought, like, she's not gonna come back. Like, this is the end of it. I uploaded that video. She probably got the hint that, I was really creeped out and she wouldn't come back. But I guess I was just being naive because she came back yesterday. So yeah, today's story time was about the time my crazy babysitter came to my front door. Yeah, let's start this. So yesterday started off as a very normal day, okay? I woke up and I heard a knock on my door and I freaked out because I thought it was her, right? Like, I've been on edge. So I run downstairs and I peek out my blinds and it's just someone dropping off a package. So I was like, alright, cool. Like, no big deal, it's just a package. Let me grab that right now. So I open my front door, I walk out onto my porch, I grab my package, I come back inside, I open it, it was a hoodie, and then after that, I went back into my room and I started working on a video. Now, I on and off worked on this video pretty much throughout the day, and then towards the evening time, I finished it and got it uploaded. I was just kind of sitting in my room playing some video games, just chilling, talking to some friends on Discord. I wasn't really doing much all day. I was kind of just having a chill day. But all of a sudden, everything changed. When I was playing video games on my computer, and I hear a knock at my door. And at this point, it's getting to be like nighttime, it's like late evening. So I'm like, alright, like, who could that be? Like, the sun's down, like, who's coming to my door at night? So I walk up to the door, I have all my lights off in my living room so no one can see me peeking through the windows, and I look out onto the porch, and I see nobody. And I'm like, alright, this is creepy. Like, there's not a lot of things that can creep me out nowadays. I can watch most scary movies by myself and not get very scared. I can hear noises in my house while I'm alone at night, in the middle of the night, and not get scared. I can get jump scared, and I get over it in like a second. But the minute someone knocks on my door at nighttime and I look out my window and nobody's on my porch, it creeps me out. It makes me think that I'm being watched. Like, even if it's just some kids ding-dong ditching me, it still makes me think that there's like a deeper meaning. There's someone hiding in my bushes, waiting to pop out and kidnap me and take me to their warehouse and just cook me into a soup and then eat me. Okay, maybe I'm being a little bit dramatic, but it really does scare me, like, a lot. So I look out onto my porch and I see nothing, and I'm like, alright, like, whatever, it's just some kids ding-dong ditching me, no big deal. And I go back into my room and I get back on my computer, and I keep just trying to play games and keep my mind off it. Even though in the back of my head that entire time I was like, alright, like, what if it's someone else? Like, what if it's someone watching me through my window right now? So then I proceed to get up and I run around my house and I close all my blinds. Like, I was just under the impression that somebody was watching me. I was so scared. So from this point on, I go back to my desk, I get back on Discord, and I tell my friends, I'm like, yo, somebody just knocked on my door, and when I went to look and see who it is, nobody was there. And my friend's like, Austin, you are overthinking, man. Like, it's probably just some kids ding-dong ditching you. I'm sure you're gonna be fine. If you really need me to, though, I can always come over there and hang out with you, so you feel less afraid. And I was like, thank you, man, I appreciate that, but I think I'm gonna be okay. And he's like, good, that's what I like to hear. So, I go on with my night, and I'm just playing some video games with my friends, and about 45 minutes go by, and I feel a lot more calm at this point. Like, 45 whole minutes went by, I didn't hear anyone else knock on my door, I didn't hear any creepy noises outside my house. I was really starting to think that it was just some kids that ding-dong ditched me, and that was the end of it. But oh, was I wrong, okay? Because 5 minutes later, I hear a knock on my front door. And this time it scares me even more, and I jump up and I run as fast as I can out of my room to the front door, and I peek out my blinds onto the porch, and the porch light's on, and nobody's there. And I'm like, yo, what is going on right now? Like, who is messing with me? So I swing open the door, my front door, and I yell out, I'm like, if anyone's out there, you better stop. And I slam the door shut. Now, I don't know what I thought I was doing when I said that, because that probably didn't do anything other than motivate them to mess with me more, but I thought it would help. So I shut the door, I lock it, I go into my room, and I tell my friend that it happened again. And he's like, Austin, I'm sure it's just those same kids, don't worry about it. And I was like, I don't know, man, this is really strange. He's like, dude, it's not even late at night yet, like, the sun just set. It's probably some kids. I'm like, I don't know. He's like, dude, just chill out. So me, him, and some other friends just sat in this call talking for like 45 minutes after that, and I was still pretty anxious and still on edge, but I thought that this time it was actually over, like completely done with. But of course, a few moments later, I hear a knock on my door. And this time, I didn't rush to the door. I didn't, run over there and look through the blinds, because I knew they'd probably already be gone. So I just get up and I casually walk over to the door, and I don't even check the blinds this time to see if anybody's on my porch, because I knew nobody would be there, right? So I unlock the door, I swing it open, expecting nobody to be there, and let's just say I was shocked, okay? because my babysitter was just standing on my porch looking me in my eyes. And I opened the second door, the glass one, and I'm like, hey, like, what's up? What are you doing here? And she's like, hey, like, sorry for coming here at such a weird time. I just really wanted to talk to you real quick about your video that you posted a few days ago. And at this point, I'm thinking, like, oh no, like, what's this about to be? Like, is this gonna be awkward? And she goes, I just want to know, like, are you mad at me? Like, do you hate me? Like, you make these videos about me, and I just want to know, like, do you have a problem with me? And I was like, no, what are you talking about? She's like, I don't know, like, you title the videos like My Crazy Babysitter. And to be honest, I don't think I'm very crazy at all. Now I respond to this, I'm like, look, I don't title the videos that because I think you're just some insane human being. I just title them that because first of all, people like those titles, and second of all, when you show up to my house and you lie about babysitting my neighbors just to be in my neighborhood, it seems a little bit on the crazy side, just a tad. And she's like, look, I'm sorry, I know it was wrong of me to lie, like that wasn't okay, I should have just told you what I was doing here, I just wanted to talk to you, and make sure you didn't hate me or think I was actually crazy or something. And I was like, no, I don't think you're actually genuinely crazy, you just do things sometimes that are a little bit odd. For example, why'd you knock on my door 3 times and then run away and then actually stay here for the 3rd time? Like, why didn't you just let me answer it the first time and we could have talked? And she goes, okay, I have no idea what you're talking about. I've only knocked 1 time. And I was like, oh, okay. Now in my head, I didn't know if I believed her, but I just said okay because I didn't want to argue with her about it. There was no way I could prove it was her or not her, so whatever. So anyway, I just go on with talking to her, and she tells me that she just wanted to like check in on me and make sure I didn't have a problem with her, and like ask me about my videos about her. And she also still wanted that collab. Remember that collab that I mentioned in that email in the last story time? Yeah, she brought that up as well, again. So yeah, we talked for a little bit longer. We both kind of come to an understanding, you know. She tells me that she just wanted to talk to me and make sure there was no issue. And I tell her, you know, there's no issue and to not come to my house unannounced anymore. And we both kind of have an understanding now. And after that, before we say goodbye, she goes, Austin? I'm like, yeah. She goes, you're gonna make a video about this, aren't you? And I look at her and I'm like, maybe? She goes, okay. And she starts laughing. And I'm like, that's okay with you? She's like, yeah, for sure. I'm like, all right, great. So me and her say goodbye. She goes back to her car, drives off. I go back inside. I go back to my computer. I tell my friend that my old babysitter just knocked on my door and that I have a new video to make now. And he's like, oh, that's going to be a great story for tomorrow. And I'm like, yes, it will be. And now we're here. So yeah, that's pretty much the end of the story time. I don't know if this will go any further. I don't think it will. But yeah, guys, that's pretty much the end of the story time. If you enjoyed this story time, please leave a like on the video. I really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below, and subscribe if you're new. See you guys all later. Peace. What's good, guys? It's Austin here, or Luna. So today's story time is a story that kind of ties in with a few other story times on this channel. So back in the day, I uploaded videos / story times about my old babysitter and how like she was a little bit on the you know, crazy side sometimes. And yeah, there was a couple videos I did about her, and there were some other videos as well about other babysitters that I've had. And overall, people just seem to love story times on this channel when I talk about old babysitters I used to have. Well, this one's a little bit different and a little bit more recent compared to those other story times. So I hope you guys enjoy this. Leave a like on the video if you do enjoy it. Before we jump into this real quick, I just want to say my song Waste My Life is like so close to 1 million plays on Spotify. Like, if you guys haven't checked it out yet, I'll leave it first link in the description. Please check that out if you would. It would be really sweet. If you like it, add it to your playlist, listen to it. Tweet me if you like it. I always love seeing the support. But anyway, enough of the shameless plugging. Okay, let's get right into this story time. So this story time takes place 3 weeks ago. Yeah, a very, very recent story time. I usually don't tell stories that have taken place so recent. But this one I just have to tell right now. It might cause a situation that leads to future story times, but we will see, okay? So this story time, like I said, takes place 3 weeks ago. I was laying in my bed, just by myself, on my phone. I was super tired. I had stayed up all night the night before, just playing video games, streaming, you know, just basically pulling an all-nighter, okay? And I'm in bed, and all of a sudden, I get an email on my business email on my phone. and the topic of the email said, "Hey Austin, it's your babysitter." And I couldn't see the rest of the email, so I click it to open the whole thing up and read the whole thing, because it piqued my interest. The minute I saw that topic, like, "Hey Austin, it's your babysitter," I assumed it was either a fan messing with me or like one of my actual old babysitters. So I open it, and it says, "Hey Austin, this is," and it says her name. So I immediately know that this is my actual old babysitter from the first ever story time that I made about her. And it's like, "Hey Austin, I just saw some of your old videos about me, like I watch those all the time. They're hilarious. I was wondering if we could link up and I could retell that story on your channel with you, and like in return, you could link my Instagram in the comments. And if it does well, you could give me half of the money." Now look, there's nothing wrong with the idea of me and her making a video together retelling one of like my most popular story times ever. That wasn't the problem. It was just so strange to me, like I haven't heard from her in so long, and I randomly get this email on my business email about how she wanted to collab together and make a shout out on IG and get some money for it. And I have no problem for crediting somebody or paying somebody for being in my video. That wasn't my issue with the email. It just seemed so out of the ordinary. Like I couldn't even tell if it was my actual old babysitter or not, or somebody that just got her real name and was trolling me. Because I hadn't heard from this girl in so long, and like out of the ordinary to just get an email like that, I couldn't even tell if it was actually her or not. So I clicked on the IG link that she put in the email, and it was an Instagram account just created with like 2 followers, and like it was one photo of her, and it was really old. It looked like it was pulled off Google. So at this point, I realized, I'm like, okay, it can't be her. Like this has to be somebody that got her info and is emailing me, trying to get my address or trying to like get personal information from me. So I respond to this email and I say, "No, thank you, but it was good to hear from you. Have a great day." And I block the email after that. Like I don't want them sending me any more emails. I have no idea who that is. I don't want to know, like whatever. And I go on with my day, which consisted of me sleeping that entire day and waking up in the middle of the night disoriented. So I wake up that night, I go on to do the same thing that I did the night before, which was stay up all night, playing video games, streaming, all that stuff. And the next day comes along, and this is when things get really, really, really creepy, okay? So yeah, like I said, that next night I stayed up the entire night, and the day came along, and I hadn't slept yet. It was morning, really, really early morning. I hadn't slept yet, I was super tired, and I decided, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna take my dogs out before I go to bed for the day. So I put my dogs on a leash, I go out to the front yard, and I was waiting for them to go to the bathroom, and I realize I see somebody down the sidewalk who looks really familiar, like extremely familiar. It's my old babysitter. And I'm like, no, this cannot be. So I yell her name, and she turns around. I'm like, oh my, like it's actually her. And she's like, "Austin, is that you?" I was like, "Yeah, it's me. Like, what are you doing in this neighborhood?" Because it was really, really like confusing to see her in this neighborhood. Like me and her grew up in the same area, and that area is so far away from where I live now. And she's like, "Oh, I babysit your neighbor," and she points to the house right next to mine. And that was strange enough because first of all, I hadn't told her that I lived there yet, so it was weird that she just assumed that I was living there. It's like she already knew, but I didn't try to overthink that because I have my dogs with me, so you know, it was a pretty good guess that I lived there. So I respond to her, I'm like, "Oh, you babysit them? Like they're a really nice family, that's awesome." And she was like, "Yeah, I do. Like what a small world. I can't believe you live here. Like I used to babysit you when you were a little kid." I was like, "Yeah, that's crazy." And she was like, "Quick question." I'm like, "Yeah, what's up?" She goes, "Did you get my email the other day?" And when she said that, in my head, I was just like, oh my, like she's actually the person that sent that email. Like I thought it was someone impersonating her. Like this is crazy. So I respond, I'm like, "Yeah, I did. Like I thought it was someone impersonating you." I responded and just said I was not interested. I didn't think that was actually you. And she's like, "Yeah, it was." I'm like, "Oh, cool. Well, yeah, maybe we could do that sometime." She's like, "All right, awesome." So then I asked her, I'm like, "Wait, what are you doing out here? Like it's 6 a.m. Like are you babysitting right now?" And she was like, "Yeah, like I babysat all night for them. I was just going for a quick walk while the kids were asleep. I just wanted to check out the neighborhood. Like I'm new here. I just started babysitting them a few days ago." And I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." And she was like, "All right, well have a good one. Like I'll see you around." And I was like, "All right, you too. Like nice seeing you." And she turns around and she starts walking away. And I'm just sitting there on my porch, like just staring into oblivion, wondering if that was even real. I was like, did I really just see this old babysitter who also emailed me a couple days ago, like in front of my house? Like what is going on? So anyway, yeah, after that I take my dogs inside, I go into my room, I lay down, and I'm just thinking like, wow, what a small world we live in. Like what a crazy coincidence. Like I get this email from her, and then she just happens to be babysitting my next door neighbor. Like that's insane. So fast forward like 2 days, okay, I'm out again in the morning taking my dogs out. This time it was later in the morning, it was like 10 a.m. And I see my neighbor walking out of his house, getting into his car. And I'm like, "Hey man." He's like, "Hey, what's up, Austin? How you doing?" I was like, "Just want to say, like, I met the babysitter that you guys hired recently. She used to be my old babysitter too. That's insane. Like, what a crazy coincidence." And he goes, "Babysitter? We don't have a babysitter." And I was like, what? You don't?" He's like, "No, what do you mean? Like, who'd you meet?" I was like, oh, well, someone was walking by that I knew in the neighborhood, and she said that she was babysitting. Maybe she pointed to the wrong house or something. He was like, yeah, that's really strange. Like, we don't have a babysitter. Like, their sister's old enough to watch them. We don't have to hire a babysitter. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, well, I'm sorry for getting that confused. He's like, no problem, man. Like, have a good day. So he gets in his car and he leaves. And at that point, I am freaked out. I'm like, oh, my, like, this girl was just patrolling my neighborhood, probably just finding out where I lived. And then I saw her. She pointed at my next door neighbor's house and said that she babysits for them. And it's not like I was getting this confused. Like, I was standing out there with her, and she pointed right at my neighbor's house, right next to mine, and was like, yeah, I babysit for them. So now I know for a fact that she was just in my neighborhood for I don't know what reason and lied to me about who she babysat for. And strangely enough, it was right after she sent me an email about collaborating, and I replied saying not interested. So my guess is that she got that email and was like either upset or just wanted to like know more about where I lived or something to ask me in person, and she somehow found my address and came to my neighborhood and kind of like walked around and checked it out and saw where I lived. And I'm really lucky to have just walked outside when she was doing that and saw her. So now we're here. Now I have no idea if she'll ever come back. I really hope she doesn't. I hope she doesn't see this video and come back. But yeah, I will keep you guys posted on the crazy babysitter situation. Yeah, I just thought this was insane and I had to make a story time about it. That's pretty much it for this story time. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, please leave a like on the video. I really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below and subscribe if you're new. I'll see you guys all later. Peace. Guys, it's Austin here, or Luna. So today's story time. I'm going to tell this story for a little while. Before I jump into the story time, I just want to say the new merch is still out. I think it's pretty fire. If you like any of this stuff, go check it out, go cop it. I would really appreciate it. If not, that's totally fine too. But anyway, to the story time now. This video is about my old babysitter. Now, I uploaded a video about her a while back, and it actually ended up with us becoming friends. She reached out to me from seeing the video. Was like, OMG, I miss you, let's hang out. And we became friends, okay? Now, I'll link all the babysitter story times in the description, in the comments and stuff. I suggest watching those before you watch this video. Some of them are about different babysitters, but there's a few of them that are about this one specific. Now, this girl, me and her started hanging out again last year. And since then, it has been quite the friendship, okay? So this story time takes place about 7 months ago, okay? Now, me, her, and another friend of mine met up at this restaurant. We were hanging out, and they had a bar there. And she decided to go up to the bar and get some drinks. And she got pretty tipsy pretty quick, okay? Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna scratch that. She was drunk. She got drunk pretty quick. And, like, she was yelling from the bar at us, like, come here, come here. And we go over there, talk to her for a little bit at the bar. We weren't drinking, but we were just sitting at the bar with her, hanging out with her. And eventually, she decided to stop because she didn't want to get too drunk and, you know, like, not be able to walk. So she cuts herself off from drinking, and we all decide to leave. We were all bored of that restaurant. We get up, we leave. My friend was driving. He didn't drink anything. I didn't drink anything. And we're just sitting in the car, driving around, listening to music. And it was nighttime, so people were out. You know, there was nightlife. Like, people were going to bars and stuff. People were leaving bars and stuff. And she had her head out the back window while we were driving down a main street. There was a ton of bars and restaurants. And yeah, she had her head out the window just yelling at a bunch of people. It's like random stuff, like, I love you, or hey, what's up? Like, you know what I mean? Like, just screaming at them. And it wasn't like a big deal. Like, she wasn't being like mean or anything, but still, it's a little obnoxious screaming at random people on the road. Like, I can't lie, whenever I'm walking down the street and I'm just, you know, trying to have a nice quiet walk home and someone screams at me, oh no, this is the worst. When someone beeps their horn at me, that is the worst feeling in the world. Like, when you're walking down the street and everything's all peaceful, and then someone comes up behind you and just slams the horn, it is the most terrifying thing in the world. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. Yeah, that's what she was doing to people, basically, just screaming at them. Some of them were turned around, they get scared. So, like, we tell her to stop, because there was cops around at these bars and stuff, like, you know, directing the lines and traffic and stuff, and we didn't want to get pulled over. She was like, okay, I understand, and she stopped yelling at people. I find this kind of funny because, like, the roles reversed. Like, back in the day, she would babysit me when I was a kid, and now in this situation, I'm the adult, and she's in the backseat drunk, and I'm trying to make sure she doesn't get us pulled over or get in trouble. But sadly, no matter how much me and my friend tried to be the babysitters in the situation, it failed. Now, I'm sure you're asking yourself, Austin, what could have happened in that short span of time that just made the whole situation go south? Well, my friend decides that he's thirsty. He wants to get a drink. He was thirsty, so we stop at a gas station. We park in the parking lot. My friend runs into the gas station after telling us to be good. And, I turn the music up. We're just listening to music, singing along to it, just having a fun, nice, wholesome time, okay? Now, all of a sudden, I see a police officer pull into the parking lot, and he pulls up right next to us, the parking spot right next to us. And me and him make eye contact. I wave. He waves back, smiles, gets out of his car, and he walks into the store. Looked like a nice police officer, okay? I was like, all right, no big deal, right? Then, of course, she's like, I'm hot in here. I'm getting out. I want to get some air. I'm like, no, just stay in the car. He'll be back in like 2 minutes. He'll put the AC on, or you can roll the window down. No big deal. She's like, no, I want to get out and walk around. My legs are hurting. I'm like, oh, no, like, that's not a good idea. She's like, yeah, it's fine. And she starts unlocking the door and opening the door. Now, she was very drunk, and there's such thing as public intoxication. And if you make a fool out of yourself in public while being drunk, you will be arrested. Now, in my head, I'm just thinking, like, oh, no, please don't cause a scene and get arrested, please. She gets out of the car, and the first thing she screams is, I feel amazing. And I'm like, oh, no. And I'm like, hey, why don't you get back in the car? And she's like, no, fuck you. I'm like, all right, I'm sorry. Like, clearly she was drunk. I'm like, okay, fine. And as soon as she said that, right after that, the police officer walks out. And he looks at her, and he's like, how you doing? She's like, good. He's like, yeah? She's like, yeah, I'm just with my friend, Austin. She points at me. I'm like, yep, what's up, officer? He's like, yeah, you guys having a good night tonight? I'm like, yeah, we are. And she's like, yeah, I'm having a great night. Like, she's drunk. I'm like, oh, no, like, please let this cop be nice. Like, I do not want this girl to get arrested for public intoxication. And thank fuck, he was a nice guy. He's like, oh, you guys are a little tipsy tonight, huh? And he, like, chuckles, he's being cool about it. And I'm like, no, not me, I haven't drank at all. And he's like, oh, so just you? And she's like, uh-huh. And he's like, cool. Well, just be safe tonight, guys, okay? And as soon as he turns around, like, I thought everything was great. I thought the cop would just get back into his car. We wouldn't say a word. And then she says something that I did not expect. She just goes, fuck the police. And I immediately put both hands over my face and looked down in embarrassment and just, oh no. And in my head I'm thinking, like, why? Why the fuck would you say that? Like, I deadass wanted to be like, officer, I'm so sorry for my friend. She is drunk and also has the brain capacity of a fucking goldfish. Please spare her. But I didn't say that because before I could say anything, this officer just flipped the switch real quick and, like, the bad cop, he went good cop to bad cop immediately. And he goes, excuse me, ma'am? What'd you just say to me? And she's like, nothing. And he goes, no, say that again. And she turns around and starts trying to run away from me and the cop. And she slips on a bunch of pebbles and falls. And I'm like, yo, this girl is not thinking right now. And yeah, the police officer runs over to her, helps her get up, and then puts her in handcuffs and puts her in the back of the car. And I'm like, oh no. And as this is happening, my friend walks out of the gas station sipping his Fanta, and he looks over at all of us and goes, what the fuck's going on? And the cop goes, your friend, she's under arrest. And he's like, what? Austin, what happened? I'm like, she's just too drunk. And the cop goes, yep, he's got it, exactly. Now, honestly, I think if she didn't try and run away, she would have been fine and not been arrested. But the minute she ran and fell like that, just basically proved that she was a danger to herself. So he arrested her for public intoxication. So yeah, he goes, all right, y'all have a good one. She'll probably be out by tomorrow. And he drives away. And that left me and my friend with so many questions. We're like, wait, when is she gonna get out? Like, how long did they keep her in there? Like, what's going on? And the cop left so quick that we didn't even have time to, like, think of those questions. Like, we were just left there confused. So me and my friend, we just get back to his car. My friend drives us back to his house. And we're just sitting in his room at his house for like hours wondering what's gonna happen. We asked his parents about it, and they were like, all right, well, most likely she'll be bailed out before the morning or by the morning, and she'll most likely have to pay some sort of fine. It'll probably be expensive, but I doubt she's gonna be in jail for any longer than 24 hours. And I was like, all right, well, that's good to know. I hope that's how it goes. Like, I hope they don't hold her in jail for a long time. So me and my friend, we go to sleep, and the next morning I wake up to a new group chat from her, and it's got me and my friend in it, and it just says, I'm out, bitch. And I start laughing so hard, and I run upstairs, and I show him, and I wake him up with it. And he's like, yo, what? And I text her back, and yeah, I guess she got bailed out, and it pretty much went exactly how his parents said it would go. She got out in pretty much less than a day, and she ended up having to pay a fine in the end. I don't know how much the fine was for. I didn't really ask for details, but that's all she had to do. But by any means, that doesn't make it okay. It can go a lot different depending on the situation. So, moral of this story is never, ever, ever do what she did, ever. But yeah, you know, I was gonna tell this story time because me and her are friends, and I didn't want to hurt her feelings. But she said it was cool. So, babysitter, old babysitter, my friend, if you're watching this, I hope you never get arrested again. It's really fun hanging out with you. My subscribers love story times about you. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But yeah, guys, that's pretty much the end of the story time. Now, before I end this video, I just want to do one last plug. My Instagram is so close to 200K. If you guys could please go and drop me a follow on Insta, I would really appreciate it. You don't have to, but I'll leave it in the description if you want to. Thank you so much. But anyway, guys, yeah, that's the end of the video today. I hope you guys enjoyed this story time. If you did, please leave a like on the video. I really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below. And subscribe if you're new. See you guys all later. Peace.
Heck, ma, I think I made it. Well, kinda, sort of. I used to chill in borders. Now my shit brick and mortar. Feeling like Rick and Morty. Feel like they can't afford me. These label meetings are boring. They want a piece of publishing. They want a piece of touring. Not nigga Robert Horry. I'm keeping all my rings. All of that ain't me pouring. It's probably why you do not have a thing. Feeling like Martin Luther. But now I don't sleep. I wake up when I have a drink. Oh, he know. Won't fall for that do-si-do. Let's build fam. Not your man. Please do not approach me, bro. Respect, but I'll approach your heroes. That's the goal. Back from the catacombs. Love the taste of revenge. Have you ever had it cold? I'm serving it for the lows. I'm looking out for me. If you confess it, that is my lethal weapon. Sacrifice you to keep my blessings. I got everything I want, but happiness was never guaranteed. Every morning I stare in the mirror, pray that you're proud of me.
Yo, what's good, guys? It's Austin here, old Luna. So today's story time. I'm telling a story about an interesting babysitter I used to have. You guys seem to like stories about my old babysitters and the shit I used to see when having them. So this story time takes place when I was like 11 years old. I think it was 11 or 10 years old. And I had this one babysitter who I would have very occasionally. I didn't have a babysitter like every single week or anything like that. It was usually like a few times a year when my mom would go on vacation and stuff like that. So this one specific time, she hired somebody new. Let's just call her Chelsea. Now, Chelsea seemed like a pretty normal babysitter the first few days. I had her for a total of 5 days. But on the second to last day, Chelsea did something not too smart, okay? Now, personally, I didn't care about this very much because I was like 10, 11 years old. I was at that age where, like, I could understand things, you know, I could kind of handle myself. Now, obviously, I wasn't an adult or anything like that, but I didn't really care about someone watching me, you know what I mean? Like, I could pretty much handle myself by myself. So a night before my mom came home, Chelsea decides to throw a huge party. And she tells me about it. She's like, hey, just so you know, I'm having some friends over tonight. It's going to be a little party. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell your mom about it. I was like, sure, that's fine. No big deal. And in my head, I'm thinking, like, yeah, it's not a big deal. Like, she can do whatever she wants. I'm going to be a part of this party, you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to be that cool 11-year-old that isn't annoying at all and that everyone at the party loves. And they'll all totally love me, and they totally won't wish that I go in my room and go to fuck to sleep. I'm just kidding. But anyway, yeah, I was like, you know what? I'll hang around. I won't be annoying. I'll just do what I normally do on nights like this. Now, I was expecting like 10 to 15 people to come over, but no, like 30 to 40 people came over. My entire kitchen and living room were packed, and like there were people out in the backyard and shit too. So like, it was crazy to begin with. And then I saw something I'll never forget. I see my babysitter in my kitchen taking Molly with like 3 of her friends, and she's like just yelling, having a good time, and I'm just mind blown. I'm like, here I think she's gonna have like, you know, some friends over, have a little party, and like, you know, just have like fun and do her job at the same time. But no, she's like full blown fucking raging right now while trying to babysit. That was so funny. Now look, if there's any babysitters watching this video, don't be like Chelsea. You know, like, don't do that. Don't throw a party. Don't take Molly with her at the party while you're babysitting someone's child. I feel like I don't even need to say this because it's common sense, but yeah, I just figured I would put that out there so any babysitters watching might need to hear it. Anyway, so Chelsea takes this Molly, and then like an hour later, her and her friends are blasting Party in the USA by Miley Cyrus in my kitchen, jumping up and down, just, you know, having a grand old time. And I'm just witnessing this like, wow, okay, this is how my night's going. Sweet. So I go in my room, and I'm just playing some video games, trying to chill out and take a break from the chaos that was happening in my kitchen and living room. And I start to hear yelling coming from the hallway. and it's getting closer and closer to my door, and it's like multiple voices being mad loud. And I was like, great, there is a bunch of drunk people coming to my room right now. And they open the door, and it's some random dude, some Chad, and then my babysitter Chelsea, and then her friends. So there's like probably in total 5 people. And the Chad and her are like, let's play video games together, like, let's play, come on, I want to play with you, Austin. So then came the biggest challenge of my entire life. I had to sit there and try and teach 5 drunk Chad and Chadettes how to play Halo 3. And it was so difficult, just so difficult. And then I hear my babysitter say, this is too hard, I'm on way too much Molly for this right now. And I start laughing, and she's like, Austin, have you ever done Molly? Now, since I was 11, of course I look at her and I say, no, I haven't. And she goes, good, never do it. It's bad for you. And I was like, okay. I just go back to playing Halo. Now, after that, they tried to play for like 5 more minutes, but they just got bored and they didn't like it and they couldn't play, so they gave up. They went back to the kitchen. Now, after they left, nothing else too interesting happened that night. But fast forward to the next day, this is when shit goes down, okay? So now, obviously, most people at that party that night were way too fucked up to drive home, and a lot of them didn't have rides. So they just slept at my house, okay? So I wake up the next morning, I walk into the kitchen, and I shit you not, there's at least 20 people just sleeping all over the living room, like on the floor, on the couches, just knocked out sleeping. And Chelsea was in my mom's room sleeping. And I'm looking around like, okay, this is interesting. So I go over to the cupboard, grab some cereal, and I'm trying to pour a bowl of the cereal really quiet so I don't wake people up. But of course I wake up some random dude, and he sees me and I see him, and we just look at each other, and I'm like, good morning. And he goes, good morning, bro. And I'm like, have a good day. And I just walk out of the kitchen with my cereal. And I walk into my room and I'm just sitting there, eating my cereal, playing more Halo, of course. That's all I really did back then. And then I hear something interesting. I hear a car pull into the driveway out front. And I look out my window and it's my mom's car. She decided to come home like 9 hours early. And I was like, oh, fuck. So I run into the room where Chelsea's at. I'm like, Chelsea, my mom came home early. You know what I mean? Just try and give her a heads up. And she jumps up and runs in the kitchen and she's throwing bottles into a trash bag as fast as she can. But of course, it was way too messed up in there. Like, she was not cleaning it in a few seconds. That's just not gonna happen. And I notice on the kitchen table, there's crushed up pills and there's like non-crushed up pills as well, just sitting there on the table. And as soon as I notice those, I hear the door open and I hear my mom go, what the fuck happened in here? And immediately, Chelsea starts going, I'm so sorry. And everyone in the house wakes up and starts walking out the front door as quick as they can. And she's like, who are all these people? Whose cars are those? And Chelsea's just saying sorry as fast as she can. And like, obviously my mom was not having it. She was pissed. And I'm just standing there like watching this happen. She's like, Austin, are you okay? I was like, yeah, I'm fine, Mom. I'm all good. Nothing happened to me. She was like, all right, good. I'm never hiring you again. And Chelsea's like, I'm so sorry. Please don't tell my parents about this. Because Chelsea was only like 17 or 18, so like she was obviously still under her parents' wing. And then she sees the pills on the table. My mom, she saw them. She was like, what the fuck is that? What are those? And Chelsea just quickly like sweeps them into the garbage bag. She's like, nothing, don't worry about it. My mom's like, just get the fuck out of my house. And that's what Chelsea did. She quickly picked up some more trash, put it in the trash bag, and then took it outside, threw it away, and then went to her car and left, like immediately. And my mom was like, what happened here last night? And I just kind of said it. I was like, oh, there was just a little party. She was like, why didn't you tell me about it? I was like, I just went to bed. I don't know. I didn't think much of it. She was like, all right, well, she's clearly never coming back here again. I'm like, okay. I went back into my room and I just kept playing Halo all day. That was literally it. Like, I just kind of stayed out of the whole situation. But yeah, moral of the story is, if you're a babysitter, don't take Molly while you're babysitting or throw a party like that. And just, yeah, be safe. But that's pretty much the story time, guys. I thought this was pretty crazy. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please leave a like on the video. I would really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below. And subscribe if you're new. See you guys all later. Peace.
Taking what I want like pirates. Niggas make their dough from Pyrex. I'm just in the studio. I don't want coronavirus. Wish I had some psilocybin. I get dead, I get now, I get next. Watch me flex, never get. I'm so stressed. Fuck. Hey, I can't even go to the club. Wait, I don't even like.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Austin here, or Luna. So I have a pretty embarrassing, ridiculous story time for you guys today. Now, before I get into this, I just wanted to say the new merch is out now, and if you guys want to check that out, I'll leave it top link in the description. Make sure if you get anything, you tweet me on Twitter or you tag me on Instagram so I can either like your photo or DM you and say thank you. But yeah, anyway, that's enough of that. Today's story time is quite the embarrassing one. Like, really, really embarrassing. And I remember I thought about this story time and I was like, I'm never telling that on my channel ever. But I was like, you know what? It's been a long time since I've told a really embarrassing story, so why not? So this story time takes place when I was 12 years old. Yep, 12 years old. I had a babysitter at the time because I was 12 and my mom was going out of town. And like usual, she would either hire a babysitter or have a family friend come watch us or something. So she hired this new girl to come watch me, and my mom was gonna be gone for 4 days. So me and this babysitter were just chilling for 4 days. And she was cool. She was pretty quiet. I was pretty quiet. We kind of just coexisted. Didn't really say a whole lot to each other. I just played Xbox, and she would like cook food and watch TV in the living room. So like it was great. And then night 2 came along. So about halfway through her staying at my house, this is when shit kind of hit the fan. So it's like midnight, and I'm laying in my bed by myself in my room, you know, in the privacy of my own room. I was watching Jersey Shore. Don't judge me. I know someone's gonna say something about that in the comments. Yup, change the meme now. It's no longer Luna Watches Porn. It's Luna Watches Jersey Shore. I'm just kidding. But anyway, speaking of porn, I was in my room by myself watching Jersey Shore, and the episode ended, and I was bored, and I was 12 years old, which means I was a little fucking monster filled with hormones. And I don't even need to explain. All right, look. I went on to do my business in my room, in the privacy of my own room, with the door closed, okay? Very quiet, didn't have the volume turned on. I got on my little iPod Touch and looked something up that may start with a P and end with ornhub.com. Anyway, I looked a website up, and I was doing my business alone in my room. And not even 5 minutes into it, I had the volume off, I wasn't making any noise. The door of my bedroom swings open, and none other than the fucking babysitter is standing right there in my doorway, and she goes, "Hey, do you know where?" And before she could even finish her question, she realized what I was doing and why I was hiding myself in a blanket so fast when she walked in, and she just screams. She goes, "Oh my!" And I go, "Get out!" And she immediately turned around and slammed my door shut and walked away. Like, shit, I wasn't trying to be rude, but like when you walk in on somebody, you walk out just as quick. Like, you do not stand there and stare at them and like process what you're seeing, because that's exactly what she was doing. So after she walked out, I kind of just laid there for a second and thought about myself and how embarrassed I was. And I stood up, got dressed, went to the bathroom, washed my hands, went to the kitchen where she was, and I was like, "Hey, what were you gonna ask me?" Before things got kind of interrupted. She was like, "Oh, I was just gonna ask if you knew where the hamper was with all the dirty clothes so I could put a load of laundry in." I was like, "Oh, it's in the laundry room above the washing machine." I was like, "Okay, thank you." I'm like, "No problem. Have a good night." And I walked back to my room and laid down and just kept watching Jersey Shore and did not continue what I was originally trying to do, because that just is a bad idea. Just no. I'm not that animalistic, like, not happening. But yeah, a very awkward next 2 days after that. And I was just worried that she was going to tell my mom about it. She didn't, though, because she's not a mean person. Or at least I don't think she did. But yeah, moral of the story is, get a lock on your door, or don't do stuff like that if people don't knock. But anyway, that's pretty much the end of the story time. It was a pretty awkward next couple of days. It's never really easy to get rid of the awkwardness after something like that. But yeah, just an all-around embarrassing, awkward-ass story time. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did and got some laughter out of this embarrassment and awkwardness, leave a like on the video. Really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story time in the comments down below. And subscribe if you're new. See you all later. Peace.
Don't put my name in the mag, my family about to be mad when they read it. I don't really want attention, but damn, my mention calling me conceited. Replying with something I shouldn't have tweeted, but before I get to delete it, they TMZ it, got the screenshot and that it seems hot and everybody gotta see it down. Watch that happen now.
Alright, so I don't know why you guys seem to like the story time so much from back when I had a babysitter, but for some reason you guys want to hear more of those, so I guess I'm going to tell one today. Now, I wasn't really a very frequently babysat kid. Like, I didn't really need a babysitter a lot growing up because I was fairly mature for my age. I think I was, at least. Also, my mom didn't really go out all that much, but every once in a while when I was younger, she would have to go on a trip and leave me alone. Usually my brothers were home to watch me, but this specific story time is about one of those times where they were not, and I was alone so she had to hire someone to come babysit me. It was actually one of my older brother's friends, so I knew who she was. And when this story time takes place, I was 14 years old, okay? So I was pretty young. Also, around this time, I wasn't very smart, okay? Sometimes I just didn't think clearly, and this specific week was one of those times, okay? So day one was fine of her being there. Everything was great. To be honest, she didn't even seem like a babysitter. Like I said, she was my brother's friend. So she was pretty much cool with me doing almost anything I wanted. The only rule she really had was just, tell me before you go somewhere and who you're gonna be with, and like don't sneak out at night. And like pretty simple rules, right? That are easy to follow, correct? Yeah, not for me. So day 2 came along, and it was actually a Friday, so I was out of school for the weekend, and I was sitting in my room pretty much all day, just playing Xbox, going on my phone, going on the computer, watching YouTube, not really doing a whole lot. And it gets to be about 9 p.m. One of my friends texts me, he's like, yo dude, wanna hang out? I'm riding my bike right now down the street from you. I'm like, yeah, hold on. So I walk into the living room, I'm like, hey, can I have a friend come over? My babysitter was like, yeah, it's all good. I'm about to go to the grocery store, do you guys want anything? I'm like, no, we don't really need anything, but thank you. She's like, all right, cool. I'll be back in 45 minutes. I'm like, all right, cool. So she left to go to the store, and my friend gets to my house like a few minutes after she leaves. Now look, 14 years old me, I was pretty dumb, like I said. I was already smoking weed and sometimes cigarettes at this age, which is horrible to do at that age. Like, please don't smoke or ingest anything when you're that young. But anyway, I wasn't really thinking straight back then. And my friend comes up to my house on his bike, and he has his backpack on, and he didn't tell me that he had a bunch of weed in his backpack. But I found out the minute he came over because he walked into my house smelling like he just ran over 18 skunks on his bike. And I was like, yo dude, what's up with the backpack? Like, it just reeks like weed. He's like, yeah, I know, I got some in there, I thought you wanted to smoke. I'm like, man, this is kind of embarrassing, but like, I have a babysitter here. He's like, wait, she's here right now? I'm like, no, not right now, but like, she's watching me for the week while my mom's out of town. And yeah, I don't really want her to see me smoking because she'll probably not be cool with that. He's like, bro, she's not here, like you just said. Let's do it quick. I'm like, dude, I don't even know how long she's gonna take. He's like, come on. So I just figured, whatever. Like, she went to the store. It's not been 45 minutes. I probably have a good 20 or 30 minutes before she's back. So I went in the backyard with my friend, and we split a joint. Once again, yeah, stupid as fuck, Luna, not thinking. And we smoked for like 5-10 minutes, and we finish up, and like 5 minutes goes by, we're just talking, and I hear a car door slam, and it came from my front yard area, so I knew she was home. I was like, all right, man, she's here, let's go to my room. I was like, all right, cool. So we go inside super quick, like fast walk to my room and shut the door and just start playing MW2 because I was just so afraid of like talking to her and like just worried she was gonna know. And I hear the front door open, and I hear her keys get set down on the table, and I hear footsteps coming down the hallway towards my door. And I just look at my friend with this look of just like, oh shit. And the door opens, and she goes, hey, I bought you guys ice cream. And me and my friends look at each other in our red eyes, and we're like, ice cream? Okay. And we smile, and we start following her down the hallway to the kitchen because apparently that just broke the plan. Like, oh, we're not gonna hide in the room anymore. We're just gonna go fucking get ice cream because we're stupid. So the minute we get into the kitchen, my friend starts scooping a fuck ton of ice cream into this dish, and she looks at me, and she gives me like this funny like smile, and she goes, hey, come here for a sec. And she leads me away into the hallway, away from the kitchen, and then to my mom's room. And you know what the funniest part about this was? My friend knew that I was about to get in trouble, so he turned around while eating the ice cream and just smiled at me as I walked out of the room with her. It actually made me want to take a handful of ice cream and just throw it at him full speed. But of course, I'm not going to do that because that would just get me in more trouble. So anyway, babysitter walks me into my mom's room, shuts the door, and goes, Austin, you are way too young to be smoking. And I just kind of like half smiled and was like, yep, I figured that's what you wanted to talk about. She was like, who brought it, you or him? Now look, she was cool, but like, I'm not gonna snitch on my friend. So I was just like, yeah, it was mine. And she's like, really? Where is it? I'm like, well, there's no more of it, we smoked it all. She's like, I really don't believe that. I'm like, well, I don't have any. And she's like, okay, well, I'm about to ask your friend in a minute, one-on-one, the same questions I just asked you. I really hope your guys' stories match up. I'm like, okay. And she's like, all right, you can leave. And I was like, wait, that's it? You're not gonna like yell at me? She's like, no, why would I? Just please don't do that anymore, like you're way too young. I'm like, okay, thank you. And I walk out of the room, and before I could even get to the kitchen to warn my friend that she was about to call him in to talk, I hear her yell out behind me, hey, Austin's friend, can you come here, please? And I get to the kitchen, and my friend's face is just like so scared looking. And I just watched him slowly walk down the hallway. And I was just in the kitchen by myself at this point. And I see his ice cream sitting there and spoons. And I grab one and I start eating his ice cream. And in my head, I'm like, tables have turned, buddy. Tables have turned. But like 5 minutes go by and I hear the door open and I hear him walking down the hallway and he opens another door, which sounded like my door. So he was going into my room. And then I hear him walk back down the hallway and then I hear a door close. And I'm like, what the hell? Why did he just go in my room? What did he do? And then it clicked in my head. I'm like, oh, okay. He walked into my room to grab his backpack and then go back into the room with her to give her his weed. And sure enough, I was right, because 5 minutes later, he came out with his backpack on. And he just looks at me with like a look of sadness. And she comes out behind him and grabs some ice cream. And then he looks at me and he's even more sad because he realizes I ate his ice cream. And my babysitter just goes, all right, guys, I'm going to go in the other room and watch a movie. Have a good rest of your night. And we're both just like, yeah, you too. Like, it was so awkward. And she walks out of the kitchen with her ice cream, walks down the hallway, goes into her room, and then shuts the door. And my friend just looks at me and goes, dude, she took my weed. I'm like, damn, that sucks. He's like, yeah, man, it does. I'm like, hey, it could have been worse, dude. She could have like called up your parents, could have called up mine, yelled at us, like, you know what I mean? This could have been worse. He's like, yeah, but it still sucks. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. He's like, all right, what do you want to do? I'm like, don't got much to do. So we just kind of hung out in my living room watching YouTube. And a couple hours go by, my friend falls asleep, and I'm just sitting in the living room, just watching YouTube videos still while he's sleeping there next to me. And I start smelling something super familiar. I'm like, what is that smell? Then I realized, it smells like weed. Why does my house smell like weed? What? So like I tap on my friend, I'm like, yo. He's like, what? I'm like, do you still have weed on you? He's like, no. I'm like, it smells like weed, doesn't it? He's like, kinda, yeah. I'm like, all right, wait here. So I get up and I walk down the hallway to where my babysitter's door was, and I knock on the door, and I hear her go, hold on a sec. And I hear the TV stop playing. I hear her walk over to the door. She opens the door, and I am just like immediately like hit in the face with just the biggest smell of weed, and I can see smoke still in the air. And I'm like, wow, you know, you're really way too young to be smoking weed. And she just starts laughing so hard. And I don't know if it's because she thought what I said was really funny or just because she was really, really high. Probably both, to be honest. But after she gets done laughing, she's like, look, you guys are way too young to be smoking weed. I'm an adult, and that's why I smoked it. And I was just like, fair enough, I guess. And she goes, yeah, and also, what else was I supposed to do with it? And I was just like, yeah, fair enough, I guess. And she goes, all right, well, I'm gonna go back to watching my movie. I'm like, all right, have a good night. And I turn around and I start walking away. She's like, Austin, wait. I'm like, yeah. She goes, can you bring me some ice cream? And I was like, yeah, okay. She goes, all right, thank you. And she shuts the door. And I walk into the kitchen and then to the living room, and I look at my friend and I go, she just smoked your weed. She's pretty high. He's just like, what? Are you serious? I'm like, yeah, I'm about to get her some ice cream. He's like, no way. And I'm just like, yep. Are you mad? He's like, I mean, yeah, kinda, but like at the same time, shit, my night was interesting. We both just started laughing so hard after that. But yeah, I went to the kitchen, got her some ice cream, brought it to her. She said thank you. And the rest of that night, nothing else really happened. And the whole rest of that week, my friend came over a couple more times actually, and we all hung out. And we were all cool. Like nothing else happened. It was all good. And pretty much, yeah, that was the story time of how my babysitter caught me and my friend getting high, and then I caught her getting high back in the same night. So all in all, a pretty interesting story time in my opinion. And I hope you guys thought the same. I hope you guys enjoyed this story time. Please leave a like on the video if you guys did enjoy it. Feel free to leave your stories in the comments down below, and subscribe if you're new. See you guys later. Peace.
My boss is a fucking bitch. Matter of fact, you can tell that hoe I fucking quit. I just got $1 for a raise. What the fuck is this? I can make more money on the train doing fucking flips. Barely got enough to go and break, eat some fucking chips. And you always wonder why I'm late for my fucking shift. I don't smile enough, I know. My shirt's never tucked, I know. You should write me up, I don't give a fuck about emails, about retail when I'm not at work.
Hey, what's up guys, it's Austin here, or Luna. So I have a pretty good story time for you guys today. I think it's a pretty crazy one. And it's a little bit of a part 2 to a story time I uploaded 1 month ago called My Crazy Babysitter. If you haven't seen that video and you want to watch that, click right here. I'll put it up on the screen. You can watch that first and then come back to this video. And if you don't want to watch it, that's fine. You don't have to. But you'll understand the story time a little bit better if you watch that one first. So let's take it back to that story time, okay? I was 14 when that story time took place. She was 18, so she was 4 years older than me. And after my mom came home from her trip, my babysitter got paid, and then me and her didn't talk that much anymore because I never saw her anymore. But every once in a while, she would text me just to check up on me. She'd be like, hey, I hope you're doing well. I hope your mom's doing well. How are things? Like, she was just a really nice person, and she cared, and that was cool. She was kind of like a sister. But fast forward 2 years, I'm 16 years old. I hadn't heard from her in a long time. And one night, I'm hanging out with a group of my friends that I hung out with a lot back then. And they were older than me. Some of them were 18, 19 years old. So I was the youngest one in the group. And sometimes they would want to go to parties that their friends were hosting, or they would host parties. And a lot of the people at those parties were between 18 and 20 years old. So on this night, my friend was having a party, and he picked me up with my other friends. We all went together to my friend's house to start setting things up at his house for this party. And people started showing up. And a few hours into it was a fun night. I was having a lot of fun. And something happened that I still cannot fathom. So I'm sitting on my friend's couch, and a friend of mine texts me, who wasn't at the party. He said, yo man, like, can you call really quick? I'm going through some shit, I want to talk to you. I was like, yeah man, of course, anytime. So he calls me up, it was loud in the room, so I left the basement, and I went upstairs, and upstairs, it was a little quieter. I'm sitting at the kitchen table just talking to my friend on the phone, and he was just basically talking about his relationship and some shit that was happening in his life. And I'm just trying to talk to him, make him feel better. And as I'm talking to him, somebody comes up behind me and taps on my shoulder. And I turn around, and it's this girl and her 3 friends. And she was very, very drunk when I tapped on my shoulder. And she goes, hey, do you think you could just do me a favor and take a photo of all of us together? And I was like, yeah, okay. Even though I really didn't want to, I was fine with it. It would be nice. So I stand up, I grab her phone with my other hand, and I start taking pictures of them with my right hand. And I was on the phone with my left. And she goes, no, use both hands so it's more steady. We want a steady picture. And I told her, I'm like, I'm on the phone with my friend. I can't really hang up on him right now. She's like, come on, you can call him back. Now, like, she's right. I could have just hung up and called him back. But I care more about my friend and his phone call than I do holding a phone with 2 hands and taking a picture, because the photos I was taking looked just fine with my one hand, and there's no point hanging up with my friend when I don't have to. So I just told her nicely, I'm like, look, like, it's an important phone call. I really can't hang up on him. Like, here, look at the photos. I think they look good. I go to show her, and she just doesn't even look. She just turns her head away, like, on purpose, and just goes, take it again. Now, even though she was being rude as hell, I was like, okay. So I take my phone, and I put it in between my shoulder and my ear, like I bend my head, so that way I can take my left hand and grip her phone with both hands. And I take the fucking picture, and it looks just as good as the other ones I took. But that must have made her angry, because she screamed, no, you're not doing it right. And that's when I was like, what are you talking about? And at this point, there's people looking, like there's like a fucking crowd developing. And she goes, you're not looking at the screen, you have your head turned. And I'm like, I am looking at the screen, it looks good. And she goes, no, you're not, just give me my phone back. You're too pussy to put your phone down and take a good photo. And I was just like, okay. And I just give her a phone, and I turn around and start walking away. Because like, I just didn't even want to argue with her. She was drunk, she was angry, I didn't fucking care. People were looking at me, I was just nodding. And as I'm walking away, when I think it couldn't get any more ridiculous, I feel liquid hit the back of my neck and all down my back, and a cup lands on the ground right next to my foot. Then I realize she just threw her fucking drink at me. And I turn around, and without even a second going by, she gets taken down on the ground by some girl with blonde hair. And I was like, oh shit, the girl just fucking tackled her for doing that. So I run over there and I help break him up with some other people. And after we get them split apart, they didn't really fight or anything, she just held her down. And after we get the girl off, or the girl with the blonde hair flips her hair, and I realize after I see her face, holy shit, that's my babysitter from 2 years ago. And she looks at me and just goes, come on, Austin, I still gotta babysit you? And I start laughing. I'm like, holy shit, what are you doing here? And she goes, well, I came here to party, but I guess I'm here to defend you. And I was just like, thank you. And right as I said that, the other girl starts screaming at both of us through the drink and yelling and cussing. And she was just angry and trying to get to her again and fight. And they brought her downstairs, calmed her down. And I'm talking to my babysitter, and I was like, hey, how you been? She goes, good, how are you? I'm like, good. And I was just like, hey, why is it every time that me and you are together, a drink gets thrown and there's a fight. And she's like, yeah, you're right, that is weird. And basically we just laughed about the situation and just continued to talk and catch up. And it was really cool seeing her. And she saved me from a very angry drunk girl. You know what the funniest part about this whole thing is? My friend was on the phone the entire time, listening to the entire thing. He was just like, yo, are you good? Yo, I hear yelling. What's going on over there? And I had to drop my phone to help break up the fight thing. And then I picked it back up. When I was talking to my babysitter, I was kind of zoned out. And I was like, yo, my bad, man. Like, the whole fucking situation just went down. I got a drink thrown at me because this girl was mad that I wasn't taking a good enough photo because I wouldn't hang up on you. And then my babysitter fucking like rescued me. He's like, what, you a babysitter? I'm like, no, she's an old babysitter. But like she came out of nowhere, like fucking like took this girl down, and it was crazy. He's like, holy shit. He's like, I want to come to that party. And I'm like, you should. And guess what? He came. And it was great. It was a great night. And all in all, everyone was okay. The girl that got tackled didn't get hurt. She probably got a bunch of fucking awesome photos that I took. Probably somewhere on Instagram as we speak with like 200 likes. And my babysitter, I don't even know where she's at right now. She's probably doing great. I hope she's doing great. Shout out to you. You're like the Iron Man of babysitters. And yeah, just all in all, I think it was a pretty crazy story time. And I hope you guys thought that too. I hope you enjoyed the story time. Moral of the story is, be safe at parties. Take your pictures with 2 hands if you want an extra steady shot. Be there for your friends. Don't drink. If you're 21 and you do drink, don't drink too much. Be safe. Okay? But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this story time. Please leave a like on the video if you guys did enjoy it. Feel free to leave your stories in the comments down below. Subscribe if you're new. See you guys all later. Peace.
Welcome to a mind on decline. Got a better sense of guidance. I was geeking Ron Weasley out here fucking with Hermione's. I could hardly handle me. I can't take on any clients. We arguing religious synonyms for pseudoscience. Meanwhile, Corey's dying.
Yo, what's good, guys? It's Austin here. So today's story time is about a babysitter I had who was a little bit crazy, I would say. I think it's a pretty funny story. I think it's a pretty crazy one. I hope you enjoy this. Leave a like if you do. Let's start this. So story time takes place when I was 14 years old. Now, I didn't have a babysitter when I was 14, but my mom was going out of town for a week, and she had to hire one because my brothers weren't going to be around, and my dad lived 20 minutes away, and he worked pretty much every day, so he'd come and check in, but he could stay at the house. So my mom hired this babysitter to come stay the nights while she was out of town. And night one was fine. She came over, introduced herself. She was like 18. She was cool. She told me that she didn't really mind me staying up late, just go to bed early, and I was like, get up for school, stuff like that. And it was pretty much perfect. Like, she was really cool. She pretty much just chilled in the living room watching Netflix, and I would just sit in my room and play Xbox. But then the last few days came around. It was the weekend, and that's when things kind of took a turn for the worst. So Friday night, my friend hits me up. He's like, yo, you should come over and spend the weekend here. I was like, all right, bet, I'll be there soon. So I walked out into the living room, and I was like, hey, do you think you could drive me to my friend's house? She's like, yeah, of course. And then as she's grabbing her keys, she goes, hey, Austin? I was like, yeah. She goes, do you think your mom would be mad if I had some friends over? I was like, no, I doubt it. Like, just ask her. She's like, okay. And she texted my mom. My mom said it was fine. And in my head, I'm thinking, like, dude, she could literally throw a party and I wouldn't care. Like, as long as none of my stuff, my mom's stuff gets broken or stolen, I could care less. Like, this babysitter's been cool as hell. She's been letting me stay up late, pretty much do whatever I want. Like, she was dope. So me and her get in the car. She drives me to my friend's house, drops me off, tells me to have fun. I was like, thanks, you too. And I go inside my friend's house, and another friend of mine was there as well. So I'm hanging out with them for a couple hours, and they both end up falling asleep super early. And I get pissed, because I'm like, all right, I'm not going to be tired for at least another 5 or 6 hours, because I've been staying up really late. So I was like, all right, you know what, I'm just going to go home. So I text my babysitter. I'm like, hey, change of plans. Like, my friends fell asleep. I'm bored. You think you can come pick me up? And my babysitter didn't reply. So I wait like 30 minutes and I text her again. She doesn't reply to that. So I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm going to call her. So I call her. She doesn't answer. So I wait like another 30, 45 minutes and I call her again. She doesn't answer. I'm like, damn, like, how am I supposed to get home? So I start texting a few of my older friends who are like 17, 18 and have their license. And I was like, yo, do you think you can pick me up from my friend's house and drop me off home? Just like saying that to all of them. And my one friend replied and he was like, yeah, I got you. I was like, all right, dope. Like, if you want to stay over, you can hang out. He's like, okay, dope. What's the address? So I give him my friend's address. He comes over, he picks me up, and we drive back to my house. And right when we pull up to my house, I immediately notice a fuck ton of cars in my house. Like, the whole driveway is filled up with cars, and there's some in the street. There's probably like 8 or 9 cars. And I was like, wow, she really threw a party. And I'm thinking to myself, like, fuck yeah, something to do. Like, I was a little bit excited. Like, she'd been cool to me all week, so I want to be cool to her. But I didn't realize what I was walking into. So me and my friend walk in, and I immediately see my babysitter at the table drinking with everyone. And she sees me, and she's like, "Oh shit, Austin, what are you doing here?" And I was like, "Oh, I came home early because my friend's house was boring. I tried to give you a call, but you didn't answer." She's like, "Shit, I'm sorry." And I had my phone with me. I was like, "No, it's fine. This is my friend." And I introduced her to my friend. And I was like, "All right, we're gonna go in my room and chill." She's like, "Okay, cool. Like, let me know if you need anything." And I was like, "Yeah, no problem." So me and my friend walked towards my room down the hallway. And I was kind of just like laughing because like she probably thought that I was mad because like I caught her having a party. But I didn't give a shit. I was actually kind of excited because it was something to do. But as I'm walking down the hallway, like, there's a lot of people in the hallway. There was a lot of people in the kitchen. I'm like, damn, there's a lot more people here than I thought there was. And then I opened my bedroom door. And what do you think was inside my room? Because I expected an empty room with none of my stuff messed with. But guess what? I walked in on 2 people that had just got done having sex on my bed. And you're probably like, how'd you know they were having sex? Because I walked in. The first thing I noticed was a pile of clothes that wasn't mine on the floor, and a guy and a girl in my bed under the covers. And the first thing the guy says when I walked in and saw them was, "Oh shit, sorry little dude." And I was just like, "Please don't call me little dude." And he stands up with the blanket over him and his girlfriend, and he's like, "Bro, like, my bad, like, this is totally not cool." And I was like, "It's fine, I'm gonna walk out of here, you guys can get dressed. And by the way, do you know how to do laundry?" And I pointed at him, and he's like, yeah, why?" And I was like, "Because you're gonna wash my sheets for me because you were just hooking up on my bed." And he's just like, "Oh, yeah, man, of course, like, that's fine." And I was like, "Okay, cool, well, I'll leave you to it." And he's like, "Wait, where's the laundry room?" I'm like, "It's right next to the living room. Just ask my babysitter, she knows." And he's like, "Okay, cool." So me and my friend turn around and go to leave the room. And before we could even leave the room, my friend starts laughing his ass off. And I shut the door to let them change. And we're just in the hallway, and my friend's laughing, and I'm just like lost for words. He's like, "This is just the best night ever." And I was like, "Fuck off, dude." And he's like, "You really told him to do your laundry?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna have him wash my sheets. Like, he fucking hooked up on my bed with his girlfriend, of course." He's just like, "That's just funny, man." But I thought that was it. Like, I thought that's where it had to peak. Like, there's no way it could get worse than that. It gets so much worse. So anyway, the rest of that night was fine. He did my sheets for me. He washed them. I told my babysitter about what happened. She laughed at it. We kind of had a laugh about it. I wasn't really mad. But the next day came along, Saturday, and my friend ended up crashing at my house. So we both woke up around the same time, and my babysitter was already awake cleaning the whole house from the night before. And I was like, "Hey, good morning." He's like, "Hey, what's up? Like, sorry about last night. Like, I did not mean for that to happen. It got pretty out of control. And like, I'm sorry about my friends on your bed." And I was like, "Oh, it's fine. It was pretty fun, actually." She was like, "Oh, cool." She's like, "Do you mind if I have some more friends over tonight?" And in my head, I'm thinking like, wow, she really wants to have another party. Okay. And I'm like, "Yeah, for sure." And she's like, "Awesome." I'm like, "Cool." And my friend goes, "Yeah, I'm staying over again tonight." And I was just like, "Okay, dude, sounds good." He's like, "Awesome." So me and my friend helped the babysitter clean up the house, got it cleaned pretty quick, and then we ordered some food. And then after a while, it started getting dark, and people started showing up. And pretty much the same amount of people showed up from the night before, like all the same people. So it was like the same thing all over again, except this time, people weren't fucking in my room, which was dope. Funny thing is though, that couple showed up too. He walked in the front door with his girlfriend, and the first thing he said, he's like, "Yo, what's up, dude?" And he pointed at me. And I was like, "What's up, man?" He's like, "How you doing?" I'm like, "Good." He's like, "Don't worry, we're not gonna do what we did last night." I'm like, "All right, man, it's all good." And pretty much the night just started out great. But then, a couple hours into the party, someone came to the party that my babysitter had like a beef with and did not like, and they started verbally fighting, like just talking shit to each other. And me and my friends see this happening, and I just knew. I'm like, "Oh no, this is not gonna end well." And the girl that walked in and kind of started this shit talking battle with my babysitter threw a cup at my babysitter, and that just started a real fight. My babysitter jumped over the table, ran over to her at the front door. They both start fighting each other, taking each other down to the ground, and I'm like, holy shit, holy shit. My friend's like, "Bro, what do we do?" And I'm like, "Let's break it up." So me and my friend run over, and this other dude runs over to help break it up, and we get them split up pretty quick. So in my head, I'm relieved. I'm like, yes, like, I'm so glad that didn't last long. And we split them up, and of course they're talking shit to each other the whole time while we got them split up. And my babysitter said the most ridiculous insults I've ever heard in my entire life. She called the girl that she was fighting broccoli pussy. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that means, but yeah, okay, broccoli pussy. Anyway, so I'm trying not to laugh at that. Well, we got them split up. And the one dude brings the other girl into another room, not my room, luckily, like the guest room of my house. And then me and my homie bring her out in the backyard, the babysitter. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, come on, my mom hired you. You can't be fighting people in my house. And she's like, I know, but she came in and started all that shit. I'm like, I get it, but like, let's just get her to leave and we'll just enjoy the night. Like, don't fight her again. It's all good. She's like, yeah, I'm sorry. So we walk back into the house. I start walking down the hallway to the guest room where the other girl is and where the dude is that helped split up the fight. And I walk in there and I'm like, hey, like, you gotta leave. I'm sorry. And she's like, oh, I'll leave. Don't worry. I don't want to fucking be here anyway. And I'm like, great. You know the way out. Bye. She's like, bye. And she walks by me, walks down the hallway, and walks out the front door. And I'm like, wow, that was actually really easy. So the babysitter comes down the hallway after she leaves and into my room with me and my friend. And we're just kind of hanging out in there talking about what just happened. And I was asking her if she was all good. I asked her why she had beef with that girl, and she told me like the whole story. Basically, long story short, it was over a dude. There was a guy that girl was dating, and he was going behind her back talking to my babysitter, and my babysitter didn't even know that he had a girlfriend. So basically, it was kind of the dude's fault. Like, he was just being a fucking dickhead, and they were fighting over him, basically. And yeah, that's pretty much how that whole fight was started. But anyway, while we were in my room talking about this and how the beef started, the girl came back in my house. She went to her car after she left and then came back for seconds, basically, and walked down the hallway and peeks into the guest room door. And my room was right across the hall from the guest room, so I see her peek into the door with a bunch of people behind her, like waiting, knowing there's a fight about to go down. And I'm like, oh shit. So I get up and try and like get in the way, but she had already turned around and saw that my babysitter was in my room with me and my friend. And she just walks right past me, like gets me out of the way, and starts fighting my babysitter again. And this whole crowd of people is watching in the doorway. So me and my friend started trying to break them up again, and luckily that guy saw her walk back in. So that guy comes back in, that random dude that helped break it up the first time, he walked back in and started helping us try to break it up. And right before we got it broken up, my babysitter pushes this girl right into my desk, and my fucking TV and my monitor fall on the floor. And I'm just like, damn, are you serious? And right after that, we got it broken up. Couldn't have gotten it broken up like 2 seconds before she did that. Like, just the worst luck. But yeah, we got them split up finally, and this time the dude like walked her outside, made sure she got in her car and left, and she actually did leave. So that was good. So all in all, everything pretty much was okay. No one got seriously hurt except my TV and my monitor. But even those were okay. I plugged them back in and still worked, which was good. After the girl left, my babysitter pulled me aside and she was like, Austin, I'm so sorry about all of this. I was like, no, it's fine, don't worry. She's like, do you want to call your mom and tell her what happened? I was like, nah, I think we could just keep this between us. And she's like, okay, awesome, like that's a relief. And I'm like, yeah, for sure. So yeah, my mom never knew. Except for now, if she sees this video, she'll definitely know. Hello, Mom, if you're watching this. But yeah, guys, that's pretty much the end of the story time. After that, we just pretty much enjoyed the rest of the night. The next day, we cleaned up the house. Everything was good. Nothing got broken or stolen. And yeah, that's pretty much the end of the story time. So yeah, guys, I hope you enjoyed this story time. Leave your stories in the comments down below. Subscribe if you're new. See you guys all later. Peace.
It's getting serious, make a bitch delirious. Bitches on my dick, cause a boy so mysterious. That's a mystery, thoughts making history. Wrist keeps spinning like a fucking rotisserie. Got my wrist whipping, looking like a chef. Oregano, am I right? 30 on my left. Pull up with the set, got the kitchen all wet. And the cream team coming for your neck. I don't do shit, but my bitch got tit.
Hey, what's up guys, it's Austin here, or Luna. So I'm sorry that I haven't uploaded. I've been really sick, and I still am really sick, so I'm also sorry for how I sound in this video. I'm gonna sound like I'm dying, and that I have a dick in my nose. So I apologize, but today's story time, I have a pretty funny one for you guys. Thought you would enjoy it, if you'd like if you do. And let's just jump right into this, okay? So this story time takes place when I was 16 years old, okay? And there's a little backstory to the story. So I was hanging out with my friends a lot at this time. A certain few friends that my mom didn't really like. She thought they were bad influences. And to be honest, she wasn't wrong at all. They definitely were not the best influences. But they were over one day at my house when my mom was at work. So it was me and my 3 friends, and we were hanging out in my backyard, and they were smoking a joint. Now I wasn't smoking with them, but somehow, some way, my mom got out of work early this day, and she came home and caught us. and she was pissed. She sent them home. I told her that I wasn't smoking any of the weed, and that was the truth, and she believed me, but she was still pissed that I had my friends over, and they were smoking weed in her backyard. And she told me, she's like, you want to act like a baby? I'm going to treat you like a baby. You can't be home alone from now on. And I just said, I was like, okay. Because in my head, I was thinking, like, yeah, she's definitely, like, not telling the truth. Like, she can't just stay home from work and watch me every day. Because she worked Monday through Friday, and she'd get home anywhere between, like, 6 and 9 p.m. So, like, I knew she couldn't just skip work. And my brothers, most of them didn't live with me anymore at the time. One did, but he worked a lot, too. So I'm thinking to myself, like, yeah, nothing's going to happen. Like, she's going to keep working. I'm going to be able to keep staying home alone and enjoying life. Like, it's going to be fine. So the next day comes along. It was a Friday. I was stoked. I didn't really get in any trouble. Like, she didn't ground me or anything. All she did was tell me that I couldn't be home alone anymore, and I didn't really believe that. So anyway, I went to school. It was Friday. I got through the day. I got on my school bus. I went home. And as I got off the school bus, I realized there was a car in my driveway that I'd never seen before. And I was like, huh, that's strange. And I walk up to the front door. I open the front door. And I look to my right, and I see this random girl just sitting on my couch. And I think to myself, like, what the fuck, who is that? And she looked like the same age as me. And she looks over at me, and she's like, hey, are you Austin? And I was like, yeah, who are you? And she's like, hi, let's just call her Amy. She's like, my name's Amy. This is gonna sound a little bit strange, but I'm the babysitter. Your mom hired me. And I immediately say out loud, I'm like, what the hell? And she's like, yeah, I know, it's super strange. I almost didn't believe your mom on the phone when she told me, because you're definitely old enough to look after yourself. But I guess she just wants an extra person here to make sure, you know, the house is all safe and good. And I was like, okay. And she looks super familiar. So I asked her, I'm like, do I know you from somewhere? And she's like, I don't know, we might have gone to the same school. And I was like, oh, what school do you go to? And she tells me, and she literally went to the same school as me. She must have graduated early or something, or like transferred. But that's probably where I recognized her from. I probably saw her earlier that year or the year before or something. So I'm just thinking to myself, like, holy shit, I can't believe this is happening. So then I tell her, I'm like, all right, so I'm guessing you're staying here till like 9 or something, because that's when my mom gets out of work. And she's like, no, your mom actually told me that since she's hiring me, she has some more free time in the nights, so she's gonna go hang out with some friends tonight at a party. And I was like, wait, what, a party? And she's like, yeah, well, since your mom has more free time this weekend because she hired me, she's gonna go to a friend's house after work and hang out with her and a few other friends, probably till like midnight or something. That's when I'm gonna be here till. And I'm thinking to myself, like, what the hell is happening? I have a babysitter, I'm 16 years old, my mom's going to parties, like, what? Why is everything just flipping around on me right now? So I tell her, I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna go in my room and play video games. I'll see you later. And she's like, okay, have fun. So I walk into my room, I turn my Xbox on, I get on MW2, I hop in an Xbox party with one of my friends. One of the same friends who was in my backyard smoking a joint that I got in trouble over in the first place. And I tell him, I'm like, dude, I just walked in my house and a girl that went to our school is babysitting me now. And he's like, no fucking way. I was like, dude, yeah, my mom hired her as a babysitter. And like, yeah, she's here till midnight. And he's like, no way. I was like, yeah. He's like, what's her name? And I tell him, and he's like, dude, I know her. And I was like, this is just ridiculous. So me and him play MW2 for like 2 hours, and I start getting really hungry, and I'm like, all right, you know what? Fuck avoiding the kitchen because the babysitter's right next to it. I'm just gonna go in there and grab food. I'm starving. So I go out, go in the kitchen, and I notice there's like 2 pairs of feet on the couch, and I hear noises and like moaning and shit. And I look over, and luckily my couch is faced like away from me, like I can only see the back of it from the kitchen. So I didn't see them doing it, but they were doing it. They were on the couch. She had her boyfriend over. He must have snuck in while I was playing MW2, and they were having sex. And I'm thinking to myself, like, this is straight out of a fucking Netflix movie. Like, the babysitter has the boyfriend over. Like, this is ridiculous. And they notice me in the kitchen, and they immediately stop, and they both look over the couch and see me. And I was like, hey. And she's like, oh, I'm so sorry. This is my boyfriend. And I was just like, yeah, that was my first guess. I didn't think it was anybody else. And I was like, is it okay with my mom that you're having your boyfriend here? And she's like, yeah, she's fine with it. And I was like, okay, whatever you say. I'm gonna make my sandwich now. And I went back to making my sandwich. I finished making the sandwich. I look over at them again, and they're still staring at me with like this weird, like deer in the headlights look. And I just say, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go back to my room now. I don't want to sound like a jerk when I say this, but like, my mom hired you to kind of just like hang out at the house and like watch TV and make sure I'm not doing anything bad. Can you please like not hook up with your boyfriend on my couch? Like, I sit there, my family sits there, we watch TV there. Like, just please don't do that. All right, have a good one. And I turn around and I walk down the hallway back to my room. And I go back into my room and I put my headset on and I'm like, dude, she had her boyfriend over and I just caught them fucking. And my friend's like, no way. And he starts laughing his ass off. And he's like, that's crazy, man. I'm like, dude, I gotta get out of here, like straight up. Like, can I come over? And he's like, yeah, for sure. I'm having people over tonight. Like, you should definitely come through. I was like, all right, bet. I'll see you in a little bit. So I turn off my Xbox, I grab my phone, I walk down the hallway, back to the kitchen, and I yell over to the living room. I'm like, hey, I'm gonna go to my friend's house for a little bit. And Amy looks at me over the couch. She's like, I don't think your mom would like that. Like, you should call her and get permission first. Make sure that you can go. And I was like, no, I'm just gonna leave. But don't even worry, I'm gonna come back before midnight, before my mom gets home, so it's gonna be fine. And she's like, Austin, if you do that, I'm calling your mom and you're gonna get in huge trouble. And I just look at her and I was like, please don't talk to me like I'm 5. And she's like, well, I am the babysitter. Your mom hired me for you. And I was like, okay, cool. Pull your phone out. Call my mom. And she's like, okay. And she starts pulling her phone out. I go, I'll be sure to tell her about how you fucked your boyfriend on her couch. Do you do that with all your clients? And she was like, what? And then her boyfriend's like, hey man, no, it's cool. You don't gotta say that. And I was like, oh, what? You talk now? Okay. And he just looks at me and he's like, yo man, like, we didn't mean to come in here and disrespect your house. Like, we weren't trying to do that. And I was like, it's fine. Like, I'm not mad. I just really want to leave. And he looks over at her. He's like, maybe we should let him go. And I was like, wait, what is this, a group babysitting effort now? Like, we're almost the same age. And then he looks at her again and he's like, yeah, he's right. We're almost the same age. Like, we should just let him go. And I was like, thank you. And she's like, fine, just please be back soon. I was like, don't worry, I will. So I walk out the front door. I walk to my friend's house. It took like 45 minutes to get there because he couldn't pick me up. And I get to his house and I walk in and I'm laughing my ass off, telling this whole story to all my friends. And they're all laughing at me, calling me the baby. Like, oh, baby needs a babysitter. And like an hour after being at my friend's house, my mom calls me. And she's like, hey, what are you doing? I was like, I'm at my friend's house. And she's like, wait, what? And I was like, I'm at my friend's. She's like, what about the babysitter? I'm like, look, she came over and invited her boyfriend, and I didn't want to hang out with them. And yeah, I'm at my friend's. Don't worry, you have my word. I'm not doing anything wrong. Trust me. And she's like, well, what was the point of me hiring a sitter? I was like, I don't know, Mom. I'm 16 years old. Why would you hire a babysitter in the first place? It's a waste of money. She was like, I was trying to teach you a lesson. I was like, Mom, the only person that got taught a lesson was our fucking couch because she was on it with her boyfriend all day, probably doing stuff that I don't even want to think about. And she's like, God damn it. Well, I'm not going to hire her anymore then if you're just going to go fool around with your friends. I was like, I'm not doing anything wrong, Mom. You can trust me. You shouldn't hire a babysitter to begin with. I'm 16. I can look after the house myself. It's fine. And she's like, whatever. Have fun. Be home before midnight. I was like, okay. And I hang up. And I was so surprised she was being so chill about it. Because usually, in most situations, she would have been like, hell no, turn around, go back home, and be there with the babysitter. Like, do not sit at your friend's house all night. Like, you're punished. But she was surprisingly cool about it. Maybe she was just relieved that she was getting a night off to go hang out with her friends, and someone was coming after the house. So anyway, like an hour later, I called my mom back, and I was like, hey, can a couple of my friends come back to the house? And she's like, yeah, as long as the babysitter's there to make sure you guys aren't doing anything wrong. And I was like, okay. So me and all my friends went back to my house with the babysitter and her boyfriend being there. And we actually all linked up and hung out that night and just kicked it with the babysitter and her boyfriend. They were actually pretty cool, I can't lie. Even though I was pissed off that they called me a baby and fucking threatened to call my mom like I was 10 years old and had sex on my couch that I loved, you know, in the end, no hard feelings because they ended up being pretty cool. And they were sorry about the couch thing, so you know, whatever. I forgave them. It's not a big deal. We got a new couch soon anyway, so whatever. But yeah, that's the crazy story time of how I got a babysitter and how I caught her on my couch with her boyfriend doing it and then left. And somehow, some way, I didn't get grounded in the end. I thought I would, but I didn't. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this story time. Please leave a like on the video if you guys did enjoy the story time. I would really appreciate it. Leave your guys' stories in the comments down below. Subscribe if you're new. See you guys all later. Peace. I hate being sick so much. Fuck.
It's getting serious, make a bitch delirious. Bitches on my dick, cause a boy so mysterious. That's a mystery, thoughts making history. Wrist keeps spinning like a fucking rotisserie. Got my wrist whipping, looking like a chef. Oregano, am I right? 30 on my left. Pull up with the set, got the kitchen all wet. And the cream team coming for your neck.
So a lot of people who watch my videos really like old babysitter story times, like from when I was a kid and stuff, which kind of surprises me, but it got me thinking, just like trying to remember old times. And I thought about this story time that I haven't told yet. I thought you guys would enjoy it. Leave a like on the video if you enjoy this story time. And let's jump right into it. Now this story time isn't about my old babysitter that I talk about frequently on this channel. If you're new here, I have a whole story time series about one of my old babysitters who kind of went a little crazy, and if you haven't seen that, I'll leave a link to the playlist in the description. I think those are all pretty good if you want to go check them out. But this is about an entirely different old babysitter of mine. Now, since I was a kid, my mom's always had a pretty good trust level with me. She knew that if she had to, go out for a few hours and leave me home alone, that I could fend for myself. I wasn't gonna burn the house down or not be able to take care of myself or something. Like, she had a pretty good trust in me. But sometimes she'd have to go on 1 to 2 week trips for her job. And when this story time takes place, this was one of those times, alright? Now, usually she wouldn't hire a babysitter even when she was going out on a business trip. Usually she would have one of her good friends stop by the house a few times a day and just check on me. Or she'd have one of my older brothers come and check on me. But around this time, all of my brothers were busy. 2 of them were living in different states and the other one was working an hour away. So it was just kind of hard. So she decided to hire a babysitter. Now, I didn't really care as long as the babysitter wasn't a total dickhead. I didn't really care if I had a babysitter or not. And around this time, I was about 12 years old, okay? So I was old enough to know how to live. I'm pretty sure I knew what I was doing. But my mom just didn't trust the nighttime. She thought that people would try and break in or something while I was alone and that, I'd be alone and in danger. And that was literally her reasoning. She told me, she's like, look, I know you can fend for yourself and that I can trust you, but honestly, I'm just worried about nighttime with you. I don't want someone, God forbid, come to the house and try and rob it and you be the only person here. That's just the last thing I want. Even though the chances of that happening are super slim, I want someone here staying with you. So I was like, okay, I get it. I totally understand that. No big deal, right? So fast forward, it was finally time for my mom to leave for her trip. She was like, all right, here's the key to the house, here's a spare key, here's some money for pizza. Babysitter will be here in 2 hours. I already told her, you're not some child, you know how to fend for yourself. Really, her only job is to just kind of sit in my room, watch TV, and just keep an eye on the house. You don't have a bedtime or anything, I know you're not a baby, so don't worry, I trust you. Now, this actually had me kind of stoked. I'm like, okay, all I have to do is coexist with this random babysitter girl and just play video games all night, and I don't have any kind of curfew, so I was kind of stoked on it, because usually I could stay up late, but my mom would, she'd get a little angry at me if I was up at 2 in the morning on a school night, so I was actually kind of excited. So fast forward 2 hours later, my mom had left to go on her business trip, and this babysitter had pulled up to my house. She knocks on the door, I let her in, she introduces herself, I introduce myself. She's like, yeah, I'm just kind of here to hang out for a little bit, just keep an eye on your house, don't worry, I won't be in your way, just go about your normal day-to-day routine, you won't have to worry about me. I'm like, all right, cool. Now, my mom told me how old this girl was before she got there. She was a 19-year-old girl, just literally started babysitting a few months ago. But even though she was new to the job, my mom knew her mom. I guess they went to high school or something together, so my mom had a lot of trust in her. But I didn't really care. As long as it wasn't some psychopath that was gonna chop me up and put me into a stew, I didn't really care who was watching my house at night. Didn't really bother me. So yeah, we introduce each other, we say hello. She tells me that she's just gonna be, kind of watching TV, not doing anything. I can do whatever I want, as long as it's not illegal, of course. And yeah, I was stoked. So fast forward later on in the night, sadly things couldn't just get off to a normal start. I thought day 1 would be normal, but day 1 was anything but normal, okay? So fast forward to the nighttime, I'm laying in my room just playing some video games, just sitting on my Xbox, doing nothing. And all of a sudden I hear a car door slam outside in the driveway. And I peek through my window, and there's 4 people walking up to my house, 4 young people, probably 18, 19-year-olds, and I immediately knew. I'm like, okay, these are the babysitter's friends, she's inviting some friends over, 4 people, no big deal, whatever, right? Fast forward 20 minutes later, 4 more people show up in a car. They walk inside, and I can hear them all in the kitchen talking, and I'm like, okay, 8 people, that's kind of a lot, but whatever, I don't give a shit, who cares? Then fast forward 5 minutes later, 2 more cars pull up, and 2 people get out of each of those cars. And then another few minutes later, another car pulls up, 4 more people, and before I know it, there's a full-blown just party. My house is packed. Everybody's in the hallway, everyone's in the kitchen, everyone's in the living room, tons of people in my house who I've never seen before. Now look, I was 12 years old, so I didn't really care that my babysitter was throwing a party. As long as none of my mom's shit or none of my shit got stolen or broke, I just didn't really mind. As long as anything didn't go missing and people didn't get hurt or physically harmed, I didn't give a shit. So anyway, yeah, a bunch of people end up showing up, and it turns into a full-blown party, and I'm literally just sitting in my room playing video games, doing nothing. So after I sit in my room for 30 minutes, I decide, you know what, I'm not gonna sit in here by myself, bored as hell. I'm gonna go out there and see what's going on. I'm gonna join the party. Who cares if I'm 12? So I stand up, I turn my Xbox off, I put on some nice looking clothes, and yeah, I venture out into my house, and there's so many people in it. Literally my entire hallway is filled with random people I've never seen before, and they're all drinking and smoking. And in the kitchen, there's a bunch of people drinking and smoking, playing beer pong, and I'm just like, wow, this is actually crazy. So I go out into the backyard, and I see my babysitter there. She's like, Austin, what's up? How you doing, little man? And I'm like, I'm good. What's going on? And she's like, yeah, I just threw a little party. You don't mind, do you? You're a cool kid. You don't care, right? And I'm like, no, I don't really mind. No big deal. And she was like, yeah, I knew you were cool. Like, come here. Like, come meet everybody. She starts introducing me to all of her friends. She's like, yeah, this is Austin. I'm babysitting for him. He's going to be the life of the party tonight. Like, she was making jokes and stuff. I didn't really mind. I said hello to all of her friends. But then all of a sudden, she was like, Austin, you want to see something cool? And I'm like, yeah, of course I do. And she was like, all right, Austin, come with me. And she leads me inside, and she leads me into my mom's room where she was sleeping. And she opens up her suitcase under the bed, and she just has a huge bag of mushrooms just chilling on top of all of her clothes in the suitcase. And I was like, are those shrooms? And she was like, you know about these? I'm like, yeah, I know they exist. I don't do them. I'm 12 years old, but yeah, I know about them. And she was like, yeah, well, you're about to watch me and my friends trip absolute balls. And I was like, okay, this is going to be interesting. So fast forward, we leave my mom's room, we walk into the kitchen. She grabs two of her friends and pulls them aside. It was the two people she had planned on taking the shrooms with. And we go back into my mom's room where the babysitter was staying. She was like, all right, guys, you all ready? And her friend, I think it was her boyfriend, he was like, this little kid's gonna watch us do this? Is he doing them too? And I'm like, no, dude, I'm not doing them with you guys. I'm 12 years old. Like, really? He's like, hey, man, just asking. I'm like, all right, dude. So, yeah, 10 minutes later, they all eat them. And 30 minutes later, 45 minutes later, they start to kick in or so. And they were all just tripping balls. They were giggling at each other. At one point, I remember my babysitter looking at me and going, Austin, you look so different. And I was like, wow, they really kicked in, didn't they? And she was like, yeah, they did. And the entire time, this party kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Like, more people started showing up. And I really thought that her doing shrooms was going to be the extent of it. Like, I didn't think anything else could possibly happen. But holy shit, I was wrong, okay? It gets 10 times crazier, all right? So fast forward, a bunch of people end up showing up, way more than originally. Like, my house is packed with people. And all of a sudden, 2 cop cars pull up with the sirens on and everything. And everybody starts pouring out of my house, running away, just like dispersing because they didn't want to get busted. And my babysitter and this guy are just sitting at the table freaking out at each other, like wondering what they're going to say to the cops. And fast forward like 5 minutes, the police officers walk up to the door. They knock on the door. My babysitter opens it. She's like, can I help you, officers? And the one cop's like, listen, like, we heard some party-related noise. We got a noise complaint. We're just checking in, seeing what's going on. Like, are you the owner of this residence? And she's like, no, I'm not. Like, someone that I babysit for owns this place. She's not here right now. And the cop sees me sitting at the table, and he points at me, and he's like, is that her son? And she's like, yeah, it is. And he goes, how old is he? And she's like, 12. And he goes, you really think it's a good idea to throw a party with this many people when a 12-year-old's trying to sleep? Like, come on, man. And she's like, I know, like, I'm so sorry. And she starts tearing up and crying and then just saying sorry a bunch to me and the cop. And he's like, all right, what's your mom's number? I want to give her a call. And yeah, the police end up calling the babysitter's mom, the same mom that knows my mom. And her mom drove over and said that she was going to be staying the night instead of her daughter because she couldn't trust her anymore. And yeah, my own babysitter got fired by her own mom. Like, that was just ridiculous to me. And the entire time she was tripping balls. So yeah, my babysitter had to get a ride home from her mom, got dropped off back home. Her mom drove back, cleaned up my house, and it was just me and her for the rest of the night. And I can't lie, it was just one big awkward situation. But yeah, in the end, everything was all good, at least on my end. I know my babysitter got fired, so I guess things weren't all good for her. But yeah, she didn't get arrested, nobody got arrested, everything was all good. But yeah, moral of this story is if you're a babysitter, you're babysitting a 12-year-old kid or any kind of kid, you definitely should not throw a huge party at their house and then drop shrooms. That's just not a good idea at all. Definitely not safe either. But yeah, guys, I thought the story time was crazy. I hope you guys did as well. If you enjoyed the story time, please leave a like on the video. I'd really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below and subscribe if you're new. See you all later. Peace.
They leave me out for the dead, and now they know they're fucked. All my texts are unread, that's how I know she's done. My life changed in a flash, all my friends gone.
At this point, I swear I'm living in a simulation. Like, I actually cannot believe that life is real. I think that people in my story times are like working together or something. You're probably like, Austin, why do you think this? Well, I'm gonna tell you, okay? Because this is just too insane sometimes to be coincidental. So today's story time is about my infamous crazy babysitter. If you don't know about her, I'll link a playlist in the description. I highly recommend you watch all of those first to really get a grasp on how ridiculous this situation has become. I thought that it was over with. I hadn't heard anything from this girl or seen her in so long. I thought that she finally left me alone. But just like the TikTok girl, she pops up out of nowhere after a while. And it's just like, hey, Austin, forgot about me? I swear, man, I think they're working together or something. The TikTok girl and the babysitter have like conjoined forces or something. But anyway, yeah, today's story time takes place today. Before we jump into it, please leave a like on the video. It helps more than you know. And also, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe, because like 50% of you watching apparently aren't, so it would help. And also turn on post notifications by hitting that bell. That helps too. So anyway, today's story time all starts off as a normal day. I'm sitting in my room this morning on my computer, just doing nothing really. I didn't have much sleep in me. I woke up really early, and I really just couldn't go back to bed, so I got up and I started my day. And I go to get some food out of the fridge, and I'm like, wow, I have nothing to eat in this fucking house. Like, there's literally nothing. I opened my fridge, and I had a singular slice of cheese and a banana on my counter that was rotting. So yeah, those were my choices. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go buy some food. So I got ready, and I went to the store. I get to the store, I go in there, I'm shopping, just doing my thing, getting food. And I get done with the store, I check out, I buy my items, and I start walking out towards the parking lot, towards my car. And right as I'm about to get up to my car, I hear someone coming up behind me in a car going very fast. And I turn around and it's not slowing down. It's like speeding up towards me. And they start slamming on their horn. And I'm thinking to myself like, yo, they're not slowing down. Surely they're gonna slow down. Why aren't they slowing down? And they get so close, I jump out of the way. My fucking life flashes before my eyes because they almost ran me over with their car. And I'm thinking to myself like, yo, this person's crazy. So after this person almost runs me over, I walk up to their window and I start yelling. And then right as I start yelling, I realize who it is. Let me paint this picture for you. I walk up to their window and I'm like, what the fuck? You almost ran me. What the fuck? And the window gets rolled down and it's none other than my former crazy babysitter herself. I hadn't seen this girl in a while. I thought that she stopped trying to mess with me, but clearly she saw me out in public and couldn't resist. So I'm like, why would you almost run me over with your fucking car? Like, what are you thinking? And she goes, oh, come on, it was a joke. Don't be so serious. I was like, dude, if I wouldn't have moved out of the way, you would have literally hit me with your car. It's not a funny joke. And she goes, oh my God, I would have stopped. I'm like, dude, I jumped out of the way and you were inches away from hitting me. You couldn't have stopped in time. Plus, it's wet on the ground. It was raining. Like, come on. And then all of a sudden I hear this guy go, chill out, bro. You would have been fine. And I look and it's her boyfriend sitting in the passenger seat. And I'm like, okay, man. No, I wouldn't have, but thanks. And he goes, whatever. And she looks at me and she goes, so how you been? It's been a minute. I'm like, fine, up until you just tried to run me over with your car. And she goes, I wasn't gonna run you over, Austin, I was just joking. I'm like, okay. She goes, so anyway, how you been? Still making those videos about me? I was like, yeah, I'm gonna now. And we both start laughing. And she starts giving me title suggestions. And I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, is this girl actually cool now? Like, does she not care about my videos anymore? Like, I thought at one point she really hated them. So then after we talked for like 5 minutes, she asked me for my phone number. And I'm like, I don't know if I can give this girl my phone number. I don't really trust her. So I gave her my second phone number. I have 2 phone numbers. I have one for my actual phone and then one for like a texting and calling app that I have on my phone for people that I don't really trust with my main number. So I give her that one. She goes, all right, cool, like, I'll hit you up. We'll have to get coffee sometime or something. I'm like, okay, have a good one. She turns around and gets back in her car. And I'm thinking to myself, like, coffee sometime? What are we, fucking 40 years old? Like, I don't get coffee with people, but whatever. I'm glad she was trying to be nice, you know. I turn around, I start walking back to my car, put my groceries away, and I turn around as they're driving away, and her boyfriend just flips me off for no reason, just throws me the finger as they're driving away. So naturally, I throw him the finger back, because fuck you, dude. And the car stops, and he gets out of the car, and he comes up to me, and he goes, yo, you got something to say, bro? And I was like, do you? And he goes, yeah, fuck you. And at this point, I'm so confused about the situation. Like, there's one person being nice to me, and one person wants to rip my head off. Like, what is going on? So I respond to him, and I'm like, fuck you too, dude. And then he pushes me, and I almost fall down. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, he just assaulted me first, it's on. I reach in my grocery bag, I grab a bottle of ketchup that I bought, I break the seal on it and open it, and I squirted this dude in the face with so much ketchup, it wasn't even funny. Like, the first hit to his face was right in the eyeball. Like, I hit him bullseye in the face, and he starts rubbing his eyes because he got ketchup all over them, and he's freaking out. He's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. But for some reason, he doesn't swing on me or do anything after that. I don't know if he was like afraid of ketchup or something, but he did not hit me. And he goes, why the fuck would you do that, bro? And I was like, I don't know, why'd you push me? He's like, cuz, I don't like you hitting on my girl. I'm like, hitting on your fucking girl? Bro, trust me, I'm not hitting on her, I never would. He goes, why? She ugly? I'm like, no, she's crazy. And he goes, fuck you, and he spits ketchup out of his mouth onto the ground. It was not a pleasant sight. He turns around and he walks away from me and gets back in her car. And the whole time, she did not get out of the car. She just let it happen, didn't try and break it up. There was basically a crowd forming at the grocery store staring at us, just, you know, embarrassing the hell out of me, basically. And they drive off. I swear, she told her boyfriend to flip me off or something. I would not put it past this crazy former babysitter of mine to tell him to do that so she could cause a problem. I don't understand. Every time I see her somewhere or she's around, something bad happens. And almost 90% of the time, she's the one causing it. But yeah, I had a whole crowd formed around me at the grocery store. One of the employees came up to me after this happened. He's like, yo, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, man, I'm all good. Somebody tried to fight me. I drenched them in ketchup. They left. I'm all good. He goes, wait, what? You drenched them in ketchup? I'm like, yeah. He goes, like, you squirted ketchup on them? And I was like, yeah, man. He goes, holy shit. I've never heard of anybody doing that in a fight in my entire life. I'm like, yeah, probably because it's not a good idea. It just seemed to work in my situation. He goes, yeah, man, well, props to you. Have a good day. And he walks away. Probably one of the coolest employees of a store I've ever met. Like, most employees would be like, yo, you're squirting ketchup on our property? Get the fuck out of here. You're banned. You can't buy ketchup anymore. You're cut off. You can only buy mustard. No more ketchup. But this dude was like encouraging it and then told me to have a good day and walked away. So it doesn't end there. I thought that it would end there, but it doesn't. So after this, I get in my car, drive back home, get inside, unload my groceries, all that stuff. I'm sitting on my couch afterwards, just chilling, kind of relaxing. I get a text message on that app from none other than the babysitter herself. And she goes, hey, Austin, can you call for a second? I was like, yeah, why not? So I call her up and she answers. I'm like, what's up? And she goes, look, I'm so sorry about today. I was like, yeah, can you explain to me what happened? Because we were like totally on cool terms, and then you start driving away and he flips me off and starts a fight. And she goes, I don't know, like he was jealous. He thought that you were like an old boyfriend or something. And as we were driving away, he just threw you the finger for some reason. I didn't tell him to do that or anything. He just did it. And I'm like, okay, well, I believe you. But still, he was being mad immature, so he deserved the catch-up. And she goes, whatever. I thought that it was immature, but whatever. I just want to make sure that we don't have a problem, okay? And I was like, yeah, no problem. She goes, all right, have a good one. And she hangs up on me. And I'm thinking to myself, like, what is going on? Like, why is she being so nice? And I still don't know, but, you know, whatever. Now I'm here, just making this video. Nothing else has happened, so I think that that's done with, but hopefully nothing else happens. I'll keep you guys posted. But yeah, I thought this was a funny / crazy story time. If you enjoyed it, please leave a like on the video. I would really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below, and subscribe if you're new. I'll see you all later.
You once know I'ma pay some back. I don't wanna look back, I don't want it like that. I've been going too fast, all the girls like that. And the fake ones wanna see my pulse go flat. And my day ones know I'ma pay some back.
Alright, so today's storytime topic is involving e-girls. Now you're probably like, Austin, how the hell do you have a story time that involves e-girls? What are you even talking about, dude? Well, today's story time involves an old friend of mine and his ex-girlfriend, who was, you know, happened to be an e-girl, okay? Now, him and her had met in 2016. Let's just call him Jake, and let's call her Sarah or something. I don't know, okay? Anyway, I had met Sarah in a group call with a few friends of mine back in 2015, to be specific. So I already knew of her, but in 2016, my friend met her, and they like immediately started this online relationship, and she lived in Chicago and he lived in New York, okay? So they weren't like across the world or anything, but I could already tell from both of them and both of their personalities that they would most likely never meet in real life. And I told him when he started dating her to be careful because I used to know this girl and she kind of broke the heart of one of my friends back in 2015. So I already kind of had a feeling that things were not going to end well between Sarah and Jake, I think his name was. I don't know what name I gave my friend, okay? Either way, yeah, they started dating. I kind of had a feeling that it was going to be good, and my feeling was correct. But little did I know that that feeling that I had that it was going to end badly was going to affect me in the end, not just my friend. So yeah, sit back, relax, and enjoy this ridiculous story time, okay? So this was about a month into the relationship, their online relationship. Things seemed to be going smoothly. I didn't really ask too much about how they were doing because, frankly, it was none of my business, and also I just didn't really care. But a month into the relationship, everything took a fat nosedive, okay? I don't know what happened. They got into some fight or some argument, and they ended up abruptly breaking up with each other, okay? Now, like I said before, it wasn't any of my business, so when he told me that they broke up, the only thing I said was, damn, man, I'm sorry, like, are you okay? Because I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, why'd you guys break up, huh? Like, why'd you break up? Did you guys cheat on each other? Like, I just don't care. It's none of my business. But he ends up going into detail anyway. He's like, yeah, man, like, she got into this fight with me about how she thought that I was talking to some other girl on Twitter, and, like, I wasn't, and she was accusing me, and she thought that I was cheating, and she dumped me, so then I dumped her. And I'm like, well, all right, man, just calm down. Like, it'll blow over. You're going to feel better soon. It's probably for the better, man. Like, you guys lived in totally different states. It's probably just better if you find somebody here. And he's like, yeah, man, you're totally right. And then right after he says that, he pauses, and he's like, oh, shit. And I hear him, like, start typing really fast. And I'm like, yo, what are you doing? He's like, bro, I forgot that she has access to my accounts on social media. Like, I haven't changed my password since we broke up. I'm like, why does she have your accounts on social media? Like, why would you give her that stuff? He's like, I don't know, man. Like, we had each other's accounts. Like, I trusted her. I'm like, all right, man. And he logs onto his accounts, and all of a sudden I hear him go, fuck. And I'm like, what? What's wrong? He's like, yo, she stole my Twitch. She changed my password on Twitch. She changed the profile pic. She changed the bio. She changed everything. I'm like, what are you talking about? And I look at it, and sure enough, yeah, the photo's different. The photo used to be my friend, but now it was her. The password was different. That was changed. Everything was changed on it, okay? And she completely stole his Twitch and was streaming on it. She was literally live streaming at the time we found this out. And he had like a few thousand followers. That was like his main thing at the time. He had a job, like a normal job, but he was trying to be a full-time streamer as well. So he was taking it super seriously. So he valued his Twitch the most out of all of his social medias. So when he found out that it got stolen by his ex-girlfriend, his ex-e-girlfriend, he starts freaking out. He starts messaging her on the chat on Twitch. He's like, yo, give me my Twitch back. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? And she was just trying to ignore him as best as she could on stream. So finally, we wait for her to be done streaming, and my friend decides to call her then. And he gives her a call on the phone, and she completely ignores it. She lets it ring. And then I tell him to give me her number, and I'll try calling her. So he gives me her phone number, and I give his ex-girlfriend a call, and she answers. She's like, hello? I'm like, hey, this is Austin, like your boyfriend's friend, or your ex-boyfriend's friend, if you may. And she was like, yeah, Austin, I know who you are. Like, we've known each other. I'm like, yeah, I know. But still, you took his Twitch? That's not cool. Can you please give it back? And she's like, he gave me his passwords to his social medias, and he told me what's mine is yours. So I think that that's my Twitch now. And I'm like, you can't steal someone's hard-earned followers just because they trusted you with the password. Like, I know it was stupid of him to give up his password like that, but you also did it. You gave him your passwords for your stuff, so he thought there was like a mutual trade, like you guys trusted each other. And she goes, yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't have trusted me. And she starts laughing like an evil villain. I'm like, all right, look, give him his passwords back, or I'm going to contact my friend at Twitch and get his account back for him. And she goes, oh, no, you won't be doing that, Austin, because if you do that, I'm going to contact my connections, not at Twitch, but on the deep web. And they're going to hack all your shit and give it to me. And then I'll have an even bigger empire of other people's stuff. And I'm like, okay, you literally sound like an evil Marvel villain right now. You need to calm down. And second of all, you won't do shit. You're harmless. And I hang up the phone because I'm not about to let this girl intimidate me when I know for a fact she probably doesn't have any hacker connections whatsoever. So after I hang up, I tell my friend that it was a failure, but I'll be hitting up my Twitch Connect to help him get his Twitch back. And I immediately did. I contacted my friend who worked at Twitch, and my friend told me that he would help my friend get his account back. So that was all dealt with. That was good. But my friend was pissed because he still, didn't have access to it currently. He didn't have any of her accounts, so it's not like he could, play the revenge card, even though he probably shouldn't. But yeah, he was pretty much out of options. So fast forward 2 days, nothing happens. But one good thing happens at the end of the second day. My friend ends up getting his Twitch back. My friend at Twitch came through, helped get my friend his account back. My friend secured it, changed all his stuff back. It was his again. That girl no longer had access to his account. But she did not like that, okay? She did not like that one little bit, okay? She contacts me immediately because now she had my phone number. She calls me and goes, what happened to my Twitch, Austin? I'm like, what happened to your Twitch? You mean my friend's Twitch that you stole? I got it back for him. And she goes, tell him to give it to me right now in the next 5 minutes. If I don't have that password in the next 5 minutes, you're fucking done. And I'm like, okay, you seem really upset, so I'm gonna hang up. I'm gonna let you know, make some tea or something, chill out. When you're nice and calm, we can talk about this. Actually, no, we can't. I'm blocking your number. Have a good one. And I hang up on her. And she was pissed. I could hear her yelling through the phone when I was hanging up. Like, I had it all the way away from my ear. I could still hear her yelling. So I hang up on her, and I immediately block her number. And of course, right after that, I start getting all these restricted phone calls and stuff. And then, a couple minutes later, they finally stopped. And I thought that'd be the end of it. I thought that everything was good, that nothing else would happen. But I was wrong. So I guess she actually did have some hacker connections, because immediately she puts my number on all these paste websites all over the deep web, and she must have sent it to somebody, because I immediately start getting these text messages and all these random phone calls, and one of the text messages had my full docs in it, like every single piece of information about me and my family, and it has passwords of mine that I use. And it says, hey Austin, I'm friends with, and he says the e-girl's name. And he goes, here's your passwords, here's your personal information. You have two choices. Do what she says, or I'm going to do what I want. So immediately, it was like light speed. I hop on my computer, I change all my passwords, I change every piece of information on my account, as well as everybody in my family's that he had in that docs. And I try and secure everything as best as I can. And then I block his number that he was texting me from. And I don't know how I pulled this off, but somehow it worked. None of my stuff got hacked, none of my parents or, my family stuff got hacked, and nothing else got leaked. But let me tell you, getting all those doxes removed from the internet was one of the hardest things in the world. I had to literally contact every possible connection I had on the internet that worked these websites and ask them nicely. And luckily, pretty much most of them came through. All that stuff got removed. But the one on the deep web stayed up for a bit. But luckily, that got removed eventually as well. The whole website went down or something. So yeah, in the end, I came out on top. But it was still a super dramatic, crazy situation. She still tried to call me for the rest of that day after I changed all my stuff. And finally, I had to change my phone number because she texted me from some other phone number and was like, Austin, I will get your channel, I will get your Twitter, I will get your Instagram, and I will delete it with a smile on my face if it's the last thing I do. And I'm like, okay, that's it. So I changed my number entirely. I just couldn't stand blocking her anymore. And plus, that hacker had my phone number, so I needed to change it anyway. But yeah, guys, moral of the story is be careful who you start a relationship with and don't steal people's accounts. It's not a nice thing to do. But yeah, guys, that's the story time of how my friend's ex-e-girl tried to literally get my channel and my stuff hacked and delete it. And yeah, I thought it was a crazy one. If you guys enjoyed this story time, leave a like on the video. If you guys did enjoy it, feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below. And subscribe if you're new. See you all later. Peace.
They leave me out for the dead, and now they know their fault. All my texts are on red, that's how I know she's done. My life changed in a flash, all my friends gone.
Yo, what's good, guys? It's Austin here, or Luna. So today I have a very recent story time for you guys. Super recent. This takes place yesterday and today. And I thought you guys would enjoy it. Now, if you haven't seen this video that I uploaded recently, it was about an e-girl, alright? A very crazy e-girl at that, okay? And if you haven't seen that video, I'm going to put the first link in the description. Go watch that. That way you can understand the story time a whole lot better because I don't want to retell that whole story, and I really can't retell it in a few seconds. But yeah, gist of it is, she's a crazy e-girl, okay? But the thing is she's back in full force. Alright, now this is something I've never experienced before. But yesterday, I was in a Discord call with a couple friends of mine and my cousin. He's like, yo, have you ever played that game VR Chat? Now, if you don't know what VR Chat is, it's literally a Steam game where people go online and they have characters that they are, and they all talk to each other, and there's different worlds. It's pretty cool, actually. And I was like, yeah, I've played it before, but I haven't played it a whole lot, so I don't know that much about it. He's like, all right, cool, let's play. So me, him, and another friend of mine get on this game. We join a world together, and we're just sitting there messing around, changing our skins to funny skins, just being trolls. And the thing about this game is it's a big game, okay? There's a lot of different worlds you can go in, a lot of different people you can meet. And the thing about a game like this is there's a lot of people that use it just to socialize and, have fun. And then there's the people that use it to be evil and hide behind an anonymous name and face and just be dickheads. And sadly, this girl was like that, okay? So me and him joined this world, and it's a big world. There's a lot of people on it, tons of people. And we walk into this room, and I can hear this girl's voice right when we walk in the room, and I immediately recognized it. I knew that voice anywhere. And I think to myself, it can't be her. It can't possibly be who I'm thinking it is. So I walk closer to it, I follow the sound, and there's this girl dressed as an anime character, but her username is so familiar. I've seen that username before. It's my friend's ex-girlfriend, aka the e-girl, the crazy e-girl that did not like me, the crazy e-girl that tried to pay a hacker to come after me. I immediately knew that voice and that name, and I got freaked out. I ran away in the game. I go back to my friends, I'm like, yo, that girl's over there. That girl that tried to get me hacked, that girl that hates me, she's over there with a group of her friends. Dude, if she sees me in this game, I'm fucked. We gotta leave right now. So I started scrolling through the worlds, trying to find a new world to go to so we can leave and not see her. And I guess I didn't walk too far away from her when I said all that, because she heard my voice from far away in the proximity chat. And she walks over with her stupid character, and she comes up behind me and she goes, Austin, is that you? Now, I don't even know why she asked me that, because it was obvious that it was me. My name in that game literally has Luna in the name. It's just Luna with some numbers. And my voice obviously matched, and who else is named Luna that sounds like me, my dumbass voice? So I turn around and I'm like, yeah, who are you? I was trying to play stupid and pretend that I didn't know who she was. And she goes, oh, come on, Austin, don't play dumb. And I was like, no, seriously, who are you? And she just says my full name and my personal information. She says where I'm from, my city and stuff. And I'm like, yo, chill out. And she's like, yeah, you know who I am. And I'm like, okay, relax. And she's like, funny seeing you here, why are you on this game? And I was like, well, my friend wanted to try it, my cousin wanted to try it, so I decided that I'd play it with them. And she goes, oh, that's nice, hold on, I have some people you need to meet. And she calls over her friends, and these like other anime characters walk up behind her. They're all wearing the same skin, and they're like, "Hey, what's up?" She goes, "Austin, these are my friends, but I want you to specifically meet this one." And she looks at this one guy and says his name, and he's like, "What's up?" I was like, "Hey, what's up, man?" And she goes, "This is one of the hackers I tried to pay to get your info." And I was like, "Okay, nice to meet you, man." He goes, "Yeah, man, nice to meet you." Now at this point, I don't know what's gonna happen. It could either go like really, really good, and me and this girl are gonna squash the beef, or she's holding a grudge on me because I made a video about her recently. I don't know if she's seen the video. I don't know if she knows that it exists. I just didn't want her to know about it. But then right when I'm thinking that, she goes, "So Austin, I saw your video recently." And I'm like, fuck. And she goes, "Yeah, I want to talk to you about it, but I couldn't get a hold of you because you changed your number. Like, what are the odds we meet on this game right when I need to talk to you? It's like God's looking out for me." And I think to myself, like, yeah, or Satan. And I'm like, yeah, crazy. And she's like, "Yeah, so that video, it's filled with bullshit, and I don't like it. It made me look like a bad person." And I was like, first of all, no, you made you look like a bad person. Everything in that video was just a story time about shit that you did, that you know you did, so don't sit here and try and say it's not true. I mean, you literally just admitted that one of the people in this lobby right now was some hacker that you paid to dox me. Like, you just admitted to one of the things in the story time." And she was like, "Well, people can change, Austin, and I've changed. I really have." And I was like, "All right, well, that's great. I'm glad to hear. Like, have a good night." And I turn around, I start walking away in the game, and she's following me, just screaming down my ear. She's like, "Austin, I'm not done with you. I'm not done talking." And I turn around, and my friends are just dead silent the whole time. And I'm like, "Yes?" And she goes, "Can you please just hear me out real quick?" And I was like, "Yeah, what's up?" She goes, "Can you make a video with me on my Twitch channel, basically saying that we're friends so people stop hating on me?" Now, I knew this was absolute bullshit, okay? Nobody hated on her. No one even knew it was her in the video that I was talking about. Like, I just knew that this was an excuse to get an easy collab with me, which doesn't even make sense. It's not like I'm like the most popping YouTuber. Like, there's people out there that are like way bigger than me that she knew. So I don't know why she wanted to do this, but I say no. Like, listen, like, I don't think people are hating on you. If they are, please show me proof, and I'll definitely help you out, but I doubt they are. Sure enough, she can't provide any proof. So I just tell her, "Have a nice day," and then I'm leaving the world. So I drop a portal down, and me and my friends go to a different world. And of course, she follows us there. She goes into the new world with her friends. She starts yelling down my ear again, just screaming at me, threatening me that she's gonna get my video taken down, all this different stuff. So I leave the world, I close the game, and I was free of her yelling. I just closed the game, and everything went nice and quiet. I joined back on Discord. My friend and my cousin were like, "Yo, what the hell was that?" I'm like, "I don't know, man." And I thought that'd be the end of it, right? I thought I wouldn't hear from her again. She didn't have my phone number. She didn't have anything else. And I was wrong, all right? 5 minutes later, I get a tweet on Twitter from this newly made account with my IP address saying, "Hey, I'm coming for you, Austin," with a dash and then her name. Now, I know for a fact that this was not her tweeting me. It was definitely her friend that I met in that game that was tweeting me, and he was just, saying her name to make her look more scary. So yeah, I blocked the account, I go on with my day, and of course, he makes another one, he tweets me, and he literally says, "Haha, it wasn't actually her, it's me," and he says his name, and I knew who it was. It was that friend that I just met of hers in that VR chat game. And then he tweets me again, and he goes, "Austin, please make this easy. Just take the video down, man," with a winky face. And I ignore him, and I block the account. And of course, he makes another one, and he tweets me, and it says, "She's coming after you, bro." And I just literally ignore it, and I block the account again. And then fast forward to this afternoon, I look, and I have another tweet from another account saying the same thing. It says, "She's coming after you, bro." So I blocked that account. And so far, I've heard silence. Nothing else has happened. I haven't gotten hacked. She hasn't shown up to my house like some other people have. That's probably because she lives in a different state, but I wouldn't put it past her to travel over here and try and come over. Like, still, either way, everything's okay so far, and I'm hoping that everything stays okay. But I just had to talk about this. Like, this crazy e-girl is literally trying to come after me and try and scare me. She's probably watching this video right now. This is only going to piss her off even more, so just know that I do this for you guys, all right? But yeah, guys, I thought this story time was pretty crazy. I will keep you posted on the e-girl saga, if there even is one. And yeah, if you guys enjoyed this story time, please leave a like on the video. I'd really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story time in the comments down below, and subscribe if you're new. See you all later. Peace.
They leave me out for the dead, and now they know they're fucked. All my texts are on red, that's how I know she's done. I left change in a flash, all my friends gone.
Yo, what's good, guys? It's the 2mm defeater here, or Luna. Yo, y'all are getting out of hand with these top comment intros. Yeah, if you want, leave a comment with an intro and I might put it in my next video. So anyway, today's story time, in my opinion, is a pretty good one. It's a very recent one. It took place yesterday, and it involves somebody that I've been talking about on this channel a little bit. So if you're unfamiliar with the E-Girl series on this YouTube channel, there's this girl who I've known for a very long time now. And it's not like we're close friends or anything. It's actually the complete opposite of that. But she used to like date my friend online, and there was a whole bunch of drama with me and her. Honestly, I can't even explain it all, so I would just recommend watching the videos. I'll link them all in the description. There's only really a few of them, so you can catch up pretty quick, and I highly suggest you do, because this story time is directly linked to all of those. So this story time all starts off as a normal day. I wake up yesterday, having a nice normal morning. I get up, I eat some breakfast, I take a shower. You know, I just have a nice, relaxing, calm morning, thinking to myself, like, you know, today's gonna be a good day. Nothing can go wrong. And can you guess what happened? Things went terribly wrong. So I go upstairs to work on a video, and I sit down on my computer. My internet's not working. Now, it's not unlike my internet to just cut out sometimes, so I didn't really think much of it. I was like, oh, you know, no big deal, like my internet just cut out. So I go downstairs and I plug my router, I plug it back in, and then it comes on for like a second, and then it just stops working again. I'm like, yo, what's going on with my internet? Like, it's never been this terrible. It's pretty bad sometimes, but never this bad. So I call up my internet provider, and I'm like, hey, like, what's going on? Why is my internet working? The guy's like, well, sir, we don't see any outages in your area, so you should have internet. And I'm like, well, I don't have internet. He's like, oh, well, you should. I'm like, well, I don't, sir. And he goes, well, did you try unplugging the router and plugging it back in, sir? I was like, yeah, I did. He goes, try again. I'm like, okay. So I do it again. And he's like, did it work? I'm like, nah, man, it didn't work. I don't know why I'm making this guy's voice sound like Mr. Mackey from South Park, but he definitely kind of sounded like that. Anyway, I try unplugging it, plugging it back in a second time. It doesn't work. I tried a third time while I'm on the phone. It doesn't work again. So I'm thinking to myself, like, yo, what is going on with my internet? Like, is someone hitting me offline? Like, I haven't been hit offline in so long. Like, there's no way I'm getting DDoSed right now. Like, that can't be it. And the guy on the phone goes, hey, but is your modem plugged in? And I was like, yeah, man, my modem's plugged in. He's like, okay, well, let me know if you find a fix. I'm like, yeah, man, I will. He goes, have a good day. I'm like, okay, thank you. You too, random internet man. So I hang up the phone with him. I go about my day just trying to not focus on it. I kind of just like sit in bed for an hour on my phone, on data, just watching videos on YouTube. And all of a sudden, I get a text on my phone that says, if you want your internet back, give me a call. And it's from a random number I've never seen before. And I'm thinking to myself, like, what the hell is going on? So I text them back and I go, who is this? And they go, you know me, you'll see. So I'm like, okay. So I go to call them and they ignore the call, which was just confusing because they told me to call them in the first place. Like, why would they ignore it? And then a minute later, I get a FaceTime call from this number. So they didn't want to call me, they wanted a FaceTime call. So I answer it because I didn't think anything of it. I'm like, whatever, like, what else am I going to lose at this point? Like, my internet's already done. So I answer the phone and I'm greeted to an image of none other than the E-Girl herself, just staring me down with a death stare. And I was like, oh, it's you. And she goes, what's up, Austin? I was like, hello, random E-Girl that won't leave me alone. And she goes, oh, don't worry, I'll leave you alone under one circumstance. I'm like, what's up? She goes, stop making those stupid YouTube videos about me. You can have your internet back forever. I'm like, so you hit my internet offline so I wouldn't make a video about you when I didn't even plan on making any more videos about you. If anything, you just gave me a new video. I had nothing else to say about you until today. And she goes, Austin, this will not be a video on your channel. And I go, E-Girl, yes it will. And she goes, Austin, if you upload a video about this, I'm gonna come at you harder than I've ever came at you before. And I was like, what are you gonna do, hold my internet offline for a couple days? Listen, I know I'm a nerd, but I'm not that much of a nerd, okay? I can survive for 2 days without internet. Like, I'm not gonna crumble and turn into dust particles if I don't have my router for 2 days. It's fine. Like, I'm not Thanos, I'm all good. And she goes, Austin, I know some very important people. These people will do things to you that you do not want done. And I was like, what the hell does that mean? And she goes, internet people. They'll swat you, they'll put your info everywhere, they'll send pizzas to your front door until you're drowning in pepperoni. And I'm like, okay, you are an evil human being. Like, it's one thing to threaten me with holding my internet off forever or, you know, swatting me, but to drown me in pizza toppings, like, come on, don't do that, please, E-Girl, don't. And she goes, Austin, I'm not fucking kidding. If you upload one more video about me, I'm telling my friend to keep your internet offline forever, and I'm gonna have him swat you. And I'm like, you are a mean, sad little individual. So I hang up on her and I call it at that, right? I think that'll be the end of it. Like, her threats are probably empty anyway. She probably won't do anything. And she calls me back immediately. And I answer the phone and I go, Austin residence, this is Austin speaking. How may I help you? And And she goes, Austin, I'm sick of you taking this like a joke. And then it crosses my mind. I'm like, wait a minute, how'd you get my number? She goes, oh, I had my hacker friend call your phone provider and get it for me. And I was like, oh, thanks. Like, good to know you're just, talking to my phone provider. So at this point, I realized that her hacker friend can probably do a little bit more than I think he can because he's holding my internet offline and he got my phone number. So, maybe he isn't someone to mess around with. So I stopped making it a meme and I stopped joking with her. And I'm like, listen, I'll make you a deal. I won't make a video about this whole situation if my internet's back online in 10 minutes. And she goes, okay, deal. And we hang up. My internet wasn't back for 30. So, hello, new story time. So fast forward to today, I wake up and I start working on my video for the day. I get a call from a restricted phone number, and I answer the phone, and it's her. And she goes, hey Austin, did your internet come back on last night? And I was like, yeah, it took you a little bit longer than you said you would, so you broke the deal. And she goes, what deal? I'm like, I told you, 10 minutes and I won't make a video. It took 30. She goes, oh, come on. And I just got the best smirk on my face. But at the same time, I was also nervous because me making this story time right now will probably result in her bothering me even more. But hey, at the end of the day, that's just more content, so whatever. I don't even know why she hates these videos so much. They're not that bad. Like the ones I made previous to this, they do show a little bit of her crazy side, but it's not nearly as bad as like the TikTok Girl series or like the Crazy Babysitter series or any of the other Storytime series on my channel that are like way more insane than this. But hey, I guess, some people just don't like me, so fair enough. So yeah, if you're watching this, e-girl, I hope you're not mad at me. But at the same time, you threatened me with a lot of different things that were way worse than just a YouTube video, so I guess we're even, right? But yeah, guys, if you're ever in a situation like this one where there's a hacker threatening you or somebody's threatening you, don't treat it the way I did. Don't make a joke out of it, because it's probably not funny. Like, this could have gone a lot worse than it did. Like, for all I know, that hacker could have, like, swatted me on sight right when I started making a joke out of it. So if anyone's ever threatening you and being, just creepy like she was, definitely call the police instead of just being like me and ignoring the situation. But yeah, guys, moral of the story is, don't be like this e-girl. Definitely don't be like that. Be nice to people, treat them how you would want to be treated, because she didn't like me so much that she was willing to drown me in pizza toppings. I mean, come on, that's as evil as it gets. Like, pizza toppings? Seriously? Imagine drowning in pepperoni and pineapple. Like, that would just be not a fun time. But yeah, guys, I hope you enjoyed this story time and found it interesting / crazy, because I definitely did. If you did enjoy this story time, please leave a like on the video. I'd really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below. And yeah, subscribe if you're new. See you guys all later. Peace out.
Butterfly at the doors, make them all go. 30K in my face, I still don't show. You talking down when you looking up and I'm like, what's up? You talking down when you looking up and I'm like, what's up? They leave me out for the dead and now they know they're fucked. All my texts are unread, that's how I know.
Yo, what's good, guys? It's Austin here, or Luna. So today's story time is one that I can't believe I haven't told yet. It's a very crazy one in my opinion. Before we jump into it, I just want to say my new song comes out May 14th. It's called Look Back. If you pre-save it, I'm going to be following people back on Twitter all day and all week who did. Yeah, I'm going to be following people and liking every tweet I see. So yeah, go tweet me so I can say thank you. Anyway, let's jump into today's story time. Today's story time is about an e-girl, okay? But not just any e-girl. One of the most evil e-girls I've ever met. And I had a little bit of a series on this channel for a while about this one crazy e-girl I used to know. But like, this doesn't even compare to her. This is like, gotta be top 3 or like the number 1 most insane e-girl I've ever met in my life. Being on the internet for most of my life has led to many great friendships, many cool people I've met. Like, for real, some of my best friends to this day were people that I met online. But also, I've met some of my biggest enemies on the internet. And yeah, this girl was one of them. So let's jump into this. Today's story time all starts off as a normal day. I was sitting in my room on my computer. This was in 2018. I was in a Discord call with 2 of my really good friends. And my one friend, let's just call him Shane, okay? Shane hung out with the wrong people, both in real life and on the internet. I knew Shane in real life, and he was just so easily influenced. For example, Shane, his main group of internet friends, were a bunch of like hacker people. Like, they would go and hack people's Twitch accounts and stream fucked up shit on their accounts, or they would like swat people and stuff. Now, Shane never did this stuff. Shane was not like a hacker type. He just hung out with them because he thought they were cool. But he was easily influenced, so, in his mind, he thought that what they were doing wasn't that bad. And I would always tell him, every time he would leave our calls to go hang out with these other types of people, I'd be like, yo, man, like, be careful. Like, they don't do good shit. I don't want you getting involved with that. Like, they might get in trouble one day, and I don't want you to be in the mix of that. And he's like, nah, man, don't worry. I don't do anything that they do. I just watch. I'm I'm like, yeah, man, but even watching, I feel like you could probably get in trouble for that. He's like, yeah, I don't know, man. Either way, thanks for the heads up. So I always worried about Shane. And on this day, in 2018, while we were in a call together, Shane goes, yo, I'm about to go play CS with some of my other friends. Do you want to join? We have a spot. And my one friend, the other friend that was in the call, not Shane, was like, nah, I suck at CS. It's all you, Austin. I'm like, all right, man, I suck too, but I'll play. So yeah, I tell Shane that I'll play CS with him and his friends, and then I think about it for a second. I'm like, wait a minute, are these the friends that you know that are like hackers and shit? He's like, yeah, man, but they're chill. They like your videos. I'm like, I don't know if it's a good idea if I go in there and talk to them. Like, I don't know what they're gonna do. He's like, nah, bro, trust me, they're good. I'm like, all right, fine. So I leave the call with Shane. Me and Shane join a different Discord call with all of his friends, all these like hacker dudes. And I'm talking to them, and so far they seem chill, but at the same time I was still on edge because I've heard about all the awful shit they did. And when I joined, I realized there was a girl in the call. She was online dating one of these hacker dudes in the call, and I realized upon joining, like immediately, she was really mean. Like, she was giving everybody in the call attitude, so I just did not want to talk to her at all. So anyway, yeah, I joined the call, I joined their game on CS, we started playing CS, and about halfway through the game, I'm top fragging, which is rare, I'm not that good at that game, and that girl is almost at the bottom. She's not at the bottom, she was like second to last. And her boyfriend was in the call, and he made a joke. He was like, yo, get some kills, you're doing terrible. And everyone starts laughing, because he was joking about her score, right? So I laugh as well. And she goes, what the fuck are you laughing at, Luna? And I was like, it was just a funny joke, I thought it was funny. And she goes, I don't know you like that, you can't laugh at me playing bad. I was like, dude, it's a video game, I can kind of just laugh at whatever I want. And she goes, no you can't. And she kicks me out of the call. She was like the host of the call, and she kicks me out. So now I'm just forced to use game chat while I play CS. So after like 5 minutes of them not adding me back to the call and me forced to use game chat, I just quit. I'm like, fuck this, I'm quitting the game. So I quit the game, and I leave them. I was the best player on the team that game, so you know, they were pissed off that I left. And immediately upon leaving, I get like 2 friend requests on Discord, one from the e-girl and one from her boyfriend. And I add them just to see what they wanted. And they both messaged me at the same exact time with pretty much the same exact message. It was just my old address. I don't know why they thought that would scare me. They were sending me my old address because I don't live there anymore. So I just ignore it. I'm like, fuck them. I delete them off Discord and I go about my night after that. I'm not even too sure where they found that address because last time I checked, it wasn't really like anywhere on the internet. So I didn't know. But yeah, anyway, I deleted them both and went about my night. And then at about 2 in the morning, I'm asleep, just enjoying my nice rest at 2 a.m. And I wake up to the sound of a very serious knock on my door. I'm like, what the hell? Like, who's knocking on my door right now? So I get up out of bed, I walk up to my door, I peep through the little peephole on my door, and I see 2 police officers standing there. And I'm like, oh no. So I lock the door and I open it, and they're both standing there, and they're like, hey Austin, how you doing? I was like, good, how you guys doing? Now the police in my area know me because I've been swatted before, so they kind of know me by now. So yeah, I open the door, they say hi to me, they ask me how I'm doing, and then I just ask them the question. I'm like, did somebody try and swat me again? And the officer goes, yep. And I was like, really? He goes, yeah, that's why we came with only 2 of us. We knew there was probably a prank. So how you doing? Like, everything okay? You're not doing anything illegal? I was like, no, I'm not. He goes, okay, cool, just had to check in and make sure you're okay. Have a good day, Austin. And they turn around and they leave. That's usually how it goes now. I don't really get swatted anymore because they know me. So they walk away, and at this point, I'm just confused. I'm like, who the hell swatted me? Who could it have been? Like, I didn't piss anybody off recently. And then it hits me. I'm like, wait a minute. I was in a call with a bunch of hacker people literally earlier that night, and one of them was pissed off at me. But then I think about it some more, and I'm like, wait a minute. There's no way they would swat me over just me leaving a CS game. There's no way. Like, at that point, that's just beyond petty. So I hop on my computer, and I call up Shane, and I'm like, Shane, did one of your friends swat me just now? He's like, what? I don't think so, no. I'm gonna call with them right now. I was like, okay, well, why don't you go back to that call and ask them if they did that? He goes, okay. So he leaves, goes back to their call, joins back in mine a few minutes later. He goes, yeah, they did. I'm like, are you serious? I'm like, why? He goes, well, that girl, you know, that e-girl that was in the call earlier, she asked her boyfriend to do it because she made fun of her score in the game and left the game, so, yeah. I was like, dude, you can't hang out with these people anymore, man. They just swatted one of your friends because he left a game on CSGO. Like, what? He goes, oh yeah, no, man, I'm done with them. Like, that's bullshit. I was like, wait, before you block them all and stop talking to them, go back in there and find out how they got my address. He goes, okay. So he leaves the call, goes back to theirs, comes back a few minutes later, and tells me that they found it through some friend of mine on Facebook. It was some dude that I used to go to school with, and they pretended to be another friend of mine I went to school with and messaged him, and the dude was gullible and believed them. So yeah, they got my old address and my current one in the same night. So that's crazy. But yeah, imagine being that petty. She swatted me over laughing at a harmless joke and then leaving the CS game because they kicked me out of the call. So I messaged her that. I added her back on Discord and I was like, yo, you are beyond petty. Like, you're really cringe for that, trying to swap me. And you failed, by the way, over a CS game. Like, that's just beyond cringe. And she was like, okay, I'll do it again then. I was like, dude, the police know me. I'm unswattable now. And she was like, whatever. And she blocked me. And that was pretty much the end of that one. Moral of the story is, don't be like her and her friends. She was an evil e-girl. But yeah, guys, that's pretty much the story time of how this e-girl ordered her boyfriend to swat me over a CSGO game. You heard that correctly. But yeah, guys, I hope you enjoyed this story time. If you did, please leave a like on the video. I would really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below. Subscribe if you're new. See you all later. Peace.
Face on back, I don't wanna look back, I don't want it like that. I've been going too fast, all the girls like that. And the fake ones wanna see my pulse go flat. And my day ones know I'm a pace on back.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's Austin here, or Luna. So today's story time, in my opinion, is a pretty crazy one. It's kind of like a part 2 to a story time I told recently. I'll put that story time in the description so you can watch that first. Today's story time is about that crazy e-girl that I talked about recently. So there was this e-girl back in the day who was dating somebody that was friends with one of my friends, and she tried to get me swatted. Yes, you heard that correctly. That's just a shortened version. I highly suggest you go watch the full video. I'll put it in the description. And also, go stream my new song, Look Back. It came out about a week ago. So yeah, if you haven't heard it yet, you should definitely go check that out after this video, or right now. Totally up to you. If you don't, that's fine. I'll just hit up the TikTok girl and have her come track you guys down. I'm just kidding. I would never do that to any of you. But anyway, let's jump into today's story time, alright? Today's story time takes place literally a couple days ago. I was sitting in my room. All starts off as a normal day. Just sitting here, working on a video like usual, not doing a whole lot. And you know, just having a good day. Really no complaints. I had some friends visiting, just enjoying my day, having a nice one, right? And all of a sudden, I see this email, my business email, being like, hey Luna, it's blank. I'm just here to let you know that someone's coming for you. I can't tell you who, because I don't want them to know that I told you, but I'm just warning you right now, someone's coming for you. Now, upon receiving this email, I thought that it was bullshit. I was like, okay, just some fan messing with me. I get funny emails all the time trying to troll me. But this one seemed genuine. So I thought about it for a second, and I was like, nah, you know what? I'm probably overthinking this. I guarantee it's a troll. I'm just going to close my phone and go back to working on my video. So that's what I did. I closed my phone, put it back on my desk, kept working on my video, just trying to, you know, keep my head clear. And then I get another email from the same email address being like, hey Luna, it's me again. I just emailed you recently. I'm emailing you again to let you know that somebody is swatting you right now. Keep an eye out for the police. And I'm thinking to myself, like, yo, this can't be true. There's no way someone's about to swat me. Like, impossible. No way. Like, I have a new address. No way. So after I get this email, I check out where the email came from. I look at their email address. I look at who sent it. And I don't recognize the name whatsoever. I've never heard this name before. This person had like a really generic email name. I'm not going to say the real name of it, but I definitely did not recognize who it came from. I had never seen this person's name before in my life. It looked like a fake name. So I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, they're just trying to troll me again, right? It's a troll. There's no way any police are going to show up to my house. Like, I have a new address. Like, there's no way I'm about to get swatted. My address isn't even leaked. I'm not worried. And then I shit you not, like 5, maybe 6 minutes later, I hear this super loud knock on my door. It sounded like somebody was fucking punching my door. Like someone was straight swearing up at my door, just fighting my front door. And they kept banging on it. So I run downstairs, I look through the little peephole, and there's 5 police officers, like geared up and ready to go. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm getting swatted. Now, like I just said, I have a new address, I moved recently, so the police in my area didn't know that I moved. So they thought that this was somebody new, I guess, I don't know, so they were taking it way more serious. Because usually when I get swatted nowadays, if it happens, they show up like real light and they know me, so they don't like react the way they used to with like a full SWAT team. They usually only send a couple people. So anyway, I open up the door and there's these 5 officers standing there, and the head like chief dude recognizes me immediately. He goes, oh, Austin, you moved. I was like, yeah, I did. I meant to call you guys and let you know and to keep an eye out for anything like this. This is my new address. He goes, oh, okay, well, the call didn't seem that serious anyway, but we still want to be over-prepared. So I asked the guy, I was like, what was the call? Like, what'd they say to get you guys to come over here? And this police officer tells me that this hacker called them up and said that there was a bunch of people fighting in my driveway, like a bunch of people. So they sent over 5 officers to break up the fight, but there was no fight, so when they arrived, they just knocked on my door to make sure nobody was like hiding in my house or something after a fight. So I told them, I was like, yeah, no, it was just a prank. Some hacker called you guys, you know, sorry you guys wasted your time, but nothing's going on over here. I'm fine, everyone's fine, my neighbors are fine. And the police chief was like, all right, cool, like, thank you. Just had to check up, make sure everything was all good. And then they got back in their cars and they left. And I thought that was the end of it, right? I thought, okay, like, false alarm, no big deal, we're good to go. And I go back inside, I go back upstairs, I sit down on my computer, I actually joined a Discord call with a friend of mine, and I was ranting to him because someone just tried to swap me and I was stressed out. And he's like, yo man, like, that's awful, I'm so sorry to hear that. I was like, thanks bro. And then as we're talking, I hear another knock on my door. This knock was a lot softer, not as aggressive as the first knock. And I'm thinking to myself, like, oh no, like, it's not over, like, they're trying to swap me again. Like, when is this gonna end? So I got up, I walked downstairs, I looked at the peephole, and this time there's somebody at my front door again, but it's not a SWAT team or a police officer or anything like that. Guess who it is? I'll give you 1 second to guess who it is. I bet you can't. It was a pizza delivery guy. Yep, upon realizing this, I'm like, damn it, somebody ordered pizza to my house. So I open up the door, and it's like this young dude standing there. He goes, hey, did you order a large pepperoni? I was like, nah, man, I didn't. I'm so sorry. He's like, what? You didn't? I was like, no, man, some hacker's trolling me right now. They're calling pranks to my house. They just called the police over here for no reason. Now they're calling you over here saying I ordered pizza. I didn't. I'm really sorry, man. And he goes, okay, so let me get this straight. You didn't order the pizza. I was like, no, I didn't. He goes, fuck. He just turns around and he walks away all angry. I felt so bad. So anyway, he walks away, gets back in his car, drives off. And at this point, I think that's the end of it, right? And then 20 minutes later, the same pizza guy comes back to my house, knocks on my door. I open up the door. I was like, what's up, man? He goes, we got another order for this address. Are you sure you're not ordering pizza? I was like, dude, I told you it was a prank. I didn't order any pizza. He's like, bro, can you please just buy this pizza, man? Like, my boss is going to freak out on me again if you don't. I was like, all right, man, fine, I got you. So I go upstairs, I grab some cash, I come back downstairs, I paid for this pizza. It was a really big, like, large pepperoni pizza, right? And I buy it from him. He says, thank you, have a good one. And he walks away, all relieved that he doesn't have to go back and deal with his boss. I take this pizza upstairs, I set it down on my counter, and I think to myself, you know what? I'm gonna look at this as a good thing. You know, I don't know who's messing with me, I don't know why they're doing it, but I got a pizza out of it. Even though I had to pay for it, I still got a pizza. I'm gonna eat some of it. So I open up this pizza box, I grab a plate, and then right as I go to grab a slice of it, I realize something. There's a message written on the top of the box. You can do that. If you order a pizza from a local place or really any place, you can ask them to put a custom message, like write something down on it or write something down inside of the box. And this person that's been trolling me had this pizza place by my house write a little message on the box before delivering it to me. And I see this message and it reads, remember me? And then there's a Discord username. And I recognize the Discord username almost immediately. It was the same username as that evil e-girl from back in the day who tried to fuck up my life once before. So upon seeing this, I run upstairs, I add this person on Discord, I message her, and I'm like, yo, leave me alone, please. And she goes, remember me? Remember me and my boyfriend? We're back, motherfucker. And I tried to talk to her for a little bit longer, but she just wouldn't hear out anything I was saying. Like, every time I tried to ask her to, like, stop or, like, what she wanted, she would just send emojis and just, like, shitty memes. So I ended up blocking her on Discord because I couldn't deal with it any longer. And she kept ordering pizza to my house all night from so many different places. I had to turn away so many pizza delivery people, but luckily I didn't get swatted since then, so that's good. But yeah, now we're here, and today has went by and it's very normal. No pizza, no SWAT team, we're all good. But I thought this story time was crazy and I wanted to tell it because this crazy e-girl is like back in full effect. So is her boyfriend, and I'm wondering what else they're gonna do. So yeah, hopefully nothing else happens, but I will keep you guys posted on the Crazy E-Girl series, I guess. If you enjoyed this story time, please leave a like on the video. I really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story time in the comments down below, and subscribe if you're new. See you all later. Peace.
Pace on back, I don't wanna look back, I don't want it like that. I've been going too fast, all the girls like that. And the fake ones wanna see my pulse go flat. And my day ones know I'm a pace on back.
Yo, what's your guys' sauce in here? Or Luna? Today's story time is about one of the most ridiculous breakups I've ever had in my entire life. You know, I've been through some ridiculous breakups. I've told countless story times about them. I'm sure most of you have heard those stories, but this one takes the cake, I think, for one of the most ridiculous and just unbelievable breakups I've ever had in my entire life. Now, before I jump into it, I just want to say my new song "Look Back" is out now. If you haven't heard it yet, I'll leave a first link in the description. Go give that a listen if you want to. If you like it, please add it to your playlist and like it on Spotify. That shit helps way more than you know. But anyway, let's jump into today's story time. So today's story time all takes place in 2017. 2017 was just a crazy year. I feel like a lot of people I know or I've met have pretty much all told me that 2017 was a crazy year for them, and I fully agree with that. Like, 2017 was an insane year for me. Let me know if you guys have one as well, because I definitely did. Anyway, at the end of 2017, I was seeing this girl, and for the most part, she was a cool girl. No complaints, everything seemed to be going good. And then one day, her mom had to come along and fuck the whole thing up. Now, her parents, for the most part, seemed pretty normal. You know, when I first met them, her dad seemed chill, her mom seemed chill. I thought her parents were just totally fine, right? And then one day came along where her parents were having a little party, and my girlfriend was not having fun with that. She texted me, and she was like, "Hey, there's a bunch of random old people in my house getting drunk. Can you come over and hang out? I'm bored." I'm like, "Yeah, for sure." So I go to my girlfriend's house, I arrive, I walk in, and holy shit, she was not kidding. There were boomers on boomers on boomers, just sipping wine, sipping beer, having a nice big boomer bash. They were just having a ton of fun, right? So I walk in, and her mom runs up to me, my girlfriend's mom. She runs right up to me, gives me a huge hug. She's like, "Austin, it's so good to see you." And I could just immediately tell, like, it was obvious. My girlfriend's mom was so drunk, and I could smell the alcohol. She was like, "Austin, come have a drink with me." And I was like, "I can't." She's like, "Why not?" I'm like, "I'm not 21 yet." And she goes, "Oh, fuck that, come on, come have a drink." And I was like, "No, I don't drink, but thank you so much." And she goes, "No, come on." I was like, "I'm sorry, I'll see you later." And my girlfriend pulled me away. We went up to her room, and we left her mom to go and, you know, party with her friends. So we get up to my girlfriend's room. My girlfriend's complaining. She's like, "I hate this shit. Like, it's just so overwhelming. There's so many people that I don't know here. My mom's drunk. It's stressful. So is my dad." And I totally understood the way she was feeling. Like, that's never a fun situation when you're at a party and everyone around you's just hammered and you're not, and you have to deal with their drunk annoyingness. That's not really a word, I don't think, but you know what I mean, right? So anyway, we're up in her room. We're just watching a Netflix show. And then all of a sudden, halfway through a Netflix show, the door just swings open, and there her drunk mom stands, being loud and obnoxious. She's like, "Austin, come down and have a drink with me." Now, I don't know what this woman's obsession was with having a drink with me was, but I didn't want to have a drink with her. I don't drink, ever really, and I don't like to. And plus, at the time, I wasn't 21 yet. So I told her that again. I was like, "I can't have a drink with you, like, I'm not 21. She goes, "Come on, you're gonna make me sad." I'm like, "I'm sorry, I can't." And then my girlfriend's like, "Mom, get the fuck out of my room. You're annoying my boyfriend. Get the hell out of here." And I was like, "No, it's okay, but like, yeah, I'm not gonna have a drink." She goes, "Oh, whatever." And she walks out of the room and slams the door. Now, I thought that was the end of it, right? I thought that she wouldn't annoy us again and that we could just have a nice, peaceful, relaxing evening in my girlfriend's room. But then later that night, my girlfriend gets a call on her cell phone from one of her good friends, and my girlfriend answers the phone. She's like, "Hello?" And her friend is freaking out. She's like, "Hey, like, I need a ride from this party. I need to talk to you right now. Like, something happened." And my girlfriend's like, "All right, calm down, like, slow down. What happened?" She's like, "I can't tell you about it right now. Like, I'm in public. Please just come get me. And don't bring anybody with you. Come alone." And it just sounded like a whole sketchy situation. And my girlfriend was like, "Okay, I'm gonna go pick her up. Are you okay with that?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course I am. Like, go do that. Take your time. Don't worry about it." She was, "Okay, cool. Like, just sit up here, relax in my room, watch some Netflix. I'll see you soon." So, "Okay, see you later." So my girlfriend set off on her journey to go rescue her distraught friend from a party. And I was just sitting in her room by myself, enjoying the Netflix, just trying to have a chill night. And I was just hoping. I was sitting in that room by myself, just hoping that my girlfriend's mom or her dad would not come up there and bother me, because I didn't want to deal with that right now, especially with my girlfriend not being there anymore, like just being alone in her room. I was a prime target for a drunk person to come upstairs and bug me. So I'm sitting in that bed watching some Netflix, and sure enough, like 20 minutes after my girlfriend leaves, her bedroom door swings open, and can you guess who it was at the door? Can you guess? Not my girlfriend. Nah, her mom. Just standing in the doorway, giving me this real creepy look, like just staring at me. And then she gets this real creepy smile. She goes, "Hey, Austin." She walks over and sits down on the bed right next to me, and she was so fucked up. Like, I thought she was drunk earlier. She was extremely drunk now, like way past the limit. And I was like, what's up? She goes, you seem really good for my daughter. Are you good for my daughter? I was like, yeah. And then she starts asking me real weird questions. She's like, have you guys kissed with tongue yet? And I was like, yeah. And she goes, really? You have? Are you good at it? I was like, I don't know, I think so. And she goes, really? I want to know if you're good at it. Do you want to try? And I was like, what? What'd you say? Because I literally thought my ears deceived me. I thought that I heard her wrong. I was like, what'd you say? She goes, do you want to try? I was like, what do you mean? She goes, like, on me. Do you want to, like, try kissing? I want to see if you're good at it. I was like, are you being serious right now? And she goes, yeah, why wouldn't I be? And I start laughing, like, just awkwardly laughing, because my girlfriend's mom was trying to kiss me. So naturally, I was like, no, I can't do that. I'm not about to cheat on my girlfriend with her mom. So, sorry, can't do that. And she goes, oh, come on, I just want to see if you're a good kisser. Like, it won't mean anything. And she starts leaning in, and I back up, and I'm like, yo, like, no, I'm sorry, but no, like, you're married to my girlfriend's dad, and I'm dating your daughter. I'm not about to cheat on her with you because you want to see if I'm a good kisser. And she goes, Austin, it doesn't mean anything. She wouldn't care. I was like, oh, I'm sure she would. Let's just let you settle down, you know, let the alcohol fade away, and then we can forget this ever happened. And she goes, oh, you're such a party pooper. And she gets up and she walks out of the room. Now, I haven't heard anyone call me a party pooper since like 5 years old, so let that be like the #1 sign of early stage boomerism. Like, I just couldn't handle it anymore. So anyway, after I say that and she leaves all angry, I'm just left there by myself wondering what the hell to do. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, I either tell my girlfriend what her mom just did, and she's either very understanding about it and just, you know, thinks, okay, my mom's drunk, whatever, or I tell her and, you know, she doesn't believe me or something, I create a problem for myself. Like, either way, I didn't like this situation, but I knew that I probably had to tell my girlfriend about it, so I didn't. I wouldn't feel good. So yeah, I wait for my girlfriend to get back to her house. She walks in the room. She's like, hey, what's up? And I just immediately told her. I was like, look, your mom came in here earlier while you were gone, and she was so drunk that she tried to kiss me. My girlfriend's like, what? I was like, yeah, you heard that correctly. She came up here, asked me if I was a good kisser, and she wanted to find out. Now, you remember earlier how I said this could go two ways? Either she believes me and understands, or she doesn't believe me. I'm gonna give you a second to guess which one it is, okay? Do you think she believed me and didn't get mad about it? Or do you think that she doesn't believe me and she gets mad at me? Yeah, she didn't believe me. I told her, and she immediately goes, what? I was like, yeah, she tried to kiss me. And my girlfriend goes, I don't believe you. And in my head, I'm just thinking, like, of course she doesn't believe me. So I tell her, I was like, listen, I know how crazy it sounds, but I'm telling you the truth. She tried to kiss me. She wanted to know if I was a good kisser or not. But I said no, obviously, because I'm not a cheater, let alone a cheater with your own mom. And she goes, no, I just don't believe you. Like, my mom's stupid when she's drunk, but she's not that stupid, Austin. I was like, are you serious? Like, why would I lie to you about this? What would I gain from lying about this? Like, call her up here and ask her. She goes, okay, I will. So she calls up her mom. Her mom walks in the room. She goes, Mom, did you try and kiss my boyfriend while I was gone? She's like, no, not at all. What? Like, the worst lie I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm like, are you serious? Are you really trying to lie right now? She goes, Austin, I don't know what you think you heard, but that's just not what I said. I'm like, okay, you are way too drunk. My girlfriend goes, Austin, you know what? I think it's time for you to go. And I was like, are you serious? She goes, yeah, I don't like you lying about my mom. I'm like, you know what? I don't think I can do this. Have a good life. And I grab my stuff and I leave. And as I'm walking out the door, she's like, are you breaking up with me? I was like, yes, I am. And that was the end of that relationship. I went home, I talked to my friend about it, I was just in disbelief, and that's where that ended. I didn't see her mom ever again, didn't see her ever again. I don't know if she still doesn't believe me or not, maybe she does. Either way, if there's a moral of this story, it's if you're a mom and you're watching my videos, don't be like the mom I talked about in this story time, okay? Anyway, guys, I thought the story time was a pretty crazy one. I thought you guys would enjoy it. If you enjoyed this story time, please leave a like on the video. I would really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below, and subscribe if you're new. See you all later. Peace.
It's on back, I don't wanna look back, I don't want it like that. I've been going too fast, all the girls like that, and the fake ones wanna see my pulse go flat, and my day ones know I'm a pace on back.
Alright, boy do I have a story for you guys today. Today's story time is a very recent one. So recent that I'm telling this story time like 5 minutes after it takes place. Yeah, that recently. I haven't told a story time this recent in a long time. Now before I jump into today's story time, Today's story is directly correlated to the last video I uploaded yesterday, so I'm going to put that first link in the description. Go watch that first if you haven't already, because this one is a complete part 2 to that, and you really won't understand this fully if you don't go and watch that one first. So anyway, now that I've gotten that out of the way, yeah, I guess let's just jump right into today's story time. I hope you enjoy it. Leave a like in the video if you do, and let's just do this. So today's story time is about my ex-girlfriend and her mom, to be specific. Now, like I said about them in the previous story time, you know, her mom was a little bit on the crazy side. So anyway, yesterday night I uploaded that video about them. I didn't think much of it, went about my night, nothing really happened. And then this morning, I wake up, everything all starts off as a normal day. I get up out of bed, I take a shower, I get ready for my day, just enjoying my day. And all of a sudden, I get a message on Facebook. I don't use Facebook anymore, I barely use it. I just have this old account that I forgot to deactivate that some people from my town message me on from time to time. And I guess I just kept it up because in case someone needed me, I'd leave it there. And apparently in this situation, somebody did, and I see the DM, and I immediately recognize the name. It's from my ex-girlfriend. That same ex-girlfriend I made a story time about yesterday. So I'm like, okay, this is gonna be good. Let's see what she says. So I open up the message, and it says, Austin, I need to talk to you. Please call me. Here's my number. So naturally, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna call her. I wanna hear what she has to say. So I call her up. She answers the phone. She's like, hey, Austin, what's up? I'm like, hey, long time no talk. She goes, yeah, how you doing? I was like, good, how about you? She goes, not that good. Really not good at all. And I could just tell by her voice and the way she was talking, she was really in a bad mood. And I just knew she was about to mention my YouTube video. And sure enough, next thing she said was, hey, so me and my mom saw your YouTube video yesterday, and she's pissed. And I was like, oh yeah, did you? She's like, yeah, first of all, why would you do that? Why'd you make a video about that? Like, that was between us. And I was like, I just thought it was a funny story time. Like, you didn't believe me, and it was just this crazy experience, and I wanted to talk about it on my channel. I made sure not to include your names or anything. She was like, yeah, I know, like, I appreciate that. I'm not really mad about the video. It's just more about how angry my mom is. Like, it's really annoying. And I was like, yeah, I understand. Like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, like, piss her off or anything. I didn't think you guys would see it, honestly. And as we're talking, I realized something. She's not mad about the contents in the video or the video itself, really. And she's also not mentioning the fact that I talked about her mom trying to kiss me in that video. Like, in that story time, I talk about how, you know, she didn't believe me, and we ended up breaking up over it. But this time around, we're talking on the phone about it, and she's not mentioning that at all. It's almost like she believes me now. So that was interesting to, you know, see. But anyway, we're talking, and she goes, hey, can I put my mom on the phone? Can you talk to her? I was like, yeah, why not? So she puts her mom on the phone, and her mom starts this phone call off by going, Austin, what the fuck are you thinking? And I was like, oh, hi, like, how you been doing? Like, I didn't even know how to respond. She goes, why would you upload that video? I was like, I just thought it was a funny video, thought it was entertaining, thought my fans would like it. They seem to have liked it, got pretty good ratings. She goes, yeah, that's all you care about, isn't it? Ratings. You just lie for ratings. I was like, oh, I think we both know I wasn't lying in that video. And she just goes silent. And I was like, yeah, exactly. You know I'm right. And she just hangs up on me. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, that was weird. Now, I thought that's where it would end, right? I thought that would be the end of my ex-girlfriend and her crazy mom. I thought that'd be it. But I was so mistaken. Just so wrong, okay? So fast forward like an hour later, I'm just in my room working on something on my computer, and all of a sudden, I get a knock on my door. And I'm thinking to myself, it better not be who I think it is. It's no way it's her. There's no possible way. Like, I just moved, I have a new address, nobody knows it, there's no way she could find it. And sure enough, I go downstairs, I look through the little peephole, and it's my ex-girlfriend and her crazy mother standing on my porch waiting for me to open the door. And I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, I have two choices. I either answer the door and deal with the craziness, or I turn around and climb out a window and leave for the night. Now, I'm gonna be mature, so I open the door, and I look at both of them, and I was like, hi, how you guys doing? And her mom immediately steps up to me and goes, hey, Austin, I'm not doing that well, you know why. I came here to give you this. And she hands me her cell phone. And I'm like, what the hell, like, you want me to take your phone? She goes, yeah, someone's on it, talk to them. So I put the phone up to my ear. I'm like, hello, this is Austin. And it's this random woman's voice. She goes, hey, Austin, my client's very upset with your recent YouTube video. We just want to let you know that we are prepared to take legal action on you if you don't delete it immediately. You have 24 hours. Now, I've been in similar situations before where people try and get, you know, quote unquote lawyers involved. And usually it's almost always bullshit. Usually it's just, you know, someone pretending to be a lawyer or something. So the minute I heard this sentence, something just seemed off. The way she said it just didn't seem very professional at all. And I just didn't believe that this was a real lawyer. So naturally, I'm like, okay, if you're a lawyer, what's your name? And she goes, I don't need to disclose that information to you. I was like, really? If you were a real lawyer, you'd have no problem telling me your name so I could look you up and see that you're a real lawyer. And she goes, oh no, don't worry, I'm a real lawyer. And I was like, okay, then where'd you graduate college from? Like, where'd you get your degree? And then she said the most ridiculous shit ever. She goes, I went to law school. That's where I got my degree. I'm like, yeah, no shit. Which one? And she goes, I don't need to tell you that. I go, okay, clearly you're not a real lawyer. Have a wonderful day. And I hang up on her. And I hand the phone back to my ex-girlfriend's mom. And her mom goes, do you understand that is a real lawyer and you will get sued if you don't delete that video in 24 hours? I'm like, okay, what are you going to sue me for? Tell me. Like, what are you going to sue me for? And she goes, defamation of character. I was like, how do I defamate your character whatsoever? She goes, you told people that I tried to kiss you? Like, people at my job could see that video. What if they do? I was like, maybe you should have thought about that before you tried to kiss me. Yeah, maybe that would have been a good idea. She goes, Austin, I don't have time for little childish games. This is a real world problem, and I am prepared to use real world solutions, so you tell me what you want to do. And I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? And she goes, you know what it means, lawyers and lawsuits. I was like, yeah, because that person on the phone was totally a real lawyer. Come on, don't even try that. Also, how'd you find my address? And she goes, Google. I was like, how'd you find it on Google? And she tells me about this website that she found my address on, and I immediately look it up. And yeah, there was some address website that my address was on. I'm glad she told me about it because I got it removed the same day, so that's good. But yeah, after all this happened, I just told her to get off my property because clearly she was just causing a problem and my neighbors were starting to watch, which was really weird. And she left. She left without giving much of a fight, which is good. And I haven't heard from her since. It's been a normal day since then. So far, no lawyers have tried to call me. No fucking cease and desist have been sent out. I'm pretty sure that was a fake lawyer on the phone. And that's pretty much where that story time ends for now. Based on this woman's level of persistence, I feel like she'll be back in some way or form. She'll probably be spamming my email or my phone because I did give my ex my new number by calling her, so who knows. Either way, I will keep you guys posted on the crazy mom saga. I hope it's not much longer than this, but yeah, we'll see. Anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed today's story time. Leave a like on the video if you guys did enjoy it. Also, my new song Look Back is out now. If you haven't heard that, I'll leave that first link in the description. And yeah, feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below, and subscribe if you're new. See you guys all later. Peace out.
Pace on back, I don't wanna look back, I don't want it like that. I've been going too fast, all the girls like that, and the fake ones wanna see my pulse go flat, and my day ones know I'm a pace on back. I don't wanna look back, I don't want it like that. I've been going
Hey to you guys, it's Austin here, or Luna. So today's story time, in my opinion, is a really good one. So before I jump into this, just want to say today's story time is part 3, or whatever part it is, of this whole saga of ex-girlfriend and her crazy mom story time. If you haven't seen those yet, I'm going to link a playlist below of the other couple of videos. Go watch those first because this one really just makes way more sense if you watch those story times first, because this is basically just a whole series at this point. But the funny thing about this story time, the one I'm about to tell you, is that this story time isn't about my ex-girlfriend's crazy mom. Today's story time is about my ex-girlfriend's crazy father. Yeah, I didn't say much about him in the last couple of videos, but it turns out he's just as crazy as them, if not worse. So, today's story time, let's just jump right into it. Today's story time all takes place yesterday, a very recent story. I woke up, got out of bed, all starts out as a normal day. I'm sitting on my computer, just kind of waking up, checking comments on a video, just seeing how the video's doing. And all of a sudden, I get a phone call, and it's from none other than my ex-girlfriend. And I answer the phone, and I was like, hey, what's up, how you doing? And I already knew what this call was gonna be like. I already knew that she was about to be pissed off, or someone was gonna be pissed off, because I uploaded a video recently, basically just like a part 2 about her crazy mom, talking about how she wanted to sue me and stuff. And I uploaded that video, and I knew it was gonna piss them off, and I knew I was gonna be hearing from them. So yeah, I get this phone call, I answer it, I'm like, hey, what's up? And she's like, hey, my parents are really pissed at you right now. I was like, yeah, I would assume so. Let me guess, they saw the video I made, and she's like, yeah, my mom is not happy you uploaded that video about her threatening to sue you. I was like, yeah, well, I just don't like that she was lying to me. Like, I know that she doesn't have a real lawyer. And my ex-girlfriend proceeds to tell me that her mom doesn't have a real lawyer. She completely just blows her mom's cover. Even though I kind of already knew it on the inside, she confirmed it. She was like, yeah, she doesn't have a real lawyer. She's not going to sue you. That was all talk. she's not about it. She's not going to do that. But she saw that recent video you made, and she told my dad, and my dad's really pissed as well. Like, both my parents are angry, and I'm just calling you to warn you, keep an eye out for yourself, because trust me, when they both get this angry, they don't act rationally. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? So I asked her that. I'm like, what are you talking about? Don't act rationally. Like, are they going to do something to me? And she's like, no, I don't think so. I just, like, I'm worried that they're going to try and, like, you know, get even with you. And I'm like, what? What the hell? Like, what do you mean? What are they planning? She's like, I don't know. I don't think they're planning anything, but I'm just worried. Like, I've seen them in situations like this before, and they're nuts. And I'm like, okay, tell me if they're planning anything, please. Keep my number, call me, whatever. Just keep me posted. She goes, don't worry, I will. And I say goodbye to her, and we hang up. Now, the whole day, I'm just on edge. I'm worried now, because the way she described her parents when they both get this angry makes it sound like they're about to, like, plot against me and do something to get revenge. I don't know what they're capable of, you know? Like, I could have just been overreacting, you know, thinking like, all right, maybe they aren't gonna do shit, maybe I'm just, you know, freaking out for no reason. The worst they'll probably do is keep threatening me, whatever. But then there was this other part of me thinking like, no, what if I'm not overreacting? What if they show up to my house and like rob my house or something, or beat me up? And I'm thinking like, okay, you're being ridiculous, Austin, like, chill out. So anyway, a couple hours go by, nothing happens. I start to get a lot more calm about the situation. I start, you know, not worrying as much. And then just as I start to feel completely calm, I hear 3 knocks on my front door. And they were very loud, angry sounding knocks. And I just immediately knew. I didn't even need to go downstairs and check. I just knew it was her parents at my front door. So I walked downstairs, and to my surprise, it wasn't her parents, it was a parent. One guy. And I immediately knew it was her father. So I open up the door very hesitantly, and I look him in the eye, and he looks at me, and he just has a super angry look on his face. And he goes, hey man, your name Austin? I was like, yeah, I'm Austin. He's like, yeah, you used to date my daughter, I remember you. I was like, yeah, I remember you too. He goes, yeah, so why are you posting videos about my family, man? What's up with that? I'm like, listen, dude, I just make videos for entertainment purposes. I leave out personal information. I don't tell people who you guys are, anything like that. And, you know, when your wife showed up here and threatened to sue me and put a fake lawyer on the phone, I thought that'd be a funny story time to tell. So I told it. No hard feelings, okay? He goes, no hard feelings? Oh, there's fucking hard feelings, dude. And he starts rolling up his sleeves like he's about to fight me. I'm like, yo, what are you doing? He's like, I'm not one of those people that threatens legal action. I threaten physical action. So what's it gonna be, Austin? Either delete the videos right now while I'm here, or we're gonna fucking fight. Now here's the funny thing about this guy, okay? He's in his 50s, and he's not someone that I'm afraid of in terms of body build, right? He's not some like jacked 50-year-old dad that's gonna punch me and send me up to fucking orbit with one hit, okay? Like, this dude's not about to send me to space with one punch. Like, I actually feel like I could take this dude. But that's still no reason to fight him, okay? Like, I'm not one of those people that fights unless it's warranted, like self-defense. So I tell him, I'm like, listen, man, I can't fight you. Like, I'm 22, you're in your 50s. Like, this is just ridiculous. Why are we even talking about this right now? He goes, because I want to fucking fight you. I'm like, all right, man, listen, I'm not doing this shit. I'm not deleting videos. Have a good day. I go to shut the door on him, and he puts his foot in the door and stops it. And he goes, we're not done here. You either delete those videos right now, or you leave here with a black eye. And I continue to argue with this guy for like 5 minutes, right? We're just going back and forth. He's getting more angry the more and more I tell him no. And I'm just getting more and more annoyed by the situation. And then all of a sudden, I hear someone from behind him go, Austin, is there a problem here? And I look over, and it's my property manager. It's the guy that manages all the houses in my area. And he's looking at me, and I'm looking at him, and I'm like, no, everything's not okay here. And this dude just showed up, and he won't leave. The property manager walks over, and he's like, who are you, sir? And my ex-girlfriend's dad says his name and goes, who the fuck are you? And he goes, I'm the property manager. I manage Austin's house. I manage every other house in this block. You're in my neighborhood causing problems, sir. What's up with that? And this dude, my ex-girlfriend's dad, just snaps. He's like, I don't give a fuck about you. I'll fucking fight both of you right here, right now. 2v1, let's fucking do this. And I'm like, listen, man, you just gotta go. And he goes, what'd you say? He gets in my face. The property manager kind of like splits us up, gets in between us. And he goes, sir, you have 5 minutes to leave this property right now, or I'm calling the police. And he goes, I'm not leaving. And my property manager starts counting down from 60. He goes, you got 1 minute now. 60, 59, 58, 57, 56. And the dude's just standing there. He's like, I'm not leaving. And my property manager gets to 20 seconds. He gets all the way to 20 seconds, just counting down. And this angry father turns around and just leaves my driveway, gets back in his car, and drives off as fast as he can. Just pissed off and angry that he couldn't fight me or the property manager. And after he drives away, the manager looks at me and he's like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm good. Thank you for stepping in and dealing with that. I don't think he ever would have left if you didn't do that." And he's like, "Yeah, man, I'm not gonna ask why he was here. I'm not gonna get in your business, but like, keep me updated. If he comes back, call me and I'll deal with it. Like, seriously, or call the police." I was like, "Yeah, man, for sure." So he leaves, and I'm just left alone at this point in my home, just kind of sitting there. And I call up my ex-girlfriend. I was like, "Hey, your dad was just here." She's like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, your dad just showed up, tried to fight me, told me if I didn't delete those videos, he would fight me, and my property manager had to kick him off the property." And my ex-girlfriend's like, "I'm so sorry, Austin. Like, I'll talk to him when he gets back. He won't have to deal with this ever again. I'm sorry." I mean, it's all good. And we hung up with each other, and that was the end of that. Now I'm here. Nothing else has happened so far, but it's only been like a day, so I'll have to wait and see. Hopefully that is the end of it. But yeah, my ex-girlfriend's father tried to fucking fight me. Thought you guys would enjoy hearing about that. Definitely the peak so far of the crazy ex-girlfriend's parents saga, whatever this is. But yeah, guys, anyway, hope you enjoyed this story time. Leave a like on the video if you guys did enjoy. Feel free to leave your story time in the comments down below. And subscribe if you're new. See you all later. Peace.
Beef in the night, you be wanting to fight. When I pull up, you see it's like, oh shit. Cut all these ties cause they plan my demise. They all snakes and I think it's been showing. I got some issues they
Yo, what's good, guys? It's Austin here, or Luna. So I bought this camera a couple weeks ago, and I'm glad I did because I want to record this. I've been sitting in the living room with my friend. We've just been debating whether or not to go check this out because it's so weird. But this morning I woke up, drank some water, and just been chilling in my room, and I get this text message at like 1:52, and I saved the number under creep, so I don't want to leak his number because I'm a nice person. He has mine somehow. I don't know how he got my number, or she, or whoever it is, because my number hasn't leaked in a long time. But look at this, I saved it under creep. "Hey Austin, meet me here at 4:30, have something for you." That's a Google Maps link. I clicked it, it pinpointed to a location like a town over, like 20 minutes away. And it's like some weird location. It doesn't look like a specific, like a building or something. It's a near buildings, but it's like a weird pinpoint in the middle of a field. And then I said, "Who is this?" And it said, "You'll see." And I said, "This is not funny. This is not a funny joke if I know you. It's kind of creepy." So I showed my friend this and he saw the map. And he kind of knows that area because he's been there before. And I've been there before too, but I don't know the area like him. So we're gonna go and meet some random person who got my number. Yeah, I guess I'll come back to you guys when we're in the car on the way there. You ready to go ghost hunting?
I'm ready, bro.
You excited?
I'm ready, bro. We're looking forward to this.
Alright, well, we're gonna pick up a friend of ours because we're gonna roll kind of like a squad a little bit because two people going to meet a random person. It could be like a bunch of random people. I don't want to get robbed, so we're gonna get someone else and I'll come back to you when we get him. Alright, boys, so we picked one person up. We have to pick two people up. Second one's right behind Jot. So we got two people now, so we're rolling with the squad. I forgot the time that this person wants to meet is 4:30, so we have an hour, just about an hour and a half. All right, guys, I'll see you then when we're on our way. All right, boys, so we're on the way right now to the location. I got the directions on my phone. I can't really show you though because then I'd give away where it is, and I don't want you guys to go looking for some weird place because we don't even know what it is yet. But I will be there soon. We got the whole squad here, and you know, we're listening to some throwbacks. You know how it is in the whip, you know. Gotta listen to the throwbacks in the car. Don't want to get copywritten, so I make this quick. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, I'll keep you guys updated. Be there soon. Okay, so we have arrived to the location. It's literally, so far it's an empty parking lot. I don't see anyone else here. My friends are over there. It's just like a pond, and they're looking at the fucking pond because it looks cool. Oh my god. So that's just one of our friends, and then the other one's over there.